Felix stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. A wave of deep fear washed over him, causing his body to tremble as if he had just witnessed something truly horrific. From the moment he and his companions stepped into this dungeon, they had been bombarded by one shocking experience after another. First, they found themselves transported to a completely different dungeon, one that they have never heard of. Encountering hordes of dungeon monsters, they kill so much dungeon monsters that they grew numb to it. Just when they thought it couldn't get worse, they faced a formidable boss, and after defeating the boss, instead of two portals leading them to safety, there was only one, and what awaited them on the other side? An abomination intent on devouring them whole. Each encounter left them reeling, but nothing could prepare Felix for what lay before him now. It felt as if his heart might leap from his chest at any moment. Hiss! No way, I can't handle this level of stimulation anymore. I might actually die from all this adrenaline. Felix gasped, taking a long breath while clutching his chest in distress. Zephyr and the others mirrored his shock. Their expressions were even more exaggerated. Zephyr sank to the floor, staring blankly into the vast room around him. "Big bro," he muttered weakly. "If we make it out alive, I'm taking a month off for vacation. I need to nurse my heart back to health." Brixton added numbly. "Honestly, I think we should just retire in our mansion and enjoy life instead of running restaurants." Ouch. My poor little heart can't take any more excitement. First a Drake trying to eat us, and now this. The adrenaline is too much, Nixie exclaimed dramatically. "Stay connected via mbonnovelbin.net, big bro." Gwendolyn chimed in innocently. "Do you think all of these will fit in our storage rings?" Meanwhile, Felix remained dazed, but he was communicating with the system. "System," he said quietly, "I think I'm done working. You can unbind yourself and find another host." "Host, if I unbind myself now, you'll die instantly and miss out on everything right in front of you," the system replied nonchalantly. Felix's lips twitched at that response. "Just kidding. How could I bear to part with you?" If only the system that was right in front of him, it would have rolled its eyes at him. "But seriously," Felix continued thoughtfully, "with everything going on here, do you really think I should still be starting businesses? Why not? Don't let these small things fool you. Keep striving. You're destined to become the business emperor of this world." The system encouraged passionately. Nixie shook Felix out of his reverie. "Big bro, are we going in or not?" Snapping back to reality with fire igniting in his eyes, Felix declared confidently. Felix snapped out of his stupor, fire igniting in his eyes. "Of course we're going in. How can we resist taking a good look at our spoils of war?" His enthusiasm was contagious, and the others nodded eagerly, stepping into the vast room with excitement bubbling within them. Even Gwendolyn, who usually wore a poker face that could rival a stone statue, couldn't hide her grin. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. As they crossed the threshold into the enormous hall, their jaws dropped in disbelief. The space was so vast that even their cultivated levels couldn't detect its farthest reaches. What left Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie utterly flabbergasted was the sight before them. Mountains upon mountains of gold coins. Yes, you heard that right. This colossal hall was filled to the brim with shimmering gold coins, so much so that some piles nearly grazed the ceiling. It was as if they had stumbled into a treasure trove straight out of a fairy tale. Even the cave of wonders that Aladdin entered pales in comparison to the treasure-filled hall before Felix. Imagine this. Gold coins stacked as high as the Empire State Building. Only here there aren't just 1, 2, or 3 piles. There are hundreds. Felix couldn't even begin to count them all. Picture a seemingly endless hall overflowing with treasures, hundreds of Empire State Buildings worth of riches. But it's not just gold coins that fill this magnificent space. The hall brims with an astonishing array of weapons. Ancient books, scrolls, precious jewels, magical beast cores of every level, towering stacks of potions and elixirs, truly treasures from heaven and earth. In fact, Felix couldn't recognize 90% of what lay before him. What left him utterly speechless were the mountains of gold coins filling the hall to the brim. They formed a breathtaking mountain range made entirely of wealth, a sight beyond words. Felix and his friends, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie, all turned to each other in stunned silence. Then, suddenly, ha 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 ba ha ha. Their laughter erupted like thunder across the hall, shaking some of those golden mountains as if they were mere pebbles. Trinity and Gwendolyn laughed so hard that tears streamed down their cheeks. Nixie rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach in pure delight. "I'm rich, super duper rich," she shouted gleefully before diving into the nearest mountain of gold coins like a kid in a candy store. Hey Nixie, calm down, Felix managed to say between breaths. Nixie poked her head out from her golden nest and shot him an incredulous glare. Big bro, how can anyone stay calm in front of this much treasure? Even Tier 9 Forbidden Realm experts would lose their cool. Felix chuckled bitterly. She had a point. Who could remain composed when faced with such staggering wealth? Some might even go mad at the sight. Big bro, what are those? Trinity suddenly pointed ahead. Following her gaze, Felix spotted an enormous mound of glimmering white stones about the size of fists. Curiosity piqued. He raised an eyebrow and walked closer. The others quickly followed suit. As he approached these shimmering stones, Felix felt an intense density of mana surrounding them. It was almost tangible. He reached out tentatively and picked one up. He could feel its mana pulsing within. Suddenly overwhelmed with excitement again, his heart raced uncontrollably as his face flushed red. Big bro, what's wrong? Do you know what these stones are? Zephyr asked eagerly. If I'm not mistaken, Felix said breathlessly, these are mana crystals. What? Zephyr exclaimed along with Trinity and Gwendolyn. Wait, are you telling me this mountain of sparkling stones is made up of mana crystals? Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Felix took a deep breath to steady himself and nodded. Yep, you can feel the energy radiating from them. Curiosity piqued. Zephyr and the others eagerly grabbed a few of the shimmering stones. Moments later, their expressions turned blank as they absorbed the powerful aura of the mana crystals. Felix grinned. And it looks like these are high-grade ones. Hey, big bro, look over there. There are some mana crystals. Brixton exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. Felix and the others quickly turned to where Brixton was pointing. Sure enough, they spotted 5 towering mountains of mana crystals, shimmering with dense mana swirling around them. However, Felix noticed something. The density of these mana crystals was significantly lower than the one they were currently standing in front of. Looks like those are much lower grades than this one, Trinity observed thoughtfully. Yeah, Felix nodded in agreement. Mana crystals come in 3 grades: low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Each one is invaluable, especially for cultivation. They can accelerate your progress and serve as currency among mana cultivators. But most cultivators hesitate to spend their mana crystals since they're so crucial. Everyone exchanged glances filled with anticipation. Just imagining the potential boost to their cultivation from such a treasure trove sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Nixie appeared beside Felix, adorned with glimmering gold and precious jewels that sparkled in the light. Felix turned to her, momentarily speechless at her dazzling appearance with a speechless look on his face. Big bro, she said with wide eyes, with all these treasures around us, how are we going to carry them? Our storage rings are way too small. Felix glanced around the expansive hall, overflowing with treasures. His lips twitched in frustration. How on earth would they manage to transport all this wealth? Their storage rings were already packed tight with valuable parts from the Drake. They couldn't just toss those aside. System, Felix transmitted his thoughts urgently. Is there any way we can handle this? Host, you can purchase a vault from the cultivation shop. Came the system's calm response. A vault? Felix raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, a vault functions like a storage ring, but has superior defensive mechanisms and much larger capacity. The system explained. Okay then, give me one. Felix nodded eagerly. Host, there are 3 grades of vaults. Low grade, 2 million BEP. Mid grade, 8 million BEP. And high grade, 15 million BEP. Which one would you like? The system continued. Felix's eyes twitched at the prices. System, aren't they a bit pricey? They may be expensive, but trust me, it's worth it, replied the system playfully yet persuasively with a resigned sigh, and feeling a slight sting in his wallet. He decided quickly. All right, I'll take a low-grade vault. Nice doing business with you. Please return if you wish to buy another. The system chirped excitedly as 2 million BEP was deducted from his account. Felix's heart sank as he watched a staggering 2 million BEP vanish from his account. Just then a small silver square box materialized in his hand. System, what is this? I asked for vault, not whatever this is. Felix snapped, frustration bubbling over. Calm down, host. Just drop a drop of your blood on it. The system replied soothingly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Felix pricked his finger and let a single drop fall onto the silver box. To his surprise, the moment his blood touched the surface, it was instantly absorbed. The box erupted into an intense, mesmerizing glow that enveloped him in warmth. Felix felt an indescribable connection. It was as if he and the silver box had merged into one. A bizarre yet exhilarating sensation. Host, send your consciousness inside the box. The system instructed suddenly. Nodding resolutely, Felix plunged his consciousness into the shimmering depths of the silver box. What he encountered left him utterly astounded. An expansive void stretched before him, vast beyond imagination. The grand hall he'd just been in now seemed like a mere closet compared to this boundless space, if this was just a low-grade vault. What wonders awaited in mid-grade or high-grade vaults? And host, the system continued with intrigue. The vault has a spirit. Felix raised an eyebrow in disbelief. What do you mean? Before he could press further, the silver box burst forth with radiant light that shot up like a pillar radiating the entire hall. Felix and the others had to shield their eyes from a blinding light that suddenly enveloped them. After a few moments, as the brilliance faded, they cautiously opened their eyes to their astonishment. The silver box Felix had been holding was now floating effortlessly in midair. Beside it hovered a tiny figure radiating a soft white glow. This miniature being, larger than a finger, wore an impeccably tailored white tuxedo and sported neatly combed white hair. With elegant gloves and an expression as serene as still water, he exuded an air of sophistication reminiscent of a butler from an esteemed family. Perhaps in his 20s, Felix stood speechless, captivated by the sight of this extraordinary figure drifting beside the silver box. Suddenly, the little figure gracefully floated toward Felix and bowed with utmost respect. "Greetings, Master Felix." Snapping out of his daze, Felix nodded in return. "Greetings to you too." "Wah, big bro, this thing is adorable. Where did you get it?" Zephyr exclaimed as he and the others emerged from their stupor. Gathering around the small figure with wide-eyed curiosity, Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to touch him, but her hand was swiftly swatted away by the diminutive being. "Please refrain from touching me, miss," he said with an air of pride. "Only Master Felix is permitted to do so." The group exchanged incredulous glances at this haughty little guy. "Wow, big bro, this little fellow is quite full of himself." Nixie pouted playfully. Felix chuckled softly and asked, "What's your name?" "Master Felix." Arthur replied promptly while adopting a respectful posture. "I do not possess a name. You may bestow one upon me." "Oh, you don't have a name?" Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment before declaring, "From now on, your name shall be Arthur." "Thank you kindly for the name, Master Felix." Arthur bowed once more. Curiosity piqued within Felix as he asked, "So Arthur, what are your functions?" "Reporting to Master Felix. My primary form is this silver vault," Arthur explained succinctly. "The space within is vast, yet finite. My main function is to store items. Though I cannot accommodate living beings, my security measures are top-notch. Only you, or those granted permission, may access it. I can also resize according to your needs and categorize treasures accordingly, among other features." Felix smiled appreciatively. "Good. I would like you to store all these treasures," he instructed while gesturing toward towering mountains of riches surrounding them. "Yes, Master Felix." Arthur bowed deeply before floating toward the center of the hall where his main body, the silver square box. Arthur closed his eyes and stretched out his tiny arms. In an instant, the square silver box transformed into a massive black hole, voraciously sucking in all the treasures around them. Felix and the others stood by, wide-eyed with amazement as mountains of gold coins and precious artifacts dwindled at an alarming rate. "Big bro, where did you get something like this? It's adorable and so handy." Nixie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. "I bought it," Felix replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. "Then why didn't you whip it out earlier, when we were stashing away those Drake parts?" Nixie pressed. Felix's lips twitched in embarrassment. "I forgot." The group exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in disbelief. They turned their attention back to Arthur, who was working with astonishing speed. Within just a few minutes, he had already stored at least 10 mountains of treasure. "But, big bro," Gwendolyn piped up thoughtfully, "with all this wealth, we're practically rich. In fact, we might even be richer than some small kingdoms. We really need to keep running our restaurant business?" Everyone turned to Felix. Gwendolyn's words echoed what they were all thinking. With such immense riches at their disposal, they could live lives of luxury for years to come. Plus, the resources available could easily boost their strength beyond imagination. Continuing to open restaurants seemed pointless now. They had initially started that venture to earn money, but now they were swimming in it. "I see where you're coming from." Felix nodded solemnly as he gazed at each of them. Felix leaned back, his eyes glinting with determination. "Although our current wealth rivals that of a small kingdom, let's be real, we're rich but lack true power. Our strength is pitifully low. Sure, the resources we possess could elevate us quickly, but without real influence, what good is it? As the saying goes, two heads are better than one. With our considerable wealth, we can cultivate our own army and establish organizations that work in our favor. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Felix's words. But big bro, Zephyr interjected, curiosity etched on his face. What does this mean for our restaurant business? Of course we'll continue. Felix replied with a nod. Why would we stop? Just because we're wealthy doesn't mean we can abandon what we've built. We won't just run the restaurant. We'll branch out into different industries too, he added confidently. A sly smile crept across Felix's face as he continued. Have you considered what might happen if the top restaurant in Brigdamore City and the 12 cities around Atmos Forest suddenly closed its doors? People would definitely start to wonder, what does that have to do with us? Nixie asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Felix shook his head gently. Everyone knows how much profit we make from these restaurants. If we suddenly halt operations while our strength skyrockets and no one sees us acquiring cultivation resources, well, suspicions will arise. Even if some think it's just due to our mana cultivation abilities, there will always be someone digging deeper. But big bro, Nixie pressed on, that still doesn't give them reason to suspect us. It's not like they care where we get our resources. Nixie, Trinity chimed in thoughtfully. This world isn't simple. Human nature is complex and often envious. Look at Chef Gideon. His talent led to jealousy and conspiracy against him by those he trusted most. And if someone discovers what we truly have, Gwendolyn added ominously, even if we're incredibly strong, it could spell disaster for us. So yes, Felix concluded firmly, we need to keep running our restaurant business as a cover for our immense wealth. This way, even when we grow stronger rapidly, people will attribute it to the success of the restaurant rather than suspect anything more sinister. I understand now, Nixie said after a moment's thought. And remember, Zephyr cautioned from the side, we don't come from powerful backgrounds. We're just orphans trying to make something of ourselves that we must tread carefully. Felix felt a wave of relief wash over him as they grasped his point. Yet there was something Felix kept to himself. According to the system he was bound to follow, he had to bring every venture he embarked upon to its peak or risk losing everything again. Experience tales at mvl.inovelbin.net not too long ago. He almost had dinner with Hades, but he was able to survive. He realized that wealth would never replace the value of his own life. After all, his existence was far more precious than any. Treasured, he was feedermined to fulfill the system's main mission, and besides, maybe in the future he would wield power over millions through the industries he planned to develop. With this thought in mind, Felix smiled. But what he didn't know was that with this decision, he would set off a chain reaction across the entire Linares continent in the near future. Look, Big Brother Arthur is almost done. Nixie's voice broke through Felix's deep contemplation. Felix turned to see that nearly half of the treasures in the hall had already been neatly packed away into a shimmering silver box. Arthur really is fast, isn't he? Zephyr remarked, astonished. Big bro, how are we gonna get out of here? Brixton suddenly asked, looking around nervously. Let's wait until Arthur finishes storing everything, Felix suggested with a wave of his hand as he scanned their surroundings. The others nodded in agreement and continued watching Arthur work diligently. .net. Big bro, I've been meaning to ask, Brixton said thoughtfully. How come there are so many treasures here? I doubt it was just the person who sealed the Drake who put them here. Felix paused for a moment. He hadn't considered that before. The others exchanged curious glances as well. After some reflection, Felix replied, from what I know about dragons, they have this peculiar hobby. They love collecting shiny and precious objects. Since this Drake has some dragon blood in its veins, it probably shares that same fascination. But where did it get all these treasures? Brixton scratched his head in confusion. If it was sealed and couldn't move much, how could it gather so many? Well, Gwendolyn chimed in thoughtfully. This Drake has been imprisoned on this dungeon floor for 10,000 years. Over those millennia, countless powerful mana cultivators have attempted to raid this place. Most didn't make it out alive. Those who did were no ordinary cultivators. Their wealth was on another level entirely. It's likely that over time, this Drake collected treasures from all those fallen adventurers' storage rings. She paused for effect before adding, and remember, it's been happening for 10,000 years. It makes sense there would be such an enormous hoard. And we're benefiting from it. Zephyr chuckled. Felix exchanged amused glances with Brixton and joined in on the laughter. Yeah, we're reaping the rewards. What a world we live in, huh? Felix shook his head and glanced at Arthur. Huh, looks like Arthur is done. The others exchanged surprised glances as they watched Arthur soar toward them. his main body radiating pride. Before them lay a vast hall brimming with treasures. Now all the gold coins and artifacts have been swept clean, leaving not even a single coin behind. Master Felix, I'm done. Arthur floated in front of Felix and bowed deeply. Felix reached out to touch Arthur's main body and sent his consciousness inside, to his astonishment. All the treasures were meticulously categorized and organized into distinct sections. A massive hall had transformed into multiple smaller chambers, each dedicated to different types of treasures. One chamber housed neatly stacked gold coins, while another showcased weapons sorted by their levels, a truly convenient arrangement. Felix nodded in satisfaction. This organization would make it easy for him and the others to retrieve what they needed. You've done well, Arthur, he praised. That is my duty, Master Felix. Arthur replied with a smile as he bowed once more. Arthur, have you found what I asked you to locate? Felix transmitted his voice directly to him. Yes, Master Felix, I found it. Would you like me to retrieve it for you? Arthur responded eagerly. No, let's wait until we're out of here, Felix decided. Understood, Master Felix. With that, Arthur transformed into a stream of light and entered the silver box. The box then shot up into the air before drilling into Felix's brow and settling deep within his consciousness. Okay, everyone, Felix said as he gathered the group's attention. Let's find our way out of here. I'm sure the kids are worried sick by now. Yeah, we should hurry back. It's been over a month. Trinity added anxiously. But I wonder if the beast tide and dungeon breaks is over. Zephyr pondered thoughtfully. We'll find out once we escape. Felix assured them as they quickly made their way back to where the drake had been sealed. Minutes later, they arrived at their destination only to be greeted by a swirling black portal in the center of the magic circle where the drake once stood bound. Big bro, I think this might be our way out. Nixie exclaimed excitedly. Felix nodded thoughtfully as he studied the spinning portal. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, everything began to tremble violently. The dungeon shook as if caught in an earthquake. That crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space cracked like shattered glass, but was eerily mended almost instantly. Stunned by this bizarre phenomenon, Felix shouted urgently, Quick, everyone inside the portal now. His command snapped everyone from their daze as they hurriedly entered without looking back. Felix was last. He took one final glance around when suddenly something dark flashed at the edge of his vision before vanishing entirely. What was that? Felix exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Unfortunately, he had entered the portal, but the scene of the black shadow had been etched into his memory. Yes, Felix and his companions stepped through the portal. A dark shadow materialized before them, standing utterly still. Still too slow, it muttered under its breath before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, like smoke in the wind. Meanwhile, deep within Dragonskull Dungeon, Lucy and Netherfrost stood frozen alongside the Fifth Elder and other members of the Netherfrost clan. Their eyes widened in shock as the ground trembled beneath them, and space itself began to crack apart like shattered glass. Fifth Elder, what's happening? Lucian asked urgently, glancing at the Elder with mounting dread. I don't know, the Fifth Elder replied, shaking his head as panic set in. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light engulfed them all. In an instant, they vanished from their spot, gone without a trace. Elsewhere in Dragonskull Dungeon, members of the royal family faction were equally stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the chaotic scene unfolding around them, the very fabric of reality splitting apart with terrifying intensity. Your Highness, we need to get out of here. A general urged respectfully as he bowed before the young man who led their group. The young man frowned deeply at the devastation surrounding them. Fear gripped him tightly. Before they could react further, another radiant beam enveloped them too. Just like that, they disappeared from where they stood. And it wasn't just these factions. Everyone present in Dragonskull Dungeon found themselves caught in this mysterious light and vanished into thin air. Moments later, all those raiding Dragonskull Dungeon were gone, leaving behind nothing but echoes of confusion and uncertainty. On top of a desolate hill, the ground suddenly cracked open, releasing a flurry of figures who tumbled out just as quickly as the fissure closed behind them. These individuals are naturally Trinity, Felix, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie. Their faces were as pale as sheets of paper. Nixie immediately crouched in a corner and began to vomit violently. Felix felt queasy too. His face mirrored her pallor as he fought back the urge to join her, but managed to regain his composure. Looks like we're out. Zephyr gasped after catching his breath. Yeah, but where are we? Brixton scratched his head in confusion. The group glanced around and realized they stood atop a barren hill with no signs of life or greenery in sight, just an endless stretch of desolation. Zephyr turned to Felix, whose brows were knitted together in deep thought. Big bro, are you all right? He asked. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm good, Felix replied absently. Just thinking about something. So, do you know where we are? Zephyr pressed again. Finally snapping out of his reverie, Felix surveyed their surroundings, a vast expanse devoid of anything familiar for at least 10 kilometers. Speechless for a moment, he called out to the system. Hey system, do you know where we are? 1000 BEP, came the curt reply. Felix's lips twitched in annoyance. DM in, what a greedy system. Just take it. Host, you are currently 50 miles north of Brigdamore City. With your current strength and route taken into account, it will take 3 days to reach there, the system informed him matter-of-factly. Nodding thoughtfully at the holographic map projected before him, Felix finally spoke up. Okay guys, I've found our way back to Brigdamore City. It'll take us 3 days at our current pace. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Nixie exclaimed eagerly as she jumped up from her spot. Good. Felix smiled back at her enthusiasm. With renewed determination fueling their steps, they set off toward Brigdamore City together. Just a few miles away from where Felix and the others had mysteriously appeared, another scene was unfolding. Multiple beams of light erupted from the ground, revealing figures who looked utterly bewildered. Are we out? Lucian Netherfrost stammered, his eyes darting around in confusion. It appears so, replied the fifth elder, standing beside him with a contemplative expression. But what about the Dragon Skull dungeon and the Sancor? Lucian's bewilderment deepened. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoed through the air as a massive golden beam of light sliced through the clouds above. The fifth elder and Lucian exchanged wide-eyed glances before vanishing from their spot in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves standing at the entrance of the Dragon Skull dungeon. To their shock, they weren't alone. All those who had entered with them were there too, but their numbers had dwindled significantly, leaving only a handful behind. The expressions on everyone's faces mirrored their disbelief as they took in the scene before them. What was once the formidable Dragon Skull dungeon now lay in ruins, a mere pile of rubble. The Dragon Skull dungeon is destroyed, someone finally exclaimed, breaking the stunned silence. 3 days later, Felix and the others finally arrived at Brigdamore City, but what they saw left them utterly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they took in the scene before them. Big bro, are you sure this is Brigdamore City? Did you take a wrong turn? Nixie whispered, her voice laced with uncertainty. Of course it's Brigdamore City, but what on earth happened here? Felix replied, equally perplexed. System, are you certain this is Brigdamore City? You didn't mislead me, did you? Femic transmitted his question to the system. Of course, host, the system never lies. The system responded with an unmistakable hint of irritation. Felix shook his head in disbelief as he surveyed the remnants of what was once a grand city wall. Now reduced to half its former glory, it was smeared with blood and littered with grotesque body parts of demonic beasts. Outside the city lay devastation. Mountains of corpses scattered across the landscape, while soldiers and adventurers worked tirelessly to manage the aftermath. The air was thick with the stench of death and decay. Clearly, a brutal massacre had unfolded during the beast tide. We need to get back quickly and check on the children, Felix urged urgently, shaking off the horror surrounding them. Their expressions turned grave as they hurried into Brigdamore City. What awaited them inside was no better than outside. The streets were a chaotic mess of destruction. Buildings that once towered proudly now lay in ruins as if ravaged by a nuclear explosion. Corpses were strewn about, limbs and internal organs splattered everywhere alongside those of magical beasts. The sight was truly heart-wrenching. What in the world happened while we were away? Felix asked incredulously, though his mind remained focused on one thing: finding the children. Worry etched deep lines on their faces as they shared silent glances filled with concern. In just 5 minutes. Though it felt like an eternity, they reached Edel District. A wave of relief washed over them when they saw that this area remained untouched by chaos. Everything stood intact, unlike the outer city. It looks like the kids are safe, Zephyr said with a smile breaking through their earlier tension. They rushed into Edel District towards their mansion without wasting another moment. As they entered, laughter echoed from near the small lake within the mansion, a sound that instantly lifted their spirits. Hey, Costa, you guys lost, came the joyful giggles of children playing by the water's edge. Their hearts settled as they breathed sighs of relief upon seeing familiar faces at play. Stay connected with mvlenovelbin.net. Is that Jarvis? Nixie pointed toward the lake in astonishment. Felix could hardly believe his eyes either. There was Jarvis, usually so stoic, grinning broadly while engaging with the kids in carefree fun. Well, well, who would have thought the ever-expressionless Jarvis could actually play and laugh? What a wonderful world we live in! Brixton exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Ahem! But suddenly, Felix let out a loud cough, interrupting the joyful scene of Jarvis and the children splashing around in the lake. Everyone turned to see where the sound had come from. Big brother! The children shouted, their eyes wide with excitement as they scrambled out of the water and dashed toward the pavilion. Felix burst into hearty laughter as they flung themselves at him. Big brother, you're finally back. Lella pouted playfully. Big brother, hug Una, called out Una, her short legs carrying her swiftly toward Felix with her arms wide open. With a warm smile, Felix crouched down to embrace her tightly. He had truly missed this little girl. Where did you go? Una missed you so much, she said with an adorable grin. And Big brother missed Una just as much, Felix replied, gently scratching her small nose, making her giggle uncontrollably. What ungrateful brats! Is it only Big brother you see? What about us? Nixie teased, hands on her hips and mock annoyance in her eyes. The children exchanged stunned glances before breaking into smiles and rushing toward Nixie and the others. Big sis Gwendolyn, Big brother Zephyr, Big sister Trinity, we missed you all so much, they clamored excitedly. The pavilion quickly filled with laughter and chatter as joy erupted among them. Ahem, so you're all back, came Jarvis's calm voice as he entered the pavilion in his butler's suit, maintaining his stoic demeanor as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Felix shook his head with an amused smile. Jarvis, how have you been? As you saw earlier, Jarvis replied coolly, I've been doing great and having a fantastic time. Oh good. Felix smiled and nodded appreciatively. Felix leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. So, Jarvis, what really happened? Why is Bridgemore City in such a dire state? The others mirrored his eagerness, their eyes fixed on Jarvis as they awaited his explanation. With a calm demeanor, Jarvis replied, After you all disappeared for who knows how long, the beast managed to breach the city's defenses. The aftermath is evident in the ruins around us. A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed Jarvis's words. But how could magical beasts penetrate those defenses? Zephyr interjected, brows furrowed in confusion. Jarvis cast a fleeting glance at him before responding. 3-tier, 7 magical beasts led the assault. What? Zephyr and the others gasped in disbelief. Felix raised an eyebrow. Astonished. How did 3-tier 7 magical beasts end up among the tide? There hasn't been an attack like this in years. Never anything above tier 5. Besides, Zephyr continued with a frown, aren't tier 7 supposed to stay deep within Atmos Forest? With their arrogance and pride, how could they unite to attack Bridgemore City? This is truly bizarre. Well, Jarvis began slowly. It wasn't just tier 7 beasts that attacked. Felix leaned closer. What do you mean? Alongside those 3 tier 7s, Jarvis explained matter-of-factly. There were 20 tier 6 beasts, 50 tier 5s, dozens of tier 4s, and many more for various tiers. That's it, Zephyr exclaimed again, wide-eyed. The shock rippled through the group. They were all taken aback. With such formidable forces attacking, Felix mused thoughtfully. It's remarkable that Bridgemore City even held its ground. Surviving such a beast tide is truly commendable. There's definitely something off about this beast tide, Zephyr said while rubbing his chin pensively. I'll need to investigate further. Trinity then asked earnestly, So how did the city manage to survive? It was thanks to the daughter of the city lord, Jarvis replied. You mean Seraphine Netherfrost? Nixie chimed in. Exactly. That little girl single-handedly took down all 3 tier 7 magical beasts. Jarvis shrugged nonchalantly. She also dispatched 6 tier 6 beasts and 20 tier 5 ones, though I didn't keep track of all her kills. Yes. Nixie gasped as shock filled her eyes along with those of her companions. Wait, you're saying she did all that by herself? Zephyr asked incredulously. Jarvis nodded, his expression unreadable. Felix couldn't hide his surprise. He knew Seraphine Netherfrost was formidable, but he hadn't anticipated just how overpowered she truly was. Demon, this Seraphine is seriously OP. How can anyone be this powerful? Zephyr exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Well, that little girl is quite good, Jarvis replied with a calm nod. Zephyr shot Jarvis a skeptical look before shaking his head in with a bitter smile. After all, Jarvis had faced and defeated some of the most powerful beings out there. He had the credentials to make such a claim. So, Jarvis, Gwendolyn chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Why didn't you join the battle? Jarvis shrugged nonchalantly. Those little ants are too weak for me to bother with. I could take them all out with just a glance. Felix and the others fell silent, taken aback by Jarvis's confidence, but shook their heads. They might not fully grasp his power level, but they were certain he could handle any threat without breaking a sweat. Oh, by the way, Jarvis, Felix suddenly interjected, do you know how to awaken a true dragon bloodline? Big bro, Zephyr and the others turned to Felix in shock. Trinity's eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. Awakening a true dragon bloodline. Jarvis raised an eyebrow and focused on Felix before shifting his gaze to Trinity. So you finally figured it out? Yeah, Felix confirmed with a nod. Wait, hold on, you already knew. Zephyr's eyes widened as he stared at Jarvis. Jarvis smiled knowingly. Indeed, what did you find out? Trinity pressed eagerly. The moment we met that day, when you challenged me to a fight, Jarvis said matter-of-factly. See, I told you. Jarvis sensed something was off about you. Felix chuckled from the sidelines that a collective gasp filled the air as they processed this revelation. So can you help me awaken my bloodline? Trinity asked hopefully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jarvis shook his head gently. I can't do that for you. It's something you'll have to achieve on your own. Awakening it is as challenging as ascending into the sky, and your bloodline is no ordinary one. It belongs to a true dragon. Do you even know what that means? Have you ever seen one? Trinity shook her head slowly. Aside from that drake they encountered in Dragonskull Dungeon, she had never laid eyes on a true dragon before. But have you? Nixie whispered curiously. Jarvis cast Nixie a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I've seen one before and even killed one. Felix and the others stared at Jarvis, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, you mean you've actually seen a true dragon? And killed one too? Wow, keep bragging. Nixie quipped, rolling her eyes at Jarvis. Jarvis' face was calm and still as water as he observed the disbelief etched on Felix and the others' faces. But the one I killed was just a baby, not yet an adult. He added. The collective sigh of relief escaped from Felix and his companions. If Jarvis had truly slain a true dragon, they would have struggled to believe it, no matter how powerful he was. But a baby dragon, that seemed more plausible. If it's just a baby dragon, then that's fine, Nixie chuckled. How strong could it possibly be? Maybe tier 8 or tier 9 at most. The others nodded in agreement, laughter bubbling among them. Jarvis regarded them calmly and said, You guys are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you even know how powerful a baby dragon can be? The one I killed was a Saint Realm dragon, just in its infancy. What? Nixie's eyes widened with astonishment. Are you sure about that? She asked, genuinely shocked. Don't forget who I am, Jarvis replied with a knowing look. Nixie took a deep breath to steady herself. When dragons are born, they're already at tier 9 Forbidden Realm. Just imagine how powerful an adult dragon is. The baby dragon I killed had only recently stepped into the Saint Realm. But even so, I had to use everything I had and risk my life to take it down, Jarvis explained. He turned his gaze toward Trinity. If she awakens her bloodline, she'll become incredibly strong. Wow, big sis, don't forget me when you're all-powerful. I'll need you to back me up in the future, Nixie exclaimed with sparkling eyes. But what puzzles me is how someone like you has the bloodline of a true dragon. Jarvis mused as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully while looking at Trinity. Dragons are born from eggs and typically disdained transforming into humans or any other race. They take pride in their form. Do you know something? Jarvis asked Trinity directly. Trinity shook her head slowly. All I know is that I grew up in a human family until slave merchants raided my home and captured me. Did your parents ever mention adopting you, or where they found you? Jarvis pressed further. Trinity paused for a moment before shaking her head again. This is really strange, Jarvis said thoughtfully. Awakening your bloodline will be quite challenging, really challenging. Why do you say that? Trinity asked curiously. Since you're born human but possess true dragon bloodline traits, awakening it might involve complications unless you're exposed to some high energy source or force it to appear, Jarvis explained. What do you mean by forcing the bloodline to appear? Trinity questioned further. If you ever find yourself in a life or death situation, your true dragon bloodline might just awaken to protect you, Jarvis said, his voice steady. Trinity fell silent, absorbing the weight of his words. You mean she has to start courting death now? Felix blurted out, utterly speechless. Exactly. Every time she battles, she needs to put her life on the line if she wants to awaken her bloodline faster. Jarvis confirmed with a nod. Felix and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. What about that high-level energy you mentioned? Zephyr asked, curiosity piqued. Jarvis explained further, she'll need something to stimulate her bloodline, like the blood of another true dragon or a rival bloodline. Zephyr frowned. But where are we supposed to find true dragon blood? We've never even seen one. Suddenly, he turned sharply toward Felix. Unless. Felix caught on quickly. After pondering for a moment, he looked back at Jarvis. What about the blood essence of a drake? Would that work? Blood essence of a drake? Jarvis raised an eyebrow in surprise as he regarded Felix. You guys have that? Felix nodded calmly. Well then, it seems your adventure was quite fruitful. Jarvis chuckled lightly. Felix raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Jarvis. Small, creepy smirk danced at the corner of his mouth. So will it actually work? Zephyr pressed eagerly. Jarvis shook his head. Unfortunately not. Why not? Isn't a drake still part of the dragon race? Zephyr asked. Puzzled. True dragons are the pinnacle of this world. They embody strength, Jarvis explained patiently. Their bloodline is among the strongest and most valuable out there. They guard their lineage fiercely. Have you ever seen one mate with another race? No. They wouldn't want to taint their bloodline, but if Trinity tries to absorb drake blood essence, her true dragon bloodline will reject it. And worse yet, she could die from it. Disappointment washed over them as they realized their hopes were dashed. They had thought drake essence might be the answer. But don't lose hope just yet. Jarvis interjected suddenly. What do you mean? They all exclaimed in surprise. While she can't absorb the essence directly, it can still help temper her body. And yours too. Using drake blood essence for body tempering could lead to significant changes and greatly enhance your defenses, Jarvis elaborated enthusiastically. That sounds amazing. Felix grinned and nodded in agreement. If you're interested in body tempering, I'll provide you with a list of resources to mix with the blood essence, Jarvis added with assurance. Great, Felix replied eagerly. Jarvis nodded thoughtfully and turned to Trinity. If you want to awaken your bloodline, you'll need to do it on your own, he said, his voice steady and encouraging. Got it, Trinity replied, determination shining in her eyes. Then Jarvis shifted his focus to Gwendolyn, pointing a finger gently at her forehead. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, penetrating her mind. Cultivate according to this technique, he instructed, and you'll unlock your ice elemental elf bloodline. For a brief moment, Gwendolyn's expression was blank as the information sank in. Then she snapped back to reality and nodded appreciatively at Jarvis. Just then, Una dashed over to Felix with a pout. Big brother Felix, I'm hungry, she exclaimed. Felix chuckled and scooped her up effortlessly. All right, Una, if you're hungry, let's go grab something to eat. With laughter and chatter filling the air, the group left the pavilion together, each step echoing their camaraderie. Only Jarvis remained behind, watching them with a simple smile. What an interesting bunch of kids, he murmured to himself. Night in Brigdamore City. A glimpse from the Morningstar family mansion in the Edel district, Felix stood by the expansive French windows of his bedroom, gazing out into the distance. Even from this luxurious vantage point, he could hear the distant barking of dogs and catch a whiff of death and blood lingering ominously in the air. The destruction caused by the beast tide to Brigdamore City have really killed a lot of people, especially the commoners. They were the ones who suffered the most. Discover exclusive content at MVL with a heavy sigh. He reflected on his journey over the past 6 months. Since arriving in this world, he had tread carefully, always wary of attracting trouble he couldn't handle. Yet now, as news of devastation swept through Brigdamore City, where countless commoners had perished, he couldn't shake the feeling that fate had played a cruel trick. Just half a year ago, he too had been among those vulnerable souls in the slums. If destiny hadn't intervened, who knew where he would be now? Perhaps lying lifeless among those lost. Nature is truly unfair, Felix muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Arthur, he called softly. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from his forehead, revealing Arthur clad in an elegant white tuxedo, a vision of refinement and grace. Master Felix, you summoned me. Arthur bowed respectfully. Felix nodded gravely. Retrieve what I asked you to find. Yes, Master Felix. With a swift wave of his small arms, Arthur conjured a massive, glowing golden orb that hovered ominously in the room. Boom! Crack! But as soon as it appeared, cracks began to form around it like dark vortexes, threatening to consume everything. Suddenly overwhelmed with fear and pain, Felix spat out blood and dropped to one knee. Arthur, hurry, put it back. Without hesitation, Arthur waved his hand again and made the golden orb vanish instantly. As it disappeared, the space around them began to mend itself. Within moments, all signs of chaos were gone. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Morningstar family mansion's depths, Jarvis sat cross-legged with confusion etched on his face after sensing something strange ripple through reality. What was that? He murmured before closing his eyes once more to the Netherfrost clan estate. The fifth elder's eyes flew open wide as he peered through his roof at the night sky above him, puzzlement clouding his thoughts. Deep within a vast canyon at Atmos Forest Center, an enormous eye opened slowly and fixated on Brigdamore City. What an unusual sensation. It mused as ripples coursed through its surroundings before settling down again. This peculiar phenomenon echoed throughout Avalonia Kingdom and beyond, as ancient beings stirred from their slumber to gaze skyward with solemn expressions etched across their faces. Felix, who was the culprit of all this, was sitting in his bedroom, which was devastated beyond recognition, with a pale face. I was truly careless, he smiled bitterly and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Arthur, make sure to lock that thing deep inside the vault. Unless I say so, don't take it out. Felix turned to Arthur with a commanding tone. Yes, Master Felix, Arthur replied, nodding seriously. Good. Felix gave a satisfied nod. Master Felix, I also found this among the treasures, Arthur said, revealing a peculiar piece of scrap metal that was surprisingly larger than his own body, quite the sight to behold. Felix glanced at the scrap metal with mild interest before quickly shifting his gaze away. But then something caught his eye. He widened his eyes in surprise as he snatched up the metal and examined it closely. A wide grin spread across his face. With a flick of his wrist, another identical piece of scrap metal appeared in his hand. Staring at both pieces, curiosity sparked in Felix's eyes. He brought them together. And just like that, they fused into a single piece about the size of his palm. Felix can see that this is no ordinary scrap. It was one he had received as a reward from the system after completing a mission. Initially, he thought it was just a prank, a mere tease by the system. But now he realized there might be more to this than he expected. And it seems there are other pieces too. Felix mused thoughtfully while rubbing his chin. I wonder what will happen if I manage to find them all. A smile crept onto his face as he handed the newly formed scrap back to Arthur. Store it beside the golden ball. Understood, Master Felix. Arthur nodded and headed into the vault. Felix stretched and yawned. Time for some quality sleep. Without hesitation, he leaped onto his bed, torn beyond recognition from earlier space vortexes, and quickly sank into dreamland with a smile on his face. Deep within Brigdamore City, in an expansive underground chamber, a group of figures gathered around a massive round table, their voices buzzing with anticipation. I wonder when the Gate Master will return, Finn remarked, glancing at his companions. Yeah, it's been over a month. I hope nothing has happened to him. Clark chimed in, concern etching his features. Come on. You all know how the Gate Master is. He's tougher than he looks, Sirius replied calmly, confidence radiating from him. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice cut through their chatter. Oh, do you want something to happen to me? They all jumped to their feet as Zephyr appeared at the entrance, his expression serene yet commanding. Gate Master, you're back, they exclaimed in unison. Of course I am. Why wouldn't you want me around? Zephyr chuckled lightly, his eyes twinkling with mischief. No. We're thrilled to see you return. Finn stammered nervously. Zephyr waved dismissively. I was just teasing you. He strode confidently toward the head seat and settled down. Now sit. Thank you, Gate Master, they said respectfully before taking their seats. Good, Zephyr said lazily as he surveyed them. Now tell me what you've accomplished during my absence. Yes, Gate Master. Clark immediately stood up and cleared his throat. Over the past month and a half, we've expanded our intelligence network throughout the entire city. There's hardly a corner of Brigdamore we haven't infiltrated. Even some powerful, noble families. He paused for effect before continuing. While I can't say how powerful we are just yet, it's clear we've become the most formidable intelligence organization in Brigdamore. He took a breath before adding, we've also begun establishing networks in 5 nearby cities surrounding Atmos Forest. However, our influence there is still growing due to competition from other organizations. Zephyr listened intently, with an approving smile on his lips, but he nodded at Clark in satisfaction. Well done. You'll be rewarded handsomely for this. Thank you so much. Clark's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bowed deeply. Next up was Finn, who stood tall and bowed respectfully. Gate Master, he began confidently. Go ahead, Zephyr encouraged with a wave of his hand. Finn cleared his throat and began his report with enthusiasm. Gate Master, over the past month and a half, we've achieved remarkable growth. Our membership has surged to an impressive 20,000 thanks to the resources you provided before your departure. Our strength has skyrocketed. The Abyss Gate now commands 10,000 Tier 1 beginner knights, 7,000 Tier 2 intermediate knights, and a formidable 1,000 Tier 3 master knights that we're still actively recruiting. In addition, we get about 10 to 15 new Tier 1 beginner knights every day from the remaining members. But that's not all. We've nearly unified the entire underground world of Bridgemore City. As I speak, we stand as the largest and most powerful underground organization in the city. Additionally, we've started developing 3 of the cities you advised us to focus on, and I'm pleased to report that things are going smoothly without any major issues. Zephyr's eyes widened in surprise as he listened intently. He hadn't expected such incredible progress during his absence. He was genuinely impressed by how far Finn had taken the Abyss Gate. "You've done exceptionally well, Finn," Zephyr said with a broad grin. "You'll be heavily rewarded for your efforts. Discover hidden stories at MVL. Thank you, Gate Master." Finn replied with a respectful bow before taking his seat. As Finn settled into his seat, Sirius sprang to his feet, ready to deliver his report. "Gate Master," he began with a confident tone, "I've been managing our various ventures, both legal and not, with great success. Every organization that has fallen to our Abyss Gate has seen their operations absorbed by us. Right now, I estimate we're raking in a whopping 30 million gold coins each month from these businesses." Zephyr's face lit up with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. "Good, good. You all have exceeded my expectations. Your hard work will not go unnoticed. Heavy rewards await you." "Thank you, Gate Master." The team stood and bowed respectfully before taking their seats again. "Now that we've secured control over Bridgemore City's underground world," Zephyr continued, his voice steady and commanding, "it's time to set our sights on other cities, and I want the Abyss Gate to dominate the underground realms of all 12 cities. But we'll take it one step at a time." He turned his gaze toward Finn. "Finn, this operation will be different. That we need to subdue the organizations in those cities and persuade them to join us instead of destroying them outright." Finn raised an eyebrow and asked cautiously, "But what if they refuse to surrender? Then we'll revert to more traditional methods," Zephyr replied coolly. "But remember, our primary focus is on subduing them." "Understood, Gate Master," Finn nodded firmly. Zephyr then shifted his attention to Clark. "Clark, I want our intelligence network infiltrating every nook and cranny of each city as quickly as possible. Finn will clear any obstacles you encounter." "Yes, Gate Master," Clark responded eagerly. "Sirius," Zephyr added with intensity in his gaze, "be prepared to take over the businesses of any gangs or organizations we either subdue or eliminate." "Understood, Gate Master," Sirius replied with determination. "Excellent," Zephyr said with a satisfied nod. He then turned back to Clark. "I also need you to investigate the recent beast tide, gather all relevant information about it." "Yes, Gate Master." Clark nodded vigorously. "Good," Zephyr concluded with finality as he waved his hand dismissively. "You're all dismissed." Finn and the others stood up once more, bowing deeply before exiting the room. Early the next morning in the Adventure District. "Captain, Vice Captain, you're back," Delia exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she spotted Trinity and Brixton entering the expansive room filled with the Morningstar adventurer team. "Welcome back, Captain, Vice Captain." The team members greeted them in unison, their voices echoing with enthusiasm. Trinity smiled warmly. "It's good to see you all. How has everyone been holding up?" Delia's expression shifted. "We've been doing well, but we were quite worried when you didn't return from the dungeon raid." Brixton chimed in. "Yeah, we got caught up in a few unexpected situations that delayed us." Trinity's brow furrowed slightly. "What's our current status?" Delia took a deep breath. "Well, Captain, during the dungeon breaks and Beast Tide while you and the Vice Captain were away, we managed to complete all the missions you accepted. However," she hesitated for a moment before continuing, "we lost many of our members. We're down to just 700 now." A heavy silence fell over Trinity as she processed this grim news. She sighed deeply and shook her head. "Make sure to provide compensation to the families of our fallen comrades." Delia looked at Trinity in surprise, but quickly nodded. "Yes, Captain." Also, Trinity added firmly, "Start recruiting again immediately. And tell everyone they need to ramp up their training. There's a great opportunity on the horizon. If they aren't strong enough, they won't be selected." Delia's expression turned serious at Trinity's words. "Understood, Captain." "Good," Trinity said with a wave of her hand dismissively. Turning to Trinity with curiosity sparkling in his eyes, Brixton asked, "Big sis, do you think Big will be satisfied with our progress?" "Well," Trinity replied thoughtfully, "that really depends on Big Bro." Bridgemore City, Morningstar Restaurant. Inside Felix's office on the 4th floor. "Good to see you again, Mr. Felix." Chef Gideon beamed as he entered the office. "Likewise, Chef Gideon. How have you been?" Felix replied with a warm smile. I've been doing great. Chef Gideon nodded enthusiastically. Felix wasted no time and asked, so, how's business been? Well, Mr. Felix, Chef Gideon began, his expression turning serious. As you know, this past month has been tough. With the dungeon breaks and Beast Tide, our restaurant saw a significant drop in customers. But thankfully, things are picking up again now that those threats have passed. Felix nodded thoughtfully. He had witnessed firsthand the devastation in Bridgemore City after their return from the Dragon Skull dungeon. The state of the city worried him deeply, and he was worried about the restaurant as well, but it seems he was worrying for nothing. However, much like the Edel district, Audaz district remained untouched, an oasis amid chaos that he sighed at life's unfairness. When danger struck Bridgemore City, it was the common folk living in the outer areas who bore the brunt of suffering, their homes destroyed and loved ones lost, while noble families and officials safeguarded their own interests within the city walls without caring much about the commoners. They prioritized protecting trivial assets over countless lives that mattered far more. What a sad and cruel world we live in, Felix thought bitterly. The strong could shield themselves and their possessions while leaving the weak vulnerable to being trampled upon. Mr. Felix? Chef Gideon's voice broke through his reverie. Felix raised an eyebrow and focused on him. Is there something else on your mind? Yes, I wanted to share some exciting news. I've just broken through to become a 2-star spirit chef. Chef Gideon's grin was infectious. Surprise flickered across Felix's face. He hadn't expected such rapid progress from Chef Gideon, but he quickly understood after Chef Gideon's talents is no joke. And since he was cursed, and the curse had been lifted, making such rapid improvement is not that surprising. Congratulations. You're one step closer to reaching your peak. Felix exclaimed with genuine joy. Chef Gideon's eyes glinted coldly for a moment before he shook off any dark thoughts and continued. And about that chef I mentioned who was on the brink of becoming a spirit chef. What happened? Did something change? Felix leaned in with curiosity. Yes. In fact, he successfully became a spirit chef and is now a 1-star spirit chef. Chef Gideon announced proudly. Felix's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha, looks like today is double happiness for me. Ha ha, Lady Luck seems to be smiling down on you today. Chef Gideon chuckled along with him. Please extend an offer for him to join Morningstar Restaurant. Felix instructed eagerly. If he's interested, let him review our terms and conditions and sign the contract. He paused thoughtfully. Felix leaned in, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. If he's not on board, don't push him too hard. Just try to persuade him to join the restaurant team. You know what I mean? He shot Chef Gideon a knowing look that carried weight. Got it, Mr. Felix. Chef Gideon replied with a nod and a smile before turning to leave the office. Just as he reached the door, Felix called out, "Oh, Chef Gideon." The chef paused and turned back, confusion flickering across his face. Is there something else you need, Mr. Felix? Yeah, Felix said, his tone shifting to something more serious. We'll be moving to the royal capital soon, so get ready. Chef Gideon's expression went blank for a moment as the news sank in. After a few seconds of silence, he finally nodded faintly and exited the office. Watching him go, Felix shook his head thoughtfully. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Change was coming fast. In the heart of Bridgemore City, at the Netherfrost clan estate, inside a grand hall, looking all splendid and luxuriously decorated, Seraphine Netherfrost's eyes lit up as she spotted her. Father, Father, you're finally back, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with relief. Lucian Netherfrost smiled warmly at his daughter. I saw the state of the city, he replied, nodding thoughtfully. I'm sorry, Father, I didn't protect it well enough, which led to such devastating losses, Seraphine said softly, bowing her head in regret. Lucian shook his head gently. No need for that, my daughter. I'm not angry. In fact, I'm proud of you. Seraphine's gaze shot up in surprise. Really? You did your best to safeguard the city with the abilities you have, Lucian reassured her. But so many lives were lost, Seraphine murmured quietly. That's just how fate unfolds sometimes. We can't shield everyone from harm. You gave it your all, Lucian replied casually. After a moment contemplation, Seraphine nodded slowly. Father, how did things go on your end? Did you manage to retrieve the Saint Core? Lucian's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head. We didn't acquire anything. In fact, none of us who entered Dragon Skull Dungeon came away with anything. We were forcibly teleported out. What? Something like that happened? Seraphine gasped in disbelief. Yes, Lucian confirmed grimly. In fact, the Dragon Skull Dungeon is no more. You mean the legendary dungeon that has stood for thousands of years is now destroyed? What about the Saint Corps? Shock washed over Seraphine's face. As for that, we don't know yet. With Dragonskull gone, our situation, and that of other factions, looks dire, Lucian said with narrowed eyes. What about the Fifth Elder? Seraphine asked urgently. He led our clan's experts back to the royal capital to report on what transpired at Dragonskull, Lucian explained. Understanding dawned on Seraphine as she nodded thoughtfully. Were you able to find out how the Beast Tide breached Crimson Iron Fortress and Commander Maximus managed to invade Brigdamore City? Lucian asked with a hint of curiosity in his smile. Yes, I sent some men to investigate and discovered foreign races were involved. There's even a traitor among us. Seraphine responded confidently. Did you catch this traitor or figure out who they are? Lucian smirked playfully. Seraphine let out a cold laugh, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yeah, I found those bastards and wiped them off the face of the earth. Lucian's curiosity sparked as he leaned in closer. Oh, you already did. So how many clans were destroyed this time? Not much. Just 10 noble families, Seraphine replied nonchalantly. Democrat Minnesota. I wish there were more. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Wait, you already knew there was a traitor in the city. He watched as surprise flickered across Seraphine's face. Yeah, I've known for a while. Otherwise, how could I qualify to be the city lord of Brigdamore? Lucian shrugged with a chuckle. Then why didn't you do anything about it? Seraphine asked, genuine curiosity lacing her tone. I wanted you to handle it. Lucian said casually. Those greedy bastards have forgotten what happened 5 years ago. Oh, Seraphine nodded in understanding. Now that everything's settled, when are we heading back to the royal capital? Remember, you can't stay away from the academy too long. Lucian reminded her. I know. I'll return soon enough. It's just that something intriguing has come up, Seraphine replied with a thoughtful smile. Lucian raised an eyebrow playfully. Oh, what is it that has piqued your interest? Is it a man? Seraphine shot him an incredulous look and rolled her eyes. Father, you talk too much. What? I'm just curious about what truly interests you, since nothing ever seems to. Lucian spread his arms wide in mock innocence. With another eye roll, Seraphine declared, I'm going back to cultivate. With that statement, she turned and left the hall. If it's a man, bring him to me, so I can see for myself. Lucian called after her. As Seraphine hurried out of sight, her lips twitched in amusement. Lucian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at her retreating figure and smiled slightly. Interesting. 5 days later, just like that, time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this brief stretch, nothing major occurred in Bridgemore City, except for the aftermath of the Beast Tide, which wreaked havoc on the town. City officials were hard at work dealing with the destruction. Construction crews were already busy rebuilding the city walls and various structures that had been damaged. However, judging by the extent of the devastation caused by the Beast Tide, it would take quite some time for Bridgemore to return to its former glory. Bridgemore City, Adventure District inside a massive hall, all 700 members of the Morningstar Adventurer team gathered with curiosity and confusion flickering in their eyes as they exchanged whispers. Do you know why Captain called us all here? Honestly, I'm just as clueless as you are. I heard someone important is coming to meet us. Really, who told you that? I overheard Delia talking about it. You know she's one of the few close to both captain and vice captain. Oh, that makes sense. But do you know who this person is? No. The buzz of conversation filled the air as excitement grew among them. All right, everyone quiet down. Suddenly, Trinity stepped forward and spoke loudly. Instantly, silence fell over the hall as all eyes turned to Trinity with respect and anticipation. Trinity nodded before continuing. The reason I gathered you all here is because someone wants to meet with you. This is a huge opportunity for each of you if you seize it wisely. Excitement sparked in everyone's eyes at Trinity's words. What could this opportunity be? Trinity gazed out at the excited crowd, a slight smile playing on her lips. You all know that our Morningstar Adventurer team has some incredible support behind us. She began, her voice steady. All our equipment and cultivation resources come from this benefactor, and I'm sure many of you are already familiar with the power backing us. She paused for effect, letting anticipation build in the air. As you might have guessed from our team name, yes, our adventurer team is proudly supported by none other than the Morningstar Restaurant, the top dining establishment in Brigdamore City. A wave of surprise washed over the audience. Some had already suspected this connection, that IT wasn't unusual for restaurants to back adventurer teams. After all, many noble families and influential figures in the city had 1 or 2 teams under their command. And the manager of the Morningstar Restaurant is Brixton, and I big brother Trinity continued enthusiastically. Today, He's here to share some exciting opportunities with all of you. Opportunities that can help you grow stronger and more powerful than ever before. The members fell silent, absorbing Trinity's words as they contemplated their potential futures. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall creaked open with a rumble, pulling everyone from their thoughts. All eyes turned toward the entrance to see a young man around 20 years old stepping inside. He wore an elegant white suit that shimmered subtly under the hall's lights. His silver white hair catching everyone's attention as he walked gracefully down the center aisle with a long white and gold cane in hand. The Morningstar Adventurer team stared at him in awe until Trinity broke the silence. Everyone, meet my big brother Felix. He's not just the manager of the Morningstar restaurant, but also our team's biggest supporter. She beamed as she introduced him. Felix paused beside Trinity and smiled warmly at her before addressing the 700 eager faces before him. Hello, everyone. As Trinity mentioned, I'm Felix, manager of the Morningstar restaurant and proud supporter of your adventure team. His gentle demeanor instantly put them at ease. I won't take up too much of your time, Felix said with a quick glance around. I gathered all of you here today because I want each one of you to become true members of the Morningstar Adventurer team. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Puzzled expressions replaced their initial excitement. Suddenly, one brave soul raised his hand. Felix nodded toward him encouragingly. Mr. Felix? I don't quite understand what you mean, he said sheepishly as he scratched his head. Aren't we already part of this team? He sat back down as others nodded in agreement. Felix smiled knowingly. I see where you're coming from. What I mean is that I want all of you to become permanent members, to truly join with the Morningstar family and become our exclusive adventurer team. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they turned to Felix. Hey, Mr. Felix, what exactly is the Morningstar family? Someone piped up, curiosity written all over their face. Felix flashed a warm smile and replied, Great question. While some of you might know me as just the manager of the Morningstar restaurant, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Felix Morningstar, and I'm actually the proud owner of the Morningstar restaurant. The collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone turned to Felix, their eyes wide with disbelief. In Brigdamore City, the Morningstar restaurant was legendary, renowned as the most stunning dining establishment in the entire city. Everyone knew that its owner was a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert, and yet here stood Felix, merely the restaurant's manager. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he was, in fact, the true owner of this culinary gem. Trinity raised an eyebrow at Felix, her surprise palpable. Big bro, aren't you worried this will get out? Felix chuckled lightly and shook his head. Don't worry, I've already sealed off the entire building. Trinity exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded. I see. Some of you might be skeptical about what I just said. Felix continued with a casual shrug. But believe me when I say it's all true. What I want from you is simple. Become exclusive adventurers for the Morningstar family. Now, being part of an exclusive adventurer team isn't something new. It's akin to having a private army that follows their leader's command without question. Unlike regular adventurers who enjoy more freedom, able to leave whenever they please, exclusive teams are bound by loyalty and duty. In Avalonia Kingdom, maintaining a private army is illegal. But many noble families exploit a loophole, and that is the adventurers. While technically not an army, these teams serve as powerful extensions of their will. The royal family knows this but remains powerless to act against it for fear of upsetting both nobles and the Adventurer Association. Felix understood this dynamic perfectly and planned to leverage it for his own purposes, a little private army at his disposal. Rest assured, he said with a grin. The treatment you'll receive here will far exceed anything other adventurer teams offer. You won't be disappointed. One brave soul stepped forward and asked, Mr. Felix, can you tell us what benefits we'll receive if we join? Of course, Felix replied enthusiastically. Tier 1 beginner knights will earn 5 million gold coins monthly. Tier 2 intermediate knights, 10 million gold coins. Tier 3 master knights, 15 million gold coins, and so on. Plus, you'll gain access to invaluable cultivation resources, techniques, skills, potions, elixirs, you name it. A collective gasp filled the air as jaws dropped in astonishment. And Mr. Felix, is this really true? One stammered. Absolutely. Felix laughed heartily. And each of you will also receive 1 low-grade mana crystal every month. What? Shock rippled through the group like wildfire as they processed this incredible offer. Mr. Felix. Delia suddenly spoke up from among them, her voice steady despite her shock. I'm willing to join the Morning family. Felix flashed a grin and nodded at her. Me too, I'm in. Someone declared enthusiastically. Count me in. Another one also shouted, suddenly, It seemed everyone had made up their minds to join. With the enticing benefits laid out before them, how could they resist? The promise of gold coins pouring in every month was enough to stir excitement, not to mention the allure of mana crystals. Who wouldn't want such heavenly rewards? Anyone who chose not to join would be truly foolish. Felix exchanged a knowing glance with Trinity. She immediately understood his cue, and with a graceful wave of her hand, a stack of blood oath contracts materialized in her grasp. "Delia, come here," Trinity called out. Delia appeared instantly at her side. "Here, take these and distribute them," Trinity instructed, handing over the contracts. "Let everyone read through them carefully. If they're ready to commit, they can sign." "Yes, Captain," Delia replied eagerly as she began passing out the contracts to each eager participant. Turning back to Felix, Trinity whispered thoughtfully, "Big bro, don't you think the benefits you're offering are a bit excessive?" Felix nodded slowly. "While they might seem generous, 10 times or even 1,000 times better than what others get, it comes with its own weight." A steely glint appeared in his eyes. "These perks aren't just gifts. They come with expectations that if they're receiving this much from me, then they'd better be prepared to put in 10,000 times the effort and risk their lives for it. After all," he added with a cold smirk, "nobody eats my food for free." Trinity observed Felix and the crowd buzzing around the blood oath contracts and shook her head with an amused smile. Felix surveyed the Morningstar adventurer team with an air of calm confidence. Sure, he was now absurdly wealthy, richer than some small kingdoms, but that didn't mean he'd lost his wits along with his riches. After all, as he had mentioned before, nobody feasts for free at his table. With the generous benefits he offered, it was only fair that they put in the work and face the risks that came with it. After all opportunities are accompanied by dangers, and since they have decided to take this opportunity, then they must face the dangers that comes with it. "Did you change something about the blood oath contracts this time?" Trinity suddenly piped up. Felix smirked. "You could say that, but wait, where did you hear that?" "Nixie spilled the beans about what you did with the previous contracts when you were hiring managers." Trinity shrugged nonchalantly. "That little girl has quite a big mouth. Can't she keep a secret?" Felix's lips twitched in amusement. He turned to see the adventurer members eagerly reading and signing their contracts, excitement lighting up their faces. "With all these incredible benefits I'm providing, I had to find a way to bind them to me completely," Felix chuckled. "Otherwise, I'd be operating at a loss if they decided to bail after enjoying everything I've given them." "You're really acting like a devil. It's almost as if you're buying their souls," Trinity teased. Felix laughed softly and replied, "Hee hee. You're not wrong there. After all, my surname is Morningstar." About half an hour later, every member of the adventurer team had signed their contracts. Felix took them from Delia's hands and tucked them away in his storage ring, with a slightly eerie smile. He looked at everyone gathered around him. "Welcome to the devil. I mean the Morningstar family. You won't regret your decision today." "I'll leave the adventurer team in your capable hands since you're already good at it," Felix said, looking at Trinity. Currently, both of them had just stepped out of the hall, having finalized contracts with all the adventurer members who decided to join him. "Understood," Trinity nodded in acknowledgement. "And make sure you and Brixton come back once you've wrapped things up here. I have something important to share with everyone," Felix added. Trinity's eyes flickered as she processed his words. After a moment, she replied, "Got it. Good, I'll be off then." With that, Felix boarded the carriage, which swiftly departed from the adventure district, disappearing into the distance. Trinity stood there for a few moments, lost in thought before finally turning back. Equals 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 time flew by, and before they knew it, 2 months had passed. During this time, everything seemed to flow smoothly without any major incidents. Bridgemore City was undergoing a reconstruction phase following the devastation caused by the beast tide. Remarkably, even the collapsed city walls had been rebuilt and regained its former grandeur as if nothing had ever happened. Most structures were already restored. Only a few remained under construction at this rate. They would finish rebuilding Bridgemore City in about half a month, a feat Felix considered impressive given that Bridgemore was twice the size of New York City back on Earth. Despite nearly half of it being destroyed during the beast tide just 2 months ago, progress was swift. Meanwhile, Morningstar Restaurant, previously struggling due to the chaos, was now thriving like never before. Felix had spent over 6 months in this world and used that time wisely to establish himself firmly within its confines. His foundation in Bridgemore City was now rock solid. He owned not only the largest, but also one of the most luxurious restaurants around, while simultaneously controlling much underground world of Bridgemore. He is now both black and white. He had gained immense strength beyond his wildest dreams. At least within Bridgemore City, the number of individuals that could threaten can only be counted on one hand. However, Felix understood that such power could be fleeting. Outside these familiar borders lay an expansive world filled with stronger adversaries. He kept his achievements humble and didn't let them cloud his judgment. That I end those 2 months. 3 branches of Morningstar restaurant that have opened across the 3 different cities have quickly a significant foothold, and some gained recognition, testament to their capable managers. Of course, challenges arose too, but were deftly handled by those managers themselves. For issues beyond their reach? Well, strength often solved problems in this world. The Abyss Gate had established itself in each city where Morningstar branches operated and kept watch over them diligently. Anyone foolish enough to cross paths with Morningstar soon found themselves either dead or vanished without a trace, making others think twice about causing trouble. Rival restaurants posed little threat. Competition was part of business after all, and besides the various factions and noble families and those have already investigated the Morningstar restaurant since they were first opened in those cities. They already knows the origin of the Morningstar restaurant, so one of them is stupid enough to offend the restaurant over the past 2 months. Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie have been incredibly busy, with everyone caught up in their own whirlwind of activities. Finding time to catch up with each other has become a rare luxury. Felix is deep into his cultivation practices and managing restaurant affairs. Meanwhile, Nixie is right there alongside him, helping to keep everything running smoothly. Trinity and Brixton have thrown themselves in the Adventurer District, completely busy managing the Morningstar Adventurer team. AS members of the exclusive Morningstar Adventurer team, now equipped with top-tier gear. They've been raiding dungeons and completing missions at an astonishing rate. Their strength has skyrocketed thanks to increased access to cultivation resources. But with great power comes great responsibility. They've also faced countless battles over these 2 months. Each mission carries a morality rate of 60%, leading them into intense skirmishes that are both thrilling and grueling. During those 2 months, they've raided hundreds of dungeons. The sheer number of silver-ranked dungeons they've conquered is mind-blowing. Every time they step into a dungeon, they set new records that elevate their reputation in the Adventurer District. When someone spots an adventurer draped in a long black cloak adorned with a striking blood-red emblem, a massive circle surrounded by 6 wings with a sword at its center, there's an immediate hush followed by looks of awe from fellow adventurers. That's the unmistakable mark of the Morningstar Adventurer team. As for Zephyr, he have also been incredibly busy. He's been hard at work, expanding the Abyss Gate operations. Since taking control of Bridgemore City's underground world, they're now setting their sights on expansion across 12 other cities. As for Gwendolyn, she always with Jarvis trying to work hard and awaken her ice elemental elf bloodline, which shows some promising results that in short, Felix and his friends have had their hand full these past couple of months. Each day filled with challenges and triumphs that shape their destinies. Bridgemore City. Morningstar Family Mansion. Felix's study. Inside the cozy study, Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie were deep in conversation. "So, big bro," Zephyr asked with curiosity sparkling in his eyes, "why did you gather us all here?" Felix glanced around the room before responding. "I want to let you guys know that a month from now, we'll be moving to the royal capital." The surprise was palpable as their eyes widened in disbelief. "But isn't that too soon?" Trinity interjected. The others nodded in agreement. They all knew a move was inevitable, but hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Felix shook his head firmly. "There's nothing left for us in Bridgemore City that excites us anymore. That we've built a solid foundation here. Now it's time to expand our horizons. The royal capital is where we can truly grow stronger. Besides," he added with a grin, "aren't you guys tired of being stuck in one place? Let's go out and explore." His words hung in the air as everyone fell silent. Deep down, they knew he was right. Bridgemore City no longer held their interest. They longed for adventure beyond its borders. "Okay, big bro," they said with smiles and nods of agreement. "But we need some time to wrap things up before we leave," Zephyr pointed out. "Exactly. That's why we have a month to settle everything," Felix replied confidently. "Got it," they chorused before heading off to tackle their tasks. Abyss Gate headquarters. Conference room in a spacious conference room filled with anticipation. Finn looked at Zephyr incredulously. "Gatemaster, are we really moving to the royal capital?" Zephyr simply nodded. "What about everything we've built here in Bridgemore City? We'll leave it behind?" Sirius asked anxiously. "Of course not." Zephyr reassured them with a shake of his head. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Listen up. Zephyr commanded attention by knocking on the table. Finn, Clark, Sirius, you three will accompany me to the royal capital. I need you to select capable and trustworthy individuals to oversee operations here and across the other 12 cities. Yes, Gate Master, they responded earnestly. Adventurer District, Morningstar Adventurer Team Headquarters, Dilia, Ledger. Starting now, you two are in charge of the Morningstar Adventurer Team branch here in Brigdamore City. Can you handle this task? Trinity glanced at Dilia and a young man with spiky yellow hair who wore the standard Morningstar armor. He had a long halberd slung across his back, and his black cloak fluttered dramatically behind him. This was Ledger, one of the top experts in the team. Both Dilia and Ledger paused for a moment, processing the responsibility being handed to them. Captain, what about you and Vice Captain Brixton? Ledger asked in a concerned tone. Well, Trinity replied, Brixton and I will be heading to the royal capital to expand our operations there. If you both perform well here, I might just let you join us in the capital later. But for now, I need you two to take care of things here. Can you do that? Dilia exchanged a serious glance with Ledger before nodding resolutely. Don't worry, Captain. We'll make sure everything runs smoothly, Dilia assured her. Good. Trinity smiled warmly at them. Equals 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 time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, a month had passed. Outside Brigdamore City stood 50 luxurious carriages pulled by majestic tier, 3 magical beast horses. Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, Nixie, and even the kids. Jarvis, Chef Gideon, Wilbert, along with several maids gathered outside as they gazed at Brigdamore City with mixed emotions. Big bro. Nixie turned to Felix with wide eyes. Do you think we'll ever come back to Brigdamore City? I don't know. Only time will tell, Felix replied thoughtfully as he stared ahead into the distance. After a brief silence enveloped them all like an old friend's embrace, he snapped out of his reverie and waved his hand cheerfully. All right, everyone, let's hit the road. With that cue, they all took one last look at Brigdamore City before boarding their respective carriages. Felix lingered for just a moment longer and whispered softly under his breath, "See you again." With that heartfelt farewell hanging in the air like an echoing promise, the caravan rolled away into the sunset's warm glow, casting long shadows as they left Brigdamore City behind. How big is the Avalonia Kingdom? The Avalonia Kingdom is a colossal expanse, so vast that it would take years to explore on foot. Among its neighboring realms, Avalonia stands out as the largest kingdom, claiming the top spot in terms of land area. This impressive size can be traced back to its glorious past as part of one of the mightiest empires on the Linares continent. However, after the death of its founding emperor thousands of years ago, the kingdom's strength waned significantly. Surrounding empires seized this opportunity to attack and carve away portions of its territory. Despite its decline in power, Avalonia still boasts a solid foundation. While many territories have been lost to rival empires, it remains larger than some kingdoms combined. Even though Avalonia may not be as formidable as it once was, surrounding kingdoms think twice before provoking it. There's still a sense of respect for what remains. Scattered across this vast kingdom are thousands of cities, towns, and villages. Bridgemore City is just one among these countless settlements. Nestled in a remote corner of Avalonia, it's far from the royal capital. In fact, Bridgemore City and the other 12 cities are like defensive barriers around the Atmos Forest to defend any threat from the Atmos Forest and the other kingdoms. Have in the other side of the Atmos Forest. For commoners making their way from Bridgemore City to the capital, it's quite an undertaking. Expect at least 2 months on foot. If one is lucky enough to have a horse-drawn carriage, you might shave that down to about a month and a half. But for mana cultivators, they can cover that distance in just a few days thanks to their enhanced strength and speed. It has been over 5 days since Felix and his companions set out for the royal capital. During this time, they've been leisurely traveling along the expansive road leading there. Not in any rush to reach their destination, they've taken every opportunity to soak in the breathtaking scenery around them. Often stopping for picnics along the way, they've embraced this journey as an adventure worth savoring. With their incredible strength, Felix and his companions could have reached the royal capital in just a couple of days without breaking a sweat. But instead, they chose to savor the journey, soaking in the breathtaking scenery along the way. Plus, they weren't alone. Every maid and servant from their mansion decided to join them on this adventure. When Felix announced their plans to head to the royal capital, he presented 2 options to his staff. They could either stay in Brigdamore City with enough money to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, or accompany him to the capital, bringing their families along and working for the Morningstar family. To His delight. Everyone opted for the latter. Wilbur was the first to step forward, bringing his wife and son along. Soon after, all the maids and other servants followed suit. Seeing this unwavering loyalty filled Felix with joy. After all, he had grown close to these individuals over half a year. However, this decision meant their journey would slow down considerably since most of these servants were ordinary people without much strength. Yet even so, they had an extraordinary means of travel, Tier 3 magical. Beasts known as white cloud horses, these magnificent creatures were famed for their speed and agility. They could cover thousands of miles in just one day. But why rush? For many in Felix's party, including all but Jarvis, they have never gone outside the territory beyond Brigdamore City. Everything was new and exciting as they traversed thick forests and winding roads adorned with stunning landscapes. Felix himself was awestruck by what lay before him. Towering mountains piercing through clouds. Like ancient giants, rivers shimmering like celestial dragons, colossal trees that seemed to whisper secrets of old, and creatures he had never encountered before. The beauty around him left him breathless. It was a stark contrast to Earth where nature often fell victim to human destruction. Here, every vista felt alive with mana-infused air that invigorated his spirit. Yet beneath this enchanting surface lay dangers lurking just out of sight. This world was far more perilous than Earth, 1,000,000 times more so. All it took was one careless act or a war breaking out for such beauty to vanish forever. In fact, humans here were often seen as destructive forces by other races as they traveled toward the royal capital. Felix noticed many others on similar journeys, people from diverse races that sparked curiosity within him, but he spotted beings with 6 legs and green skin resembling tree bark. Thankfully, Jarvis quickly identified them as members of the Sylph race, a branch of elves typically. Found deep within forests that, of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing. The road held its share of challenges too. Bandits lurked among mountains ready to ambush unsuspecting travelers or merchants. Enjoy news stories from MVL if you were lucky enough during an encounter with them. You might only lose your belongings. But if not, well, you will either be killed, captured, or sold into slavery. Traveling alone can be quite perilous, which is why most travelers and merchants prefer to band together in groups. After all, safety in numbers. When faced with the threat of bandits lurking along the roads, having companions significantly boosts their chances of protection. And also, because of the threat of the bandits, a lot of adventurers also make quite a lot of money from this as they take missions to protect those travelers and merchants. They often take on missions to safeguard fellow travelers journeying across the kingdom, an endeavor that pays off handsomely. With the strength of Felix and the others, bandits that were blind that decided to cause trouble did not have a good end. Those who dared to rob them met a swift end. And Felix's team didn't just stop there. They systematically dismantled entire bandit strongholds. All the treasures and spoils stolen from other travelers, rightfully reclaimed by our heroes. As a result, they've amassed quite a fortune during their travels. This added a little excitement amidst what could otherwise be a monotonous journey. Nixie is particularly thrilled by these encounters. Whenever danger approaches, she leaps into action, leading the charge against any bandits they face and claiming their riches as her own. However, as their journey progresses, something unexpected happens. The number of bandits dwindles to almost nothing. This sudden lack of action has left Nixie feeling rather downcast. Felix found himself in a state of unexpected tranquility, pondering the absence of bandit encounters during their journey. While he initially questioned this anomaly, he quickly dismissed it, choosing instead to savor the peace that enveloped them. The serenity of their travels brought him a profound sense of happiness and relaxation, feelings he had not experienced since arriving in this unfamiliar world. Since his arrival, Felix had lived with a constant sense of vigilance, acutely aware that any misstep could endanger both himself and those around him. Even after becoming a mana cultivator and acquiring some means of self-defense, the fear of inadvertently offending someone beyond his capacity to confront lingered. In this extraordinary realm, the adage, "Don't judge a book by its cover," resonated deeply. Appearances often belied underlying complexities. Yet, as they departed Bridgemore City and traversed lush forests, majestic mountains, and picturesque rivers, Felix felt an inexplicable release from tension. The fresh air invigorated him, allowing his tightly wound nerves to unwind. This newfound contentment was blissful, a fleeting dream he yearned to prolong indefinitely. However, reality loomed ominously. Even if he aspired to lead an untroubled life devoid of conflict, trouble would inevitably seek him out. The unsettling notion that his fate rested in the hands of others weighed heavily upon him. an uncomfortable reminder that danger could strike at any moment without warning. Felix harbored simple desires: to grow strong enough to protect himself and those he cared for. He did not seek conflict, but understood that when trouble came knocking at his door, he would be prepared to teach it how to behave. As the days turned into weeks on their journey, 1 month had passed. Felix and his companions indulged in a lifestyle characterized by leisure and enjoyment. Whenever fatigue set in during their carriage rides, they paused for picnics or gathered around campfires where Felix entertained everyone with chilling horror stories that sent shivers down spines and elicited screams from servants and children alike. They splashed joyfully in rivers they encountered along the way, while engaging in countless other delightful activities. For the first time across 2 lifetimes, Felix truly relished life's joys. Despite having once enjoyed wealth and power on earth, nothing compared to this leisurely existence filled with laughter and camaraderie. Life itself is a magnificent gift. Being alive allows one to breathe in fragrant air, walk freely among friends and family, pursue passions wholeheartedly, and strive toward dreams, the essence of true happiness. In reflecting upon these experiences, one might ask, what does it mean to truly live? How can we cultivate moments of joy amidst life's inevitable challenges? As you ponder these questions yourself, or share your thoughts with others, consider embracing each day as an opportunity for connection and growth, because every moment holds the potential for happiness if we choose to recognize it. Big bro, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time, Zephyr said, taking a deep breath and flashing a content smile. Felix nodded, his own grin wide as he soaked in the serene surroundings. They had paused by a magnificent river, its crystal-clear waters flowing gently beside lush green grass dotted with vibrant flowers that released a faint fragrance. Butterflies danced through the air, adding to the peaceful beauty of the scene. The group had set up a picnic here, indulging in moments of leisure. Felix, Zephyr, and Brixton sprawled out on the soft grass while children, along with their servants' kids and other family members, played joyfully by the riverbank on the opposite side of the river. Behind a small hill, Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Nixie were enjoying a cool bath beneath a majestic waterfall. When will we reach the royal capital? Brixton asked curiously. Felix opened his eyes to gaze at the clear blue sky for a moment before responding. Once we finish here, we won't stop again. We'll rush to the royal capital in no time. Yeah, Zephyr chimed in. We've been on the road forever. We haven't even cultivated for a month. Our strength is slipping. Brixton interjected thoughtfully. True, but while we may not have cultivated recently, we've given our minds some much-needed rest. There's a time for everything. Cultivating nonstop isn't good for mental health. Felix smiled at Brixton's wisdom and turned to Zephyr. He's right. After all that tension back in Brigmore City, it's important to relax and clear our minds sometimes. You can't always be focused on cultivation. Everyone needs some downtime. Zephyr stared at Felix incredulously. Wasn't he usually pushing them to cultivate? Shaking his head with an amused smile, he settled back into basking under the sun alongside Felix and Brixton. Suddenly, Felix furrowed his brows and sat up straight, as if sensing something amiss. Zephyr followed suit with confusion etched on his face. Do you guys feel that? Brixton asked cautiously. Yeah. Zephyr nodded gravely as he pointed across the river. There are violent mana fluctuations coming from over there. It seems something is happening over there, Felix said seriously. His gaze shifted toward Jarvis, standing atop a large boulder nearby. He was also looking intently in the direction Zephyr indicated. Felix gave Jarvis a faint glance and nodded slightly. Jarvis also nodded back calmly before his body started turning ethereal and vanishing into thin air a few seconds later, like he was never there before at all. Don't worry about it. Jarvis will handle it. Felix reassured them before reclining back down to enjoy the warm sunlight once more. Zephyr and Brixton smiled and exchanged glances before lying back on the clear green grass, all three of them basking in the warm glow of the sun. A few kilometers away from their peaceful picnic away from the river, where Felix and his friends were blissfully enjoying their picnic behind a huge mountain in a valley, a brutal battle was unfolding behind the mountain as a grim scene marked by bloodied corpses and severed limbs scattered across the ground. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, a stark contrast to the laughter echoing from the picnic. On one side of the valley stood a menacing group clad in black hooded garments, their faces obscured as they advanced relentlessly. Opposing them were guards in gleaming silver armor, valiantly protecting an opulent carriage at the center of it all. But despite their noble efforts, it seemed that victory favored the dark figures. They pushed back against the guards with ruthless efficiency, leaving only a handful standing from an original force of 200. Inside that lavish carriage sat a fat and plump young man with oily hair and beady eyes, a huge pot-belly, thick meaty neck, his plump body trembling with fear. Panic gripped him as he thought, "How did they find me? I thought I left my clan secretly. Only a select few knew my whereabouts." Outside, urgency filled the air as the captain of the guards shouted desperately, "Young master, we can't hold them off any longer. They're too strong." A mocking voice cut through the tension. "Young Master Quill, come out now, or we'll drag you out like the cowardly pig you are." Fury surged with the fat young man called Young Master Quill as he clenched his meaty fists. Damn it, these guys, he thought angrily as he clenched his meaty fingers. After taking a moment to steady his breathing and quell his rising dread, he finally opened the carriage door and stepped outside. "Well, well, well, it seems our cowardly pig has found some courage," sneered the leader of the hooded figures, his disdain palpable. The other cloaked assassins erupted into laughter, encircling young Master Quill and his remaining guards like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Quill clenched his teeth, fury bubbling beneath the surface. "Oh, look, everyone! Young Master Quill is angry. Please don't laugh too hard. He might just take it out on us." The leader's sarcasm only fueled their mirth. Laughter echoed around him. Quill took a deep breath to steady himself. "Who sent you? Where did you find me?" His voice trembled with urgency. "Calm down, young master," the leader replied mockingly. "As for who sent us or how we tracked your little hideaway, well, perhaps you'll learn that when you're dead and in the underworld." His laughter rang out cruelly. "What do you mean?" Quill stammered, fear creeping into his voice. The leader's tone darkened. "It means we're going to kill you, you foolish pig." "Run, young master. Get out of here," shouted the captain of the guards as he stepped forward defensively. His weapon glinted ominously in the dim light as he stood firm before Quill. "Oh yes," sneered the leader. "Your guards are so loyal. Don't worry. We'll send them to join you soon enough." With a wave of his hand, the hooded figures advanced menacingly, weapons gleaming with bloodlust. Meanwhile, perched high on a tree branch several hundred meters away, stood Jarvis, motionless and calm as he observed the unfolding chaos. Narrowing his eyes at Quill and his beleaguered guards surrounded by danger, he glanced at the direction Felix and the others were, and a light flickered in his eyes. A small smile crept onto his lips before he vanished from sight. Quill's face drained of color as despair washed over him while those sinister figures closed in. "How much did they pay you to assassinate me? I can double it, triple it." He stammered desperately as his body quivered with fear, but silence met his pleas. They charged forward without hesitation. Panic surged through him. "This time I'm going to die, completely dead." Just then, a shadow materialized between Quill and his attackers, a figure that made all present freeze in shock and wariness. Experience new stories on MVL, especially the leader of the hooded figures. He was truly shocked as he didn't sense how this black shadow appeared. He was the strongest here. He was a Tier 7 legendary knight, but he didn't even sense anything. Quill's heart raced with newfound hope as he recognized Jarvis, standing before him like an unyielding wall. "Please, sir, who are you?" said the leader cautiously. "And I believe this doesn't concern you." Jarvis stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as still water. "Please, sir, save me. If you do, I promise to reward you handsomely." Quill exclaimed, hope shining brightly in his eyes. This time, Jarvis offered Quill a fleeting glance, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. "Are you sure?" he asked slowly. Quill was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded fervently. "Yes, sir. I promise I'll reward you handsomely." "Good," Jarvis replied with a faint smile before turning to face the hooded figures looming nearby. The leader of the hooded figures narrowed his eyes into a chilling glare. "Do you even know who you're messing with if you save this stupid pig?" he spat. Jarvis shook his head nonchalantly. "I don't know, and frankly, I don't need to." "Then I'll kill both of you," the leader shouted angrily. Despite being uncertain about Jarvis's strength, he was confident in his own abilities. After all, he was a Tier 7 legendary knight. With a swift wave of his hand, the hooded figure surged forward at lightning speed. In an instant, a long, slender blade appeared in Jarvis's grip as he faced them calmly. His body vibrated slightly for 5 seconds before settling into stillness once more. As the hooded figures charged within mere meters of him, they suddenly halted in their tracks. "Why'd you stop?" "Kill high." The leader's command was cut short when over 300 hooded figures erupted into bloody mists, limbs and organs flying everywhere like confetti at a twisted celebration. The leader's eyes widened in shock. Terror gripped him so tightly that yellow liquid seeped from his pants as he wet himself in fear. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by sheer dread. Quill and his guards were equally stunned and terrified as they stared at Jarvis, standing there unscathed, as if he'd never moved at all. Quill trembled as he looked at the long blade in Jarvis's hand, now dripping with crimson blood. How did he do that? He didn't even move. His voice quaked with disbelief. No, young master, replied the captain of Quill's guards with wide eyes filled with shock. He did move, but he was so fast that we couldn't see it. He may have appeared still, but the moment that blade appeared in his hand, he already moved, and just like that, a chilling silence enveloped them all. Jarvis gazed down at the leader of the hooded figures, who lay on the ground paralyzed with fear. Yellow liquid soaking through his pants, it was almost comical to see a dignified Tier 7 legendary knight reduced to this state. Shaking his head in disbelief, Jarvis narrowed his eyes. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as the leader's head shot into the air, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. With a simple wave of his hand, numerous storage rings floated up from the corpses around him and landed in his palm, his expression unchanged. See, sir, Quill stammered, his voice trembling. Turning around with an unruffled demeanor, Jarvis met Quill's fearful gaze. The guards instinctively took a few steps back. Quill swallowed hard as beads of sweat rolled down his chubby cheeks. Sir, could you escort me back to the royal capital? I'll reward you handsomely. Jarvis regarded him coolly and replied, Follow me. He then turned and strode away toward where Felix and the others waited. Quill exchanged glances with the captain of the guards. Come on, let's follow him, he urged. But young master, cautioned the captain, eyeing Jarvis's retreating figure warily. What if he has ulterior motives or wants to kill you? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten how easily he dispatched those others? Quill shook his head in exasperation before hurrying after Jarvis. The captain watched Quill's back with cold lights flickering in his eyes, killing intent brewing in them. Yet fear crept in when he glanced at Jarvis again. Taking a deep breath, he waved for the remaining guards to follow as they brought up their carriage behind them. As they walked side by side, Jarvis noticed Quill's cautious expression. His body trembled slightly with each step, cheeks jiggling like jelly. Jarvis couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow at this sight before shaking his head in bemusement. Be careful of that guard of yours, he murmured quietly, as if speaking to himself. But Quill heard him loud and clear. Confusion washed over his face before gratitude took its place. Thank you. Jarvis nodded without further comment as they exited the valley littered with bloody corpses. Sir, may I ask who you are? Quill ventured hesitantly as they approached Felix and company. With a fleeting glance at Quill, Jarvis replied simply, I'm just a butler. Quill's eyes widened in disbelief. Demon, are butlers nowadays so powerful? He muttered under his breath before determination sparked within him. I need one. Why is Jarvis taking so long? Lunch is almost ready. Zephyr exclaimed, glancing anxiously in the direction Jarvis had disappeared. Relax, Jarvis can handle himself. Nothing's going to happen to him, Brixton replied, his mouth full of a roasted thigh that was bigger than Nixie's head. Zephyr rolled his eyes and turned to Felix. Big bro, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Felix asked, also munching on a chicken drumstick. I mean, something could have happened to Jarvis. Zephyr insisted. Zephyr, you're underestimating Jarvis. He's more than what he seems on the surface, Felix said with a knowing smile. Huh, what are you guys talking about? What happened to Jarvis? Nixie chimed in, her curiosity piqued as she looked from Felix to Zephyr and Brixton. Nothing serious. It seems like something caught his attention over there. So you want to check it out? Felix waved dismissively. Huh, look, here comes Jarvis. Zephyr exclaimed, and it looks like he's bringing some people with him. Felix raised an eyebrow and stood up, squinting across the river. The others followed suit, their surprise evident as they spotted Jarvis approaching with unfamiliar figures in tow. Who are those people? Brixton murmured under his breath. Felix narrowed his eyes as a flicker of intrigue sparked within them. Moments later, Jarvis arrived alongside Quill and his guards. Quill surveyed Felix and the others with curious eyes, sizing them up just as they did him, each glance filled with surprise and intrigue. Jarvis, who's this fat bro? Nixie skipped over to Quill's side, circling him like he was an exotic specimen on display. Quill's cheeks quivered slightly at her words. My name is Quill, not fat bro, he retorted with a frown. Wow, you can talk. Nixie's eyes lit up as she poked at Quill's chubby cheeks with her slender finger. So soft. Quill's expression darkened as he swatted her hand away. Okay, Nixie, enough teasing. Felix shook his head and glanced at Nixie. Nixie crossed her arms defiantly. What's going on here? Felix asked Jarvis directly. Jarvis calmly explained Quill's situation to everyone gathered around him. Oh wow, fat bro. You're really pitiful, Nixie said dramatically while casting a sympathetic glance at Quill. Quill twitched, but chose silence over further confrontation. Discover hidden stories at MVL. Felix blinked in surprise. This wasn't what he expected when meeting someone from a noble class. Hello, I'm Quill Mithraith von Hallow from the royal capital Mithraith noble clan. Quill stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Felix Morningstar, and this is my family. Felix introduced himself with a warm smile. Morningstar, huh, what an intriguing name, Quill murmured, his curiosity piqued. Brother, your butler truly saved my life, and my guards too. I'm incredibly grateful. If it weren't for him, I'd be a goner, Quill said, his face radiating gratitude. Felix's lips twitched in amusement as he glanced at Quill. Hey fat bro, just so you know, not everyone gets to call my brother brother. Okay. Nixie piped up from his side with a playful grin. Quill turned to her, slightly taken aback. Little girl, my name's Quill, not fat bro, got it? Nixie's eyes widened in indignation as she shot back angrily. How can you call me a little girl? Well, aren't you? Quill replied defiantly. Besides, when I met Big Bro Felix here, we totally hit it off. That's something only men and adults understand. Sorry if that's too complicated for you. Democrat, Minnesota, you and your stupid fat pig face. Nixie exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with anger as she rolled up her sleeves and approached Quill with clenched fists. Who are you calling a stupid fat pig? Quill retorted, his own fists tightening in response. Can you two cut it out already? Nixie, come over here. Trinity interjected sharply, her calm demeanor belying the storm brewing beneath. Yes, ma'am. Quill quickly complied. He could feel a shiver run down his spine at Trinity's stern gaze. Nixie stuck out her tongue at Trinity before darting behind Felix for cover. Felix shook his head, glancing at Quill with curiosity. So Quill, what happened to you guys? Quill sighed, bitterness creeping into his voice. Long story short, I was ambushed when I left the clan. Felix nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to pry further. Then come join us. Once we're done here, we'll continue our journey to the royal capital. He gestured invitingly toward the spread of food. Okay. Quill didn't hesitate. His eyes lit up as he stared at the table laden with dishes. His mouth watered in anticipation. What a glutton, Nixie scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Quill. Unfazed by her remark, Quill plopped down at the table and began devouring the food like there was no tomorrow. Felix and the others exchanged incredulous looks as they watched him eat, his cheeks jiggling with every enthusiastic bite. An hour later, everyone had finished their meal and packed up to resume their journey as they set off along the road again. Felix opted for a horse this time instead of riding in the carriage. Una sat comfortably in front of him while Quill joined them on another horse beside Felix. Felix looked speechlessly at Quill, who was wriggling his fat, but on the horse, making the horse trembled with each step it took. Big bro Felix, Quill called out as they rode side by side. Where did you come from on your way to the royal capital? Felix shot him a quick glance and replied casually, we came from Brigdamore City. Wow, Brigdamore City. That place is so far away. You must have been traveling forever, Quill exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. Yeah, Felix smiled and nodded. Big bro Felix, Quill said cautiously as he glanced around. Can I ask you something? Sure. Felix raised an eyebrow, curiously. What is it? Well, Quill scratched his chubby cheeks sheepishly. Where did you get that butler? I want one too. Felix chuckled softly. I bought him from the slave market. What? Quill's eyes widened in shock. You hit the jackpot. How can a butler be so powerful? I really want one too. Well, Felix replied nonchalantly. Your clan must be strong enough to get you a butler who's even more powerful than Jarvis. Quill nodded proudly, but then shrugged. Yeah, my clan is powerful, but my father won't allow it since all those old geezers are considered assets. Felix raised an eyebrow again. Your clan must be pretty formidable if it managed to establish itself in the royal capital. Of course, Quill puffed out his chest with pride. There's not a soul in this kingdom who doesn't know our Mayraith noble clan. Oh, Felix flashed a grin, his eyes sparkling with intriguing thoughts as he looked ahead. Just like that, Felix and his companions had been on the road for half a month, and time seemed to fly by in the blink of an eye. During this journey, Felix, along with Quill and the others, forged closer bonds, except for Nixer. The two of them didn't see eye to eye as they will fight the moment they crossed each other. Quill took every opportunity to regale them with tales of the royal capital, the powerful noble families, various. factions, and all the pitfalls they needed to navigate upon arrival to IT. Was during these weeks that Felix began to grasp just how formidable the Quill clan truly was. Quill couldn't help but boast about his clan and how badass his clan is prowess, which left Felix both speechless and also slightly alarmed. "Big bro Felix, look! We've arrived at the royal capital!" Quill exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear as he pointed ahead. Felix lifted his gaze in Quill's direction. The moment he did, his eyes widened in shock and astonishment. "Hiss!" He inhaled deeply before exclaiming, "Demon, this is the royal capital." "Hiss!" He inhaled deeply before exclaiming, "Demon, this is the royal capital." Felix stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the sprawling city below, a colossal behemoth lying like a sleeping giant. By sheer coincidence, he and his companions had found themselves on elevated ground, overlooking the majestic royal capital. They could see the entire royal capital from where they stood. The royal capital was simply too huge, so big that they couldn't even see the end of it. "Hey, fat bro, is this really the royal capital?" Nixie asked, swallowing hard, his expression dazed as he turned to Quill. "Absolutely. Stunning, right?" Quill replied with a grin that could light up the night sky. "Yeah, it's truly breathtaking." Felix and the others, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and wonder. The royal capital was nothing short of monumental. The city walls towered nearly 2 kilometers high and stretched endlessly into the horizon that Felix's cultivation level couldn't even allow him to see where they ended. Along those towering walls were massive cannons adorned with flickering runes that seemed to pulse with energy. Even from this distance, Felix could feel an ominous aura radiating from them. Soldiers patrolled the battlements with fierce determination in their eyes. With excitement bubbling within him, Felix took a deep breath. They had finally arrived at the heart of power in Avalonia. "All right, let's go," he urged as they made their way toward the enormous iron gate. The long road leading to it was bustling with people, an endless stream of travelers moving toward the royal capital. Carriages rolled by while others rode various magical beasts or horses. "The royal capital has 8 entrances like this one," Quill explained. "Every day, countless people journey here." Minutes later, they reached the city gate and strolled through without any hindrance from the guards standing at the entrance. A surprising lack of security for such an important place. Since the royal capital is the central power of the Avalonia kingdom, at least there should be some security checks. If reading his thoughts, Quill chuckled. "Anyone is welcome in the royal capital." Felix nodded knowingly. It made sense now. Stepping through that grand iron gate felt surreal. "Wow!" They all exclaimed simultaneously as they entered a vast thoroughfare wide enough for 100 carriages to travel side by side effortlessly. Interconnected smaller roads branched off from this main artery, each one impressively spacious and bustling with life. The scene before them was nothing short of spectacular. People from diverse races mingled together. Humans, dwarfs, elves, orcs, even creatures Felix had never seen before. It felt like stepping out of a beginner village into a vibrant main city in an online game. Compared to Bridgemore City, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. Tall buildings adorned every corner. Some were more magnificent than anything back on Earth. Felix couldn't help but feel like a country pumpkin exploring the big city for the first time. "What are we standing around for? Let's move." Quill snapped them back to reality. "Yeah, right, let's go." Felix took a deep breath, rallying his entourage as they set off down the bustling main road. Laughter and excited screams from the children echoed around them as they pointed out every new sight that caught their eyes. That it was a delightful chaos that drew the attention of passing pedestrians, though most quickly turned back to their own business, accustomed to such lively scenes too many times that a few minutes later, they reached an intersection where Quill suddenly halted. "Big bro Felix, I'm heading back to my clan now. That if you need anything, just send word to the Mayraith noble clan," Quill said, tossing a cyan token toward Felix. Felix caught it deftly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, see you." "Good," Quill replied with a smile before boarding his carriage. With a wave of his hand, he vanished into the maze of streets alongside his guards. Felix examined the token in his palm and smirked slightly. Perfect timing, he thought before tucking it away. Turning to Zephyr, he asked casually, "So, how's everything going?" "Don't worry, big bro. They should be arriving soon. Oh, look, there they are." Zephyr exclaimed with surprise as he pointed ahead. Felix and the others turned to see 2 figures clad in black approaching. One tall and lean, the other short and chubby. These 2 people are Finn and Clark. Zephyr have already sent the ahead to the royal capital before they even left Brigdamore City. "Gate Master," Finn and Clark bowed respectfully upon reaching them. Zephyr nodded back before asking, "Have you taken care of everything?" "Yes, Gate Master," they replied in unison. "All right then, lead us there," Zephyr instructed with a wave of his hand. The group followed Finn and Clark through winding roads filled with twists and turns for what felt like ages. 2 hours later, they stood before an enormous mansion that looked like it had seen better days. Weeds sprawled across the grounds like nature's takeover. Even the gate appeared ready to collapse under its own weight. Surrounding them for 20 miles were nothing but overgrown greenery. There was even small forest looming in the distance. "Big bro, is this where we're going to live?" Nixie gasped in disbelief at the deserted area surrounding them. Felix frowned as he looked at Finn and Clark before turning his gaze toward Zephyr. Explore new worlds at MVL. The tension was palpable. Finn and Clark broke into cold sweats under Felix's scrutinizing stare. Zephyr's lips twitched slightly at Felix's expression before he addressed Finn directly. "Can you explain what we're looking at here?" Wiping sweat from his brow, Finn quickly explained, "Gate Master, we bought this mansion based on your requirements. It was the only place that fit all the requirements you asked for. This estate once belonged to a low-class noble family, but it seems something happened to them, so it's been abandoned for 10 years. So we went to the officials in charge of this district and bought it, and it's also the only place that fits the requirements you mentioned." Felix and the others listened intently, nodding in understanding. "It's all good," Felix replied with a casual wave of his hand. "We'll just replace and renovate everything that we've got plenty of funds, and besides, this gives us the perfect opportunity to make it our own. Plus, it suited all the requirements I mentioned." Finn and Clark exchanged relieved glances. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat from fear. "All right, let's head inside," Felix said decisively. With another wave of his hand, he effortlessly blew away the rusted old iron gate as if it were made of paper. As Finn and Clark stepped inside the estate, they were met with a haunting sight. Towering, overgrown weeds swayed in the breeze, while crumbling buildings loomed like forgotten giants. The entire place felt deserted, save for a few animals wandering amidst the tangled underbrush and the rustling of birds in the gnarled trees. It was as if they had stumbled into an abandoned haunted house, an unsettling atmosphere that left much to be desired. Finn and Clark's face was filled with worry. Their hearts tightened as they glanced at Felix's calm demeanor. The cold gaze seemed to pierce their backs, making their hearts race as if they might leap from their chests at any moment. "All right, everyone," Felix commanded, his voice steady despite the eerie surroundings. "Search for an intact building. We'll make do for now. I'll head out to find some people who can help renovate this place. Trinity, you're in charge." "Got it, big bro," Trinity replied eagerly, rallying everyone to get organized. With that, Felix strode out of the estate, retracing their earlier path. He took a moment to absorb his surroundings. The 20-mile radius around the estate was all his, a vast expanse of land, but in the bustling royal capital, it was simply insignificant that a few minutes later, he found himself outside the estate's confines, but didn't venture far. Settling down in a remote spot nearby, he gazed around with curiosity. This was his first visit to royal capital, and although excitement bubbled within him, and he wanted to explore the capital, but pressing matters loomed larger, like finding a new place to call home. Staying at this dilapidated estate? Not an option. "System," he transmitted mentally. "Name your price for rebuilding this estate." 1 million BEP. Came the swift response that Felix's lips twitched to the hefty sum, but he nodded resolutely. "All right, but I have a few requirements." "Understood, host," replied the system. With a smile creeping across his face, Felix began listing his demands as the system initiated plans for reconstruction. Minutes later, he wrapped up his list. "Is that all, host?" asked the system. Felix paused thoughtfully before nodding again. "Yes. If anything else comes up, I'll let you know. Building will be completed in 4 days. Nice doing business with you." The system went silent after its confirmation. Rolling his eyes playfully at its abruptness, Felix lingered there for another 20 minutes before finally rising and heading back toward the estate. 4 days later. 4 days had flown by since Felix and his companions arrived at the royal capital. During this time, they hadn't ventured beyond the deserted estate. Instead, they made their temporary home in their carriages while the system worked tirelessly to rebuild what was once a dilapidated property. Having grown accustomed to sleeping under the stars during their journey, Felix, Gwendolyn, Trinity, Nixie, Zephyr, Brixton, and Jarvis, each skilled cultivators, didn't require much rest, so they were perfectly fine with their makeshift arrangement. As they lounged around each day, they marveled at the transformation unfolding before them. "Big bro, are we really going to live in this mansion from now on?" Zephyr asked blankly as he gazed up at the towering structure before him. His expression mirrored that of Trinity and the others. Shock painted their faces. "Yeah, what do you think?" Felix replied with a warm smile. "Like it? I absolutely love it." Nixie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This isn't just a mansion. It's practically a palace, right? Even though we've seen it transform bit by bit over these past few days," Gwendolyn added with a nod, "it's still surreal to see the finished product. And wow, this place is massive. How are we supposed to fill such a huge estate? There are only a handful of us." Brixton scratched his head in disbelief. Felix listened to their chatter with a satisfied grin as he admired the mansion. His investment of 1 million BEP had certainly paid off. "System," he said playfully, "I have a hand it to you. You really know how to get things done." "Of course, who do you think I am?" The system replied proudly. With an amused shake of his head, Felix turned his gaze back toward the mansion. After 4 days of relentless rebuilding, what was once a crumbling estate had been transformed into something breathtaking. The old walls were replaced by towering, pristine white structures reaching nearly 20 meters high. Intricate silver and golden designs adorned every surface, a true feast for the eyes. The rusty gate had given way to an impressive golden entrance, flanked by 2 magnificent griffin statues with wings spread wide. Atop this grand gate rested a large round white metal plate featuring an emblem. A 9-pointed star encircled by 18 pairs of elegant white wings and pierced through by a long golden staff. "This is the crest of the Morningstar family." Below it gleamed Morningstar Family Estate in bold golden letters that radiated grandeur and sophistication. Extending from the majestic Golden Gate, a wide, beautifully paved road unfolds before you, crafted from stunning blue stone slabs that fit together seamlessly. This grand avenue stretches beyond the estate's boundaries, connecting effortlessly to the surrounding streets. Flanking this picturesque pathway are towering ornamental trees and exquisite statues, alongside bubbling fountains and vibrant flower beds. Once overrun with weeds, these areas have been transformed into lush green lawns adorned with artful fountains and sculptures. Just outside the estate lies a breathtaking landscape. From a bird's-eye view, the estate is nothing short of magnificent, a sprawling complex dotted with numerous mansions. Long, winding paths of bluestone meander in every direction, leading to serene ponds and sparkling lakes teeming with colorful fish and lush aquatic plants. Pavilions both grand and quaint, that the landscape along with elegant fountains, captivating statues, and gardens bursting with exotic blooms. Inside the mansion itself, a realm of luxury that feels almost otherworldly. Majestic trees stand proudly throughout the estate, enhancing its tranquil beauty rather than disrupting it. The overarching theme is pure white accented by intricate golden patterns. "Wow, big bro, this estate is simply breathtaking," exclaimed Nixie as her eyes sparkled with wonder alongside Trinity, Gwendolyn, and their companions as they explored every nook and cranny. "Absolutely. Those construction workers really outdid themselves. They finished this stunning estate in just 4 days." Gwendolyn sighed in admiration. Felix smiled knowingly. "With enough resources at hand, anything is possible." Zephyr nodded in agreement, his eyes wide with surprise as he took everything in. The estate is divided into 3 main areas. The outer area for future plans I have, the inner area for our loyal original servants, and finally, the core area, where our family will reside. Felix explained. "What about those outer and inner areas?" Trinity asked curiously. "The inner area will house our devoted servants who followed us here," Felix replied confidently. "As for the outer area, well, you'll see soon enough." The group nodded enthusiastically. They trusted Felix completely regarding his vision for their new home. As excitement bubbled among them, while they continued exploring this enchanting place, whispers filled the air. "Are we really going to live here forever?" "It seems so. Master Felix said so. This place feels like a palace. I can hardly believe our luck. This is truly a blessing from my ancestors. We made an excellent choice following Master Felix to royal capital. Master Felix truly cares for us." The servants trailed behind Felix and his companions with deep respect shining in their eyes. They knew that serving under the Morningstar family meant better treatment than they had ever experienced before. Salaries 10 times higher than elsewhere. Spacious homes. The decision to follow Felix to the royal capital was an easy one for the servants. After all, their experience serving the Morningstar family had been nothing short of remarkable. Their salaries were over 10 times higher than what other servants earned, and they enjoyed the luxury of living in a spacious estate, a true blessing compared to their previous lives. Before joining the Morningstar family, Life in Bridgemore City was fraught with danger. They constantly faced threats to their safety. But once they became part of this family, their fears melted away. Felix's generous offer to let them bring their families along only deepened their respect for him. Now, they could enjoy a beautiful home filled with plenty of food and security all alongside their loved ones. What more could they possibly ask for? As they explored the vast estate, all washed over them. Even Felix was taken aback by its size. He realized that carriages might soon become necessary just to navigate this sprawling property without tiring themselves out. Standing before his loyal servants, Felix cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, we've traveled nearly 2 months to reach the royal capital. A new chapter in our lives begins today that I promise you all, since you've chosen to follow me here, I will treat you like family." "Thank you, Master Felix." The servants smiled warmly and bowed in gratitude and admiration. Felix returned their smiles as he called out, "Sylvia, Wilbert." "Yes, Master Felix." Sylvia stepped forward eagerly. "Sylvia," he said with confidence, "you remain head maid of the Morningstar family. All maids will be under your care. In a few days, we'll hire more staff, so I trust you to manage the estate." "Understood, Master Felix," she replied with a respectful bow. Turning his attention to Wilbert next, Felix said, "You'll be the head butler from now on, that you're responsible for overseeing the male servants and working closely with Sylvia to keep everything running smoothly." Wilbert's excitement bubbled over. He'd gone from being a carriage coachman to head butler, a massive leap. "Now," Felix continued with enthusiasm, "the inner area of the estate is where you and your families will live from now on. Lead everyone there and choose suitable homes for yourselves. Then come back for further instructions." He waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, Master Felix." Both Wilbert and Sylvia bowed deeply before guiding everyone toward their new living quarters. With that settled, Felix turned to Trinity, Zephyr, Brixton, Gwendolyn, Nixie, and Jarvis. "All right, everyone, let's head over to the core area." Jarvis chimed in playfully as they walked. "Since I've taken on this butler role, got any other tasks lined up for me?" Felix turned to Jarvis with a grin. "Oh, I got an important job for you, Jarvis." "All right, let's go," Felix replied enthusiastically, waving his hand as if summoning adventure itself. In just a few minutes, they sped through the estate and arrived at its core area, a stunning realm all its own. Imagine an estate within an estate. At the heart of it stood a grand mansion surrounded by a shimmering lake. Beside the lake was a magnificent white pavilion, intricately adorned with beautiful designs. Lush gardens sprawled around them, filled with spirited little animals frolicking about. It was like their previous home in Bridgemore City, but magnified. Everything here felt 10 times bigger and more breathtaking. The air buzzed with energy. The mana concentration was so dense that it seemed to shimmer all around them. As they made their way into the pavilion, Felix turned to Jarvis. "Keep an eye on the kids. We won't be long," he instructed. Jarvis nodded in agreement, ready to take on his task. With that reassurance, Felix motioned for Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie to follow him. Enjoy exclusive chapters from MVL. They stepped out of the pavilion and took a different path, vanishing from sight in mere seconds. Continue your adventure at ML a few minutes later. After navigating through a maze of winding paths and taking numerous detours, Felix and his companions finally stumbled upon a vast underground chamber that appeared freshly excavated. The sheer size of the room took Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie by surprise. They never imagined such an expansive space could exist beneath the core area of the estate. "Big bro, did the construction workers do this?" Zephyr asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes," Felix replied with a nod. "So what are we doing here? Are we setting up a secret base?" Nixie inquired eagerly. Felix shook his head playfully and flicked her forehead. "More than that." Curiosity sparked among the group as they exchanged glances. What grand plan did Felix have for this enormous underground room? With a focused expression, Felix closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them to reveal a glowing ball of light emerging from his forehead. Revelation: Arthur with his main body, which is the vault floating beside him. "Master Felix," Arthur said respectfully as he bowed. Felix gestured toward the chamber. "I want you to place it here." Arthur surveyed the area thoughtfully before nodding. "This location is indeed suitable, Master Felix." With that affirmation, the small low-grade vault began expanding right before their eyes. The group instinctively stepped back several meters as they watched in awe. "Big bro, are you really going to put the vault here?" Zephyr asked incredulously. "Yeah," Felix confirmed with a grin. Zephyr hesitated for a moment before voicing her concern. "But isn't that risky?" "Nope," There's nothing risky about this, Felix reassured her. With Arthur overseeing it, nothing can go wrong, and besides, the vault's defense mechanisms are top-notch. The others exchanged glances, but eventually nodded in agreement. Felix had decided to place the vault here for good reason. Trinity and her friends sometimes needed resources, and that couldn't always be accessed directly from him. While allowing them access to this location, he would ease some burdens on himself while ensuring their needs were met without draining his soul energy. As the vault kept staying in his consciousness, his soul energy is always being drained whenever he took something from the vault, something that made casting spells increasingly difficult for him. Boom. Suddenly, the vault expanded dramatically until it measured more than a mile wide and long before settling heavily in a place within the underground chamber like it was meant to be there all along. What had once been a small structure transformed into an impressive silver hall adorned with massive iron gates etched with flickering runes. Come. Felix beckoned as he strode toward the gates with Trinity and the others following closely behind. At the center of these grand gates lay an enormous circular metal plate inscribed with blood runes, a striking centerpiece surrounded by veins running across its surface. Each of you, drop a bit of your blood onto this metal plate, Felix instructed, gesturing to the circular surface nestled in the center of the gate. Trinity, Zephyr, Gwendolyn, and Nixie exchanged curious glances. Why do we need to do that? They asked, but Felix simply urged them to proceed. With hesitant resolve, they each let a drop fall onto the gleaming plate. In an instant, their blood was absorbed as if the metal were alive. Veins of crimson energy coursed through intricate runes etched into its surface. For a fleeting moment, the entire gate glowed a vivid blood red before returning to its original state. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unity washed over Trinity and her friends. It felt as though they and the vault had become one. A comforting familiarity enveloped them like a warm blanket. From now on, Felix continued with a grin, you can enter the vault anytime you wish. Just let Arthur guide you. He knows his way around better than anyone. He nodded toward Arthur, who floated beside him with an air of arrogance. The group looked at Arthur skeptically, but nodded in agreement. Arthur, Felix said firmly, you're responsible for keeping an eye on the vault. If anything unusual happens and you can't handle it, let me know immediately. Yes, Master Felix. Arthur responded without missing a beat. His haughty demeanor vanished as he bowed deeply. Good, Felix replied with satisfaction before turning back to the others. Now let's head back. With that command echoing in their ears, they retraced their steps toward the pavilion. 7 days zipped by in the blink of an eye. During this whirlwind week, Felix and his companions immersed themselves in the grandeur of their new surroundings, the sprawling estate and the vibrant royal capital. As for Felix himself, roamed through the capital with unquenchable curiosity. Even after a full week of wandering, he had barely scratched the surface. Less than 10% of the district he was currently in was explored. The sheer size was staggering, but there was no rush. He was more interested in familiarizing himself with the area surrounding their estate. Throughout these 7 days, Felix mapped out plans in his mind while visiting numerous taverns to gather snippets of information about life in the kingdom. He encountered fascinating people and sights along the way. Instead of sticking to his cultivation regimen, he opted for relaxation and enjoyment. After all, sometimes you just need to unwind. Zephyr and the others were on similar adventures. This was their first time in the royal capital too, so every corner held something new and exciting for them. Cultivation, that thought had completely slipped their minds as they chose to savor each moment instead. All in all, it was a blissful week filled with leisure and discovery. Inside one expansive room, the Morningstar family estate lay an intricate circular pattern adorned with mysterious runes, a stunning 5-star mana gathering formation. This rare setup was almost palpable with dense mana swirling around them. Cultivating here for just 1 day equated to an entire month outside. If any seasoned mana cultivators caught sight of this formation, they'd be left utterly astounded. Felix had invested a considerable amount of BEP into creating this cultivation sanctuary. There were 10 such rooms scattered throughout their estate. At its center sat a massive wooden bathtub filled with bubbling red liquid, blood essence from a drake they had defeated in Dragonskull Dungeon. Jarvis had mentioned that this blood essence could temper their bodies, but time constraints had kept them from using it until now. With plenty of time on their hands in the royal capital, and knowing how dangerous it could be if it didn't boost their strength, they decided it was finally time to harness that power. Felix retrieved a bottle containing violet liquid and poured it into the blood essence. Instantly, it began boiling vigorously. Democrat, Minnesota, Felix muttered under his breath as he braced himself for what lay ahead. After shedding his clothes and taking a deep breath, he stepped gingerly into the wooden bathtub filled with seething blood essence. Hiss! He inhaled sharply as he submerged himself fully to in mere moments. His skin turned crimson. Intense pain shot through him like lightning. FCK, he groaned as tremors racked his body. The sensation felt like being fried alive. He was engulfed in an excruciating pain, as if he were being fried alive. This torment felt like just the tip of the iceberg. How could one endure such agony? Struggling to maintain his composure, he began running his cultivation technique, slowly absorbing the blood essence with each cycle. But with every circulation, the pain doubled, making it nearly impossible to focus on his task. Yet he knew he had to. Pushed through. As he continued this grueling process, a thick black liquid oozed from his body, releasing a foul stench that filled the air. His skin seemed to shed itself like old paint, only to be replaced moments later. A bizarre cycle that persisted as the blood essence dwindled. An hour passed in this torturous dance until finally, all the blood essence was absorbed, leaving behind only a clear liquid. Felix was now entirely coated in that repugnant black substance which quickly dried up around him. With a tremor coursing through his body, the dried remnants fell away to reveal Felix's well-toned physique, his skin still tinged with a hint of red. Externally unchanged yet internally transformed, immense power was brewing within him. In an instant, Felix's eyes shot open as an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, obliterating the wooden bathtub he had been lounging in. The mana inside the cultivation room began to swirl and coalesce around him, seeping into his body. Through every pore, he hungrily absorbed the mana, feeling it invigorate him with each passing moment. His aura intensified. The pressure radiating from him grew so formidable that even the sturdy walls of the room, designed to withstand a Tier 8 mythic knight's full might, began to tremble. Half an hour later, bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated from within Felix, sending shockwaves through the cultivation room, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The 10 low-grade mana crystals nearby disintegrated into fine powder in an instant. The energy emanating from Felix was palpable. It thickened the air around him until it felt like walking through mud. With a newfound clarity, Felix opened his eyes and rose slowly to his feet. His body crackled with sounds reminiscent of popping beans as his bones adjusted to this new power. A wave of comfort washed over him, a sensation akin to soaking in warm water, prompting a satisfied grin to spread across his face that he clenched his fist triumphantly and exclaimed, "Finally a breakthrough! What a surprise! Tier 5 at last!" Felix was grinning from ear to ear, a wave of exhilaration washing over him as he felt the raw power coursing through his veins. Breaking through to Tier 5 was a total surprise. He never imagined that tempering his body would lead to such an incredible leap in strength. Now, with this newfound power, he felt like he could take on 10 versions of his former self. Democrat, Minnesota. This feels amazing, Felix exclaimed, clenching his fist with excitement sparkling in his eyes. But just as quickly, he shook his head. This isn't enough. He knew that while becoming a Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight made him 10 times more powerful than before, it still placed him at the entry level in the royal capital. In fact, Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights were about as common as dogs on the street here. During his week exploring the royal capital, Felix encountered countless mana cultivators, Tier 7 legendary knights, and mages who were once rare gems back in Brigdamore City now seemed as plentiful as Chinese cabbages at a market stall. The sheer number of powerful beings left Felix sighing heavily. Despite his impressive upgrade, he realized he wouldn't make any significant waves in this bustling city. What did Felix truly want? To bolster his strength and secure some capital for himself. He didn't want to be at the mercy of others anymore. With determination fueling him, he shook off distractions and slipped into a pair of shorts before settling down cross-legged on the ground. Closing his eyes, he focused on stabilizing his cultivation base. But Felix wasn't the only one cultivating. Zephyr, Trinity, Gwendolyn Brixton, and Nixie were all hard at work in their own cultivation rooms. Find your next read, Adam L. Even Zephyr and Nixie, who usually shied away from intense training, were putting their all into it. They understood that their current strength simply wouldn't cut it in the royal capital. They needed to level up fast. Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, and Nixie were also using Drake blood essence to temper their bodies, a process that brought its fair share of pain akin to what Felix had endured. Time flew by as they locked themselves away like madmen, cultivating relentlessly, practicing night skills, studying spells, and sparring against one another. This intense routine continued for an entire month without stepping outside their estate. They dedicated every moment to rapidly increasing their strength. The royal capital, the Morningstar family estate, core area, inside a huge study room, located deep inside the grand mansion, with towering bookshelves lining every wall and a stunning chandelier casting a warm glow from above. This space exudes elegance. The floor-to-ceiling French windows, draped with rich velvet curtains, invite natural light to dance across beautifully arranged flower pots filled with vibrant blooms. Elegant couches and tables are strategically placed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere of sophistication and grandeur. In one corner, a small door leads to another room, much smaller but equally significant. Here sits a massive conference table surrounded by Felix, Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton Zephyr, Nixie, and Jarvis. Over the past month, each of them has undergone remarkable transformations. Their presence radiates an intense energy. All have achieved breakthroughs to Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights, except for Nixie, who has ascended to Tier 4 Master Mage. Felix stands out as the strongest among them at the peak of Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight. A breakthrough could happen any moment now. Trinity is close behind. She could have reached Tier 6 Epic Knight ages ago, if not for Jarvis's advice to hold back and gather more mana first. Zephyr has also made strides in a Tier 5. His mastery over darkness mana enhances his stealth abilities so much that even Felix struggles to sense him when he conceals himself. Gwendolyn, too, has grown stronger. An icy aura surrounds her that sends chills through the as they sit around the table. Trinity and others wear puzzled expressions while glancing at Jarvis. Felix notices their confusion. After all, whenever there was a secret meeting in the past, Jarvis was always absent. Trusting an outsider isn't easy for them. With a warm smile breaking through his serious demeanor, Felix addresses everyone. Before we dive into today's agenda, I have something important to share. Curiosity piqued. Zephyr and the others lean in closer. Jarvis has decided to join our Morningstar family, Felix announces proudly. Surprise flickers across their faces as they turn for Jarvis back to Felix. Jarvis stands up slightly, bowing his head. I hope you can accept me into your family. The tension dissipates as smiles spread around the table. Well then, Zephyr grins widely. Now that you're part of us, we're officially family. Trinity and others nod in agreement. Although they don't fully understand what led Jarvis here today, having such a powerful mana cultivator on their side certainly seems beneficial. Felix nodded with satisfaction, his mind racing with possibilities. Jarvis was not just a strong mana cultivator. He was a formidable force, a killing machine that, if utilized correctly, Jarvis could accomplish incredible feats. As for the thought of betrayal, Felix brushed it aside that he had plans to integrate Jarvis into their family unit. And if the day ever came when Jarvis chose treachery, Felix would ensure he experienced the true meaning of being a mindless killing weapon. A cold smile flickered across Felix's heart at this notion, and he shot a quick glance at Jarvis, a creepy grin momentarily dancing on his lips before vanishing. Felix was confident that Jarvis wasn't foolish enough to turn against him, even if he was stronger than anyone else in the room. All right, let's get back on track, Felix said as he tapped the table to regain everyone's attention. Serious expressions filled the room. They all understood that this meeting would dictate their next steps in the royal capital. Felix's demeanor shifted as he spoke gravely. This is a high-level confidential meeting. What we discuss here must remain within these walls. If any of our conversations leak out, well, let's just say we be in deep trouble. Everyone nodded solemnly, their eyes fixed on Felix. Don't worry, big bro, what happens here stays here. Trinity chimed in cheerfully. Good, Felix replied with a nod. He surveyed the group and continued. Since we decided to come to the royal capital, we've been traveling for nearly 2 months. Now we stand at the heart of Avalonia Kingdom, the epicenter of power where strength gathers. He paused for effect before continuing. The royal capital is no joke. Here, powerful mana cultivators and mages are as common as dogs in the street. Tier 1s, 2s, 3s. Even Tier 4 mages who will be treated like royalty back in Brigdamore City stroll around like everyday folks. I'm sure you all noticed this during your explorations. Trinity and the others nodded vigorously. They were indeed taken aback by witnessing such extraordinary strong mana cultivators roaming freely, something utterly rare back in Brigdamore City. Indeed, I didn't expect to see such scene in the royal capital. Although I knew the royal capital wouldn't be that simple, but I was still shocked. Zephyr nodded solemnly. Exactly, Felix exclaimed. Our current strength feels pitiful compared to what we've seen here. Sure, we've made significant gains over the past month, but here, we're practically novices. Our current strength is simply bullshit in this place. One wrong move could spell disaster for us. His voice grew more intense as he added, "We need to ramp up our strength fast. It's crucial that we establish a solid foundation in this capital if we want to survive and thrive." As Felix's words hung in the air, an uneasy silence enveloped the group. Each face reflected solemnity. They all understood the gravity of their situation, in the heart of the royal capital. Their current strength felt woefully inadequate. They were orphans, no powerful allies or influential backgrounds to shield them from danger. Rising from the slums had taught them one crucial lesson. Tread carefully. In this unforgiving city, recklessness could lead to dire consequences. The royal capital is not a beautiful like on the surface. It might be beautiful to the strong, but to the weak this place is hell. The royal capital is a place that devours those who let their guard down, spitting out nothing but bones in its wake. Despite possessing a wealth substantial enough to last a lifetime, they knew that greed was a double-edged sword. What good was riches without the power to protect it? After all, true wealth lies not in gold, but in strength. The stronger you are, the more you can amass. Felix scanned his companions before continuing. Right now, we're the only mana cultivators in our family. Our foundation is shaky at best. Peace is a luxury we can't afford here. Even if we don't seek trouble, it has a way of finding us. Like, for instance, a certain young master from an influential noble family takes an interest in our estate. What then? We could end up dead or worse, back in chains. He paused for effect as his words sank in. That's why we need to bolster our strength and expand our influence if we want any chance of survival. With determination etched on his face, Felix stood tall and declared, "I'm proposing a plan that could change our destiny." With a dramatic flourish of his hand, stacks of documents cascaded onto each person's lap. Surprise flickered across their faces as they picked up the papers before them. Bold red letters caught their attention. They murmured together, curiosity igniting within them. "Project Morningstar. Project Morningstar," they murmured, staring blankly at the documents in their hands. "Yes," Felix nodded. "I'm named it the Morningstar Project. Feel free to call it whatever you like." As Zephyr and the others began flipping through the pages, their expressions shifted dramatically, from doubt to surprise, bewilderment, and finally shock. They looked at Felix as if he were a mad genius. Even Jarvis raised an eyebrow in astonishment as he skimmed through the contents. "What do you think? This plan is feasible, right?" Felix grinned eagerly. They all took a deep breath and nodded numbly. "Big bro, this is truly..." Zephyr stammered, struggling to find words amidst his shock. Trinity, Gwendolyn Brixton, and Nixie were equally speechless. They could only stare wide-eyed. "I must say, this plan of yours is nothing short of marvelous," Jarvis remarked. "All along, this kind of strategy has been right under the noses of powerful figures and noble families, but their pride blinds them." "Exactly. When I saw Big Bro's plan unfold, I couldn't help but wonder, why haven't those elite clans thought of this method to boost their strength?" Trinity shook his head in disbelief. "It's not that they haven't considered it. Their arrogance prevents them from acting on such ideas, and besides, they always wanted to monopolize everything for themselves," Gwendolyn added thoughtfully. "Honestly, why didn't we come up with this sooner? Look how far we've come. Who says others can't achieve greatness if given the same opportunity?" Zephyr exclaimed with excitement. "If your plan comes to fruition, Big Bro," Brixton chimed in enthusiastically, "I can only imagine how powerful our Morningstar family will become." "Absolutely brilliant. So this is why you warned us not to leak anything outside," Nixie said with wide eyes filled with both excitement and awe. Felix smirked. "The Morningstar Project consists of 9 stages in total. This is just the first one. As for the rest, well, I haven't quite figured that out yet." They all inhaled sharply again as astonishment washed over them once more. "Big Bro, I really have to hand it to you. You're incredible." Zephyr gave Felix a thumbs up. "But don't you think the resources required will be overwhelming?" Nixie asked cautiously. "Explore more stories with him." Felix shook his head dismissively. "Oh, Nixie, remember what we gathered from the Drake Lair. Besides, these resources are meant to strengthen our family. We also have businesses generating substantial income every month, so no worries there." "Yeah, Nixie, Big Bro is right," Zephyr chimed in. "If we don't harness the resources at our disposal to build strength, then what's the point of all this wealth?" Jarvis turned to Nixie with a calm demeanor. "Listen, the most crucial thing in this world is strength. Without it, how can you protect what you have? Remember, in this world, the strong devour the weak." Nixie pouted at their serious expressions. "Huh, I was just saying." Felix chuckled softly as he settled back down. "Look, as we've seen in the documents, we can't safeguard our entire family on our own. There will always be someone stronger out there, and we need to cultivate our own force and power. He paused for emphasis before continuing. We're not from a powerful lineage. We're orphans who stumbled upon an opportunity. Unlike those ancient families that have stood the test of time, some for thousands of years, and as for us, we're just starting out. He glanced around at his friends before adding solemnly, even the weakest noble family in the royal capital has roots that go back centuries. Felix took a deep breath and pressed on. Our Morningstar family, we're essentially a ragtag group of orphans trying to make something out of nothing. Oh, you really think we can hold a candle to those mighty noble families? Zephyr and the others shook their heads with bitter smiles. Nope, Felix continued firmly. In the eyes of those powerful families and individuals in this kingdom, we're just insignificant ants, easily squashed beneath their boots. Our current strength, it's practically a joke to them. They've spent millennia building their legacies. How many years do you think it would take us to reach even a fraction of that foundation? His expression grew serious as he concluded. We have a long road ahead if we want to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But, Felix grinned, there's a shortcut that could catapult us to power. We might not even need a century to stand shoulder to shoulder with those esteemed noble and royal families with their long lineages. That's exactly what I've outlined in the documents. Recruit from outside. Zephyr pondered, a smile creeping onto his face. Exactly. We'll recruit others to join our Morningstar family, Felix replied, his excitement palpable. Right now, the Morningstar family is painfully weak, with barely 100 members, including Felix, Trinity, Jarvis, their children, and the servants. Their numbers are dwarfed by those of powerful noble families. Some have thousands of members who share the same bloodline and come from the same ancestors. This vast pool allows them to cultivate numerous talented mana cultivators. Effortlessly. Felix's plan? Since they lack such a foundation, he intends for the Morningstar family to integrate outsiders into their ranks. Upon arriving in the royal capital, he explored various taverns and asked around about whether any noble families accepted outsiders into their clans or offered resources for cultivation. The answer was always the same: no chance. It seemed that this practice was unheard of in the kingdom. But then an idea struck him. What if he recruited outsiders into his Morningstar family, just like those powerful cultivators in Xinxia and Xuanhua novels he read back on Earth, who set up sects and trained disciples into formidable warriors? In just a few years, these disciples could become pillars of strength for the sect. After some digging around the royal capital, it became clear that while there were magic academies and institutions recruiting students, but these magic academies and institutions only recruit students from those powerful families. As for the commoners, beggars, or orphans, they were not allowed to enter those magic academies or institutions at all unless it was obvious. These noble families wanted to hoard all cultivation resources for themselves. Another reason they shunned outsiders: pride and arrogance. They looked down on anyone without noble lineage as inferior. But Felix wasn't bound by such traditions. He had no prestigious bloodline himself. He saw no shame in welcoming outsiders into his family. After all, what did it matter if their bloodline got tainted? Felix and his companions were either orphans or had endured hardships together. They shared no ancestral ties whatsoever. If we're talking bloodlines here, sure, Trinity has true dragon bloodline potential. Gwendolyn boasts elf elemental heritage. Brixton has his own mysterious lineage, but ultimately it's about talent. So Felix had a bold idea. Why not recruit outsiders into the Morningstar family? With the vast resources at their disposal, they could easily afford to bring in fresh talent. After all, didn't Trinity and the others were orphans who lived in the slums and struggled to get their lives by? Who knows that all of them have such monstrous talents in them that, in fact, the talents that Trinity and the others' posses could rival those from even the most powerful noble families. If it weren't for Felix's scanning function, many of these hidden gems would remain undiscovered. Take Trinity, for example. She has a true dragon bloodline. If Felix didn't bother to scan their talents, then no one would have noticed that in a corner of the world in a small kingdom in the slums of city lies a person with a true dragon bloodline. This revelation begs the question, are all those beggars and orphans really as useless as society deems them? What if there are diamonds in the rough just waiting to shine? So, while these so-called noble families turn a blind eye to such raw potential, Felix is more than willing to step in and give them a chance. And with the system's scanning function, he can identify those with cultivation talent among the street dwellers. And for those who may not be cut out for cultivation, Felix has plans for them as well. Felix didn't believe that among all the beggars and orphans roaming the streets of the royal capital, there isn't a single person with talent. While he wasn't searching for extraordinary abilities like those of Trinity and her friends, he believed there had to be anyone, who could cultivate their skills that he wasn't particularly optimistic about finding mages in such circumstances. After all, Gwendolyn and Nixie's situation was special. But when it comes to knight cultivation, that's a different story. He firmly believed that many individuals could tap into their potential here. Knight cultivation doesn't require an abundance of innate talent or high-level comprehension to get started. With determination and guidance, he was confident that he could uncover a wealth of promising knights among those overlooked by society. As he contemplated this strategy, a smirk crept across Felix's face as he glanced at Zephyr and the others. "Big bro, are we really just going to recruit anyone into the family?" Brixton asked, his brow furrowing with concern. Felix shook his head firmly. "No way. Bringing in just anyone is a colossal risk. We could end up inviting some wolves into our fold." Nixie leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "So what's the plan then?" With a knowing smile, Felix replied, "We'll start by recruiting the beggars and orphans living on the streets." The group fell silent for a moment, surprise flickering across their faces. "Beggars and orphans?" Zephyr echoed, clearly puzzled. "Exactly," Felix affirmed, meeting their gazes. "This is the first stage of the Morningstar project, the foundation building stage." He paused dramatically before continuing. "There's a method to my madness. First off, they're everywhere on the streets. Secondly, nobody pays attention to them. If we take in a large number of these overlooked souls, it won't raise any eyebrows. Sure, some might think it's foolish, but we could also earn goodwill among commoners in the royal capital. That kind of reputation will pay off down the line." Having come from modern Earth himself, Felix understood all too well how crucial public opinion and reputation can be. "But, big bro," Nixie interjected thoughtfully, "how do you know these beggars and orphans will have talent? What if they're spies or have ulterior motives? The human heart is incredibly complex." "Nixie," Trinity chimed in gently but firmly, "have you forgotten where we started before achieving our current status?" Nixie blinked in realization and nodded with a smile. Felix continued confidently, "To uncover their potential talents, we'll provide them with a low-rank cultivation technique and see if they can sense mana. That if they can, great. If not, don't worry. We have plans for that too. We'll also use an awakening stone to identify any hidden mages among them." Understanding dawned on their faces as they absorbed Felix's words. "But are we really going to recruit them and just hand over cultivation resources like that?" Jarvis asked skeptically. "Sort of," Felix replied with a grin. "Here's how it works. Everyone starts as servants. As they progress from Tier 1 to Tier 3, they become outer family members. Tier 4 to Tier 6 promotes them to inner family members. And those who reach Tier 7 to Tier 9 will become elite family members. Each rank has specific cultivation resources attached. For instance, a servant gets 10 copper coins monthly along with 3 mana gathering pills and a basic cultivation technique, plus skill. An outer family member receives 100 silver coins monthly along with 6 mana gathering pills, 2-star cultivation technique, and 2-star skill. "Wow, big bro, this is seriously impressive," Nixie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The others nodded in agreement, clearly amazed by the system Felix had introduced. Felix chuckled modestly and shook his head. He just borrowed the ideas from all those novels he have read back on Earth. And that's not all. As you rank up, you'll unlock various benefits too. Plus, we're introducing family contribution points, FCP. Felix added enthusiastically. "Big bro, what exactly are family contribution points?" Gwendolyn asked, her curiosity piqued. "They're like a special currency just for our family," Felix explained. "Family disciples can use FCP to purchase cultivation resources. Think cultivation techniques, night skills, spells, weapons, you name it." Trinity leaned in closer. "And how do we earn these contribution points?" "Great question. You earn them by completing missions," Felix replied. "We'll post tasks around the family, like protecting our businesses or hunting magical beasts, similar to the missions at the Adventure Guild." Zephyr and the others exchanged impressed glances. They were taken aback by this innovative strategy. IT was beyond anything they had expected. "You've really thought this through," Jarvis said as he looked at Felix with admiration. "If what you envision comes to pass, I can only imagine how formidable the Morningstar family will become." Explore more stories at him. Felix simply smiled in response. He knew just how powerful this method could be in the long run. "But big bro," Brixton interjected curiously, "are we all going to stay at the estate?" "No," Felix shook his head firmly. "Don't forget, the 20-mile radius around the estate is part of our property too. We'll build residences there for everyone to live in. And as you rank up, your living arrangements will change until you can access both the outer and inner areas of the estate. Only those who become elite family members will carry the Morningstar surname." And what about those who don't have any talent for cultivation at all? Trinity asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Felix smiled, ready to reassure her. Well, not everyone has to be a master cultivator. Some folks might shine in other areas like management or various other fields. We can train them to handle our future business ventures. Plus, he added with a smirk, I'm planning to launch a huge project soon, and I'll need plenty of people on board. The group nodded thoughtfully. Everything was starting to make sense now. Wow, big bro. This first stage of the Morningstar project is incredible. Nixie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, the others chimed in, nodding in amazement. Felix smirked and raised an eyebrow. Who told you this is the end of the first stage of the Morningstar project? The group paused, taken aback by his words. You mean this whole thing isn't the end? Gwendolyn asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Felix chuckled softly. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, completing the first stage, Might Avalonia, might not help us much. Each of the 9 stages of the Morningstar project is a grand plan that could take years to complete. If we succeed in finishing this stage, I can assure you that the way you will look at Avalonia will be different in the future. They all inhaled sharply, shock evident on their faces. Really, big bro, you're too much, Zephyr said with a smile, though anticipation danced in his eyes as he eagerly awaited what was to come. All right, let's keep going, Felix said as he tapped the table for attention. The next phase of our first stage falls on Zephyr and Jarvis. Us. Zephyr and Jarvis exchanged puzzled glances. Yes, Felix confirmed with a nod. You too. Zephyr took a deep breath and asked, so what's the plan? Jarvis's expression turned serious as he looked at Felix expectantly. Okay, listen up. The Abyss Gate will split into 3 parts. Oh, why? Zephyr interrupted curiously. Felix shot him a glance. Don't interrupt. Zephyr grinned sheepishly and scratched his head in embarrassment. Felix continued without missing a beat. As I was saying, the Abyss Gate will divide into 3 entities. The Abyss Intelligence Network, the Abyss Hall, and finally, the Abyss Gate itself, which will oversee both organizations. He paused for effect before elaborating further. The Abyss Intelligence Network will be our eyes and ears throughout the kingdom. We need to know everything. Even if an ant dies, no information should escape its grasp. The Abyss Hall will function as an assassination organization where we train ruthless assassins to carry out missions for our family and even take on jobs from others when necessary. Lastly, the Abyss Gate will supervise these 2 organizations while continuing its operations from Brigdamore City. With these 3 working together, we'll gain complete control over the underground world of Avalonia. Zephyr and the others stared at Felix with expressions that screamed, "You are a monster." Felix turned to Zephyr, his gaze intense. Do you understand? His words jolted everyone out of their daze. Zephyr took a deep breath, nodding earnestly. I understand, big bro. Understood, Jarvis added, his expression serious. Good, Felix replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. Jarvis, you'll oversee the Abyss Hall that I want to train ruthless assassins, complete killing machines capable of executing any mission. Don't worry, I'll give you a proper assassins. Jarvis grinned, though there was something a little unsettling about it. Felix nodded knowingly. He was well aware of Jarvis's background as a trained killer. The man's assassination techniques were nothing short of extraordinary. With a swift motion, Felix summoned a long scroll that unfurled across the expansive conference table, nearly covering its entire surface. The scroll revealed an intricately detailed map. This is the royal capital, Felix explained, gesturing at the sprawling layout. It's divided into 108 districts, each one twice the size of Brigdamore City. Some districts are even 3 times larger, especially the top 20 districts that they're 10 times bigger than Brigdamore and house the kingdom's elite, including the royal palace, but we won't focus on that right now. He glanced around at his audience. His finger landed on a small district circled in red. This is where we are, Woollyamp District. It's 2 times bigger than Brigdamore City, and this is where our plans will take root. The group leaned in closer to examine Woollyamp District on the map, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they absorbed this information. Felix could see determination building among them, a fire igniting for what lay ahead. The air buzzed with excitement as the group gazed at the map depicting Woollyamp District, all except Jarvis, whose calm demeanor stood out amidst the enthusiasm. Having faced more intense challenges before, he wasn't as thrilled as Trinity and the others. Yet, deep down, he couldn't help but admire Felix's innovative idea to end the Avalonia Kingdom. And indeed, throughout Sylfendel, no noble or royal family would dare to recruit commoners beggars, or orphans into their ranks. Such families looked down on these individuals, believing they were unworthy of their cultivation resources. But Felix's situation was unique with their current weakness. Expanding their numbers and converting wealth into strength was a strategic necessity. Jarvis found himself genuinely impressed by Felix's perspective. Even he who was from one of the top 10 empires in Sylphenal world, he was surprised by this kind of idea. He was even surprised why one would have ever thought for his idea before. As for those noble families and royal families clamoring about their lineages and bloodline, that's bullshit. After all, every noble lineage had humble beginnings. Most ancestors of these elite families were once commoners themselves. It seemed that arrogance and greed had blinded them to this truth. Felix broke the contemplative silence. Our plan will begin in Wuliamp district, but we must proceed cautiously. We need to have a low-key approach. Although Wuliamp district might be one of the insignificant and small districts in the royal capital, but we need to be cautious. Understanding his words, everyone nodded in agreement. I've also gathered information that each district in the royal capital hosts an adventurer guild. Felix continued, glancing at Trinity and Brixton. Their expressions turned serious. They knew their assignments were coming up next. The adventure guild here is far more advanced than what we experienced in Brigdamore City, Felix explained. The number of dungeons available is simply unmatched. Taking a deep breath, he added, so Trinity and Brixton, your task is clear. Head to the Adventure Guild and establish the Morningstar Adventurer team. Expand it rapidly and seek out talented individuals who might want to join us permanently. Understood, big bro. Trinity and Brixton replied eagerly. They were well acquainted with such processes. Good. Felix nodded approvingly. What about Gwendolyn and me? Nixie chimed in curiously. Both of you. Felix met her gaze but paused mid-sentence. Host, a new mission has been issued. Please check the mission panel. The system voice sounded in his head. Big bro. Her call snapped him back to reality. Shaking off his distraction, he said, both of you will manage our current business affairs while I outline your future tasks shortly. Okay. Gwendolyn nodded confidently alongside Nixie. Jarvis furrowed his brow thoughtfully. How do we start recruiting those beggars and orphans? Felix chuckled softly. A glint flashed in his eyes. You've asked the right question, he replied. We can't just rush into recruiting people on a whim. Even if there are beggars and orphans out there, they understand the harsh realities of this world better than anyone else. If we approach them too abruptly, it might raise their suspicions instead of fostering trust, doing more harm than good. Zephyr frowned, clearly deep in thought. So how do we proceed? Felix shrugged with a smile. Well, since you're looking to me for answers, why don't we open the floor? Everyone share your suggestions. If they're feasible, we'll consider them. The group fell silent, brows furrowed as each person delved into their thoughts. With a calm demeanor, Jarvis glanced around before speaking up. I have a suggestion. Felix turned to him with a smile. Okay then, let's hear it. Zephyr and the others leaned in closer, eager to catch Jarvis's idea. Jarvis surveyed the group, a spark of inspiration lighting his eyes. We can't just show up out of nowhere and start recruiting. That would only raise their suspicions against us. Instead, why not spread the word among the beggars and orphans that were looking to take them in and care for them? Jarvis paused for a moment, toed his words sink, and he continued. We could even mention how you guards were once orphans yourselves, taken in by a powerful figure. Remember that Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert you concocted back in Brigdamore City. This is where he comes into play. We just need to subtly release the news that he's interested in gathering more orphans. Felix and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brightening at Jarvis's well-thought-out plan. But how will they believe us? Gwendolyn frowned, her skepticism evident. In their minds, why would such a formidable powerhouse take in a bunch of street kids? That's easy, Jarvis replied calmly. Just have one of your people disguise themselves as one of them and spread the word about Bridgemore City. They'll confirm what everyone is hearing. Plus, it's an excellent opportunity to promote your restaurant. Even if these beggars can't afford fine dining now, they can still share our name. Nods of agreement rippled through Felix and his companions as they considered Jarvis's idea. Exactly, Felix added enthusiastically. Even if someone powerful decides to investigate, we won't have anything to fear because news about Morningstar Restaurant being backed by a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert has already circulated in Bridgemore City. And if there are lingering doubts, Zephyr chimed in, the more people talk about it behind the scenes, the more it will become accepted as truth. Trinity chuckled softly. Besides, these beggars and orphans have been living on the streets for who knows how long. The chance to join a wealthy family and cultivate would be too tempting for many. Yeah, that's true. Everyone shared a light-hearted laugh. Brixton scratched his head thoughtfully. So, big bro, are there any requirements for recruiting them? Is there a threshold? Felix nodded seriously. Of course, while we want to recruit many individuals, we can't just accept anyone. He paused before continuing thoughtfully. Our focus will be on younger ones aged 5 to 18. This is prime age for cultivation, but we might also consider taking in some older folks between 30 and 50 that can help manage our estate. Nixie perked up with curiosity. So how many are we starting with? We'll begin with 1,000, Felix said decisively. They'll be our test subjects, guinea pigs, to see how well our plan works out. That if something goes awry, we can adjust accordingly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, Felix said with a confident nod. Let's move forward with the plans we discussed. He waved his hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, you all can head out and start getting ready. The group exchanged glances, stood up, and exited the small conference room. Nixie, Gwendolyn, stay behind, Felix called out. The two women settled back into their seats. Curiosity etched on their faces as they looked at him expectantly. You both need to start recruiting chefs and staff, just like we did back in Brigdamore City. I trust you're familiar with the process, Felix remarked casually, glancing between them. Nixie and Gwendolyn nodded. They were well acquainted with these tasks. But here's the kicker. I want you to focus on hiring spirit chefs. They're our top priority. Felix pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Nixie. This outlines the salaries for any spirit chef who joins us. As Nixie scanned the document, her eyes widened in disbelief. 10 million gold coins for a 1-star spirit chef, 30 million for 2-star, 50 million for 3-star, and a staggering 70 million for 4-star, she muttered in shock. Big bro, isn't that a bit excessive? Gwendolyn chimed in, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise. Even though they had plenty of gold now and money was no longer an issue, offering such astronomical salaries seemed outrageous. Both sisters were momentarily speechless. Felix shook his head lightly. Let me ask you something. How do you think established restaurants in the royal capital will react if a new competitor suddenly appears? They'll definitely take immediate measures to stop us. Nixie replied without hesitation. And how might they do that? Felix pressed further. After a moment's thought, Gwendolyn answered thoughtfully. They could try to discredit us or ruin our reputation, or even poach our staff. Exactly. In this industry, what is the most valuable resource? Felix asked pointedly. The chefs. Nixie exclaimed before realization hit her. Gwendolyn understood too. You get it now. Felix chuckled as he leaned back in his chair. Yeah, both women murmured softly in agreement. After gathering intel since we arrived here, Felix explained smoothly. I found that while being a spirit chef is prestigious and respected, they aren't exactly rare in the royal capital. The 1-star spirit chef typically earns about 5 million gold coins per month at other restaurants, 10 million for 2 stars, and so forth. He paused for a moment and continued. But at Morningstar Restaurant, we're doubling those figures. Just imagine how many spirit chefs will flock to us if word gets out about how well we treat our chefs. If other restaurants try to poach them, they'll have to match our salaries. Otherwise, why would any chef leave for less money? Nixie and Gwendolyn listened intently, nodding along with Felix's confident assertions. They understood his point completely. An O restaurant would willingly pay 10 million gold coins for a 1-star or even 30 million for a 2-star chef when they could get away with much less. The allure of such generous salaries would surely draw many skilled chefs to their doorstep. In this industry, Felix continued, chefs are everything. Good ones are like gold dust. Losing them feels like cutting off your own lifeline. While many places offer decent treatment, few are willing to cough up those kinds of salaries, even though there's no shortage of talented chefs roaming the capital. Felix leaned back casually, adding with confidence, and let's be real, we're not short on funds either. I truly believe we'll profit far more than what we're paying these chefs. But big bro, Gwendolyn interjected with a frown, if we do this, we might tick off other restaurants that can't be good. Nixie nodded in agreement. If Morningstar chefs are earning 10 million or even 30 million gold coins while others only get half that amount, it could create serious tension in the industry. Felix chuckled and waved dismissively. Relax, that's their problem, not ours. If they decide to stir up trouble over it, they'll find themselves in deep acid. Even though those established restaurants had formidable connections and years of experience backing them up, Felix stood firm in his belief that he had strengths of his own. While some restaurants have established a solid foothold in the royal capital after years of development, Felix wasn't one to be underestimated. Sure, his foundation might not be as stable as theirs, and he may appear weaker compared to those long-standing establishments. But make no mistake, he has strengths of his own and won't be taken down easily. Felix glanced at the map and pointed to the Wooliamp district. We'll start here, he declared confidently. From Wooliamp district, we'll gradually expand into other areas of the royal capital over time. Gwendolyn and Nixie nodded in agreement. He continued, Woollyamp District may be one of the poorest and least developed areas in the royal capital, but there are still plenty of wealthy individuals living here. Big bro, Nixie chimed in with curiosity. How many restaurants are we planning to open in the royal capital? Felix paused for a moment, studying the map thoughtfully. You know, he said slowly, Bridgemore City can't even compare to the royal capital. Each district here is 2, 3, or even 10 times larger than anything back in Bridgemore City. We could easily open multiple branches within just one district. Snapping back to reality, Felix announced decisively, for now, we'll launch 5 branches in Woollyamp District, all in different locations. Got it. Gwendolyn and Nixie replied with understanding. So here's the plan. Get ready to hire all the staff we need because this time we're not opening just one branch at a time, that we're launching 3 branches simultaneously. As more opportunities arise, we'll continue expanding, Felix explained with enthusiasm. It's going to be a busy period ahead. Okay, big bro. Gwendolyn and Nixie responded with serious expressions. Now go get everything prepared, Felix said while waving his hand dismissively. With determined nods toward him, Gwendolyn and Nixie left the conference room, leaving Felix alone with his thoughts. Status window, he muttered under his breath. Equals 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 business empire system. System status. Host frowny face Felix Morningstar. Age frowny face 20 years old race. Human cultivation knight/mage. Tier 5 Grandmaster dual elemental mage/tier 5 Grandmaster knight. Bloodline. None talents. Knight cultivation 8 stars. Mage cultivation 9 stars. Management 9 stars. Current industry. Food and beverages industry. Industry completion rate. Frowny face 0.04%. System shop. Unlocked. Food and beverages industry shop. Cultivation shop. Main mission. Develop every selected industry to the peak. Side mission. Open 10 origin restaurant branches in Woollyamp District. Duration. 4 months. Punishment for failure. Destruction of the host soul. Rewards. 10 million BEP note. With every branch the host opens, you will receive 1 million BEP. Business Empire points, BP. 2 million BEP. Wheel of Industries Lottery frowny face 1. Equals 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 Felix glanced at his status window, a smile creeping onto his lips that it had been ages since he last checked it, and now he noticed some exciting updates. His cultivation levels had soared to Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight and Tier 5 Grandmaster Dual Elemental Mage. Plus, his industry completion rate had ticked up to an impressive 0.04%. Talk about progress. Then he looked at the new mission the system released a while ago that made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. According to the mission, he had to open 10 new branches of the Morningstar restaurant in Woollyamp District alone. Initially, Felix had planned for just 5 branches but didn't expect the system to push him further. Yet as he thought it through, it made sense. Woollyamp District was twice the size of Bridgemore City, which itself was 3 times larger than New York City back on Earth. That meant Woollyamp District was at least 6 times bigger than NYC. Sure, Woollyamp District might be one of the poorer and less developed areas in the royal capital, but it still boasted plenty of wealthy individuals, merchants, powerful mana cultivators, and even small noble families with deep pockets. Felix wasn't worried about attracting rich customers. Anyone who could establish themselves in the royal capital was no ordinary person, but he believed that opening the Morningstar restaurant here would be a hit. After all, he possessed modern culinary knowledge and recipes far more advanced than what this world offered. While their culinary scene was well developed, it still lagged behind Earth standards. Shaking his head with determination, Felix focused on the details under the mission panel that caught his attention. System, he asked with curiosity. Are you saying I'll receive 1 million BEP for every branch of Morningstar restaurant I open? Yes, host, came the system's reply. So, what does that mean there won't be any more missions related to opening branches? Felix probed again. Correct. This mission is your last regarding branch openings, said the system. Felix nodded thoughtfully. No more waiting for missions meant he could earn BEP by simply expanding his restaurant chain. If he opened 100 branches, that could net him a whopping 100 million BEP. His eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect. This was fantastic news. However, reality set in when he considered staffing those restaurants. Finding enough spirit chefs and other staff wouldn't be easy since they weren't exactly as common as cabbages on street corners. Oh wait, I almost forgot. For every 1 million BEP you earn from opening branches only applies to 1-star restaurant buildings. That if you open a branch with 2-star restaurant buildings, you'll earn 2 million BEP, and so forth. The system interjected suddenly to Felix's eyes widened in shock. As if he opened a branch with 3-star restaurant buildings, that would mean earning 3 million BEP per branch. And if he dared to aim higher with 9-star restaurant buildings, a staggering 9 million BEP awaited per branch. Felix could hardly contain himself. This opportunity felt almost too good to be true. But host, each level of restaurant building must match the corresponding level of chef. Otherwise, you won't receive the BEP. But then, like a bucket of cold water splashing down on his enthusiasm, the system chimed in. Suddenly, Felix's excitement fizzled out. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. System, you really know how to kill a mood, he muttered under his breath. The system remained silent, as if it hadn't even heard him. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Felix began to ponder the implications of what the system had just said. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. When he first heard about the potential millions of BEP from opening branches at various levels, it felt like an irresistible dream. But now reality set in. This stingy system wasn't just going to hand over millions without some hard work on his part. If he wanted to open a branch using 2-star restaurant buildings, he'd need to hire a 2-star spirit chef. For a 3-star branch, a 3-star spirit chef was essential. And if he aimed for that coveted 9-star restaurant building, he'd better find himself a top-tier 9-star spirit chef. With these thoughts swirling around his mind, Felix sighed and shook his head again. System, you really are something else. Felix let out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of his ambitions pressing down on him, that if he wanted to expand his restaurant empire by opening new branches, he'd need to hire a slew of spirit chefs. Currently, he could only afford one 1-star chef and 2 2-star chefs, with a slim chance of snagging a 3-star chef if luck was on his side. Glancing at his remaining BEP, business empire points, he realized that the number of restaurants he could open was painfully limited. Hey system, Felix suddenly asked, breaking the silence in the conference room. According to my mission, I need to open 10 branches in Wooliamp district, right? Exactly. Host, the system replied promptly. And the reward for this mission is 10 million BEP. Felix continued. Yes, host, came the calm response. So that means for each branch I open, I'll earn 1 million BEP. Felix pressed further. Yes, host, the system confirmed. Felix's eyes sparkled with realization. If I open a branch with a 2-star restaurant building, that's part of the mission too, right? A smile crept across his face. Yes, you are correct, host, the system replied calmly. Great. So if I go ahead and open that branch with a 2-star restaurant building, I'll earn 2 million BEP. Felix narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he posed this question. Yes, host. The system paused for just a moment before responding cautiously. A chuckle escaped Felix's lips as relief washed over him. While earning 2 million BEP from a single branch sounded promising, he knew that if he wanted to maximize his earnings further down the line, he'd have to aim for higher-level restaurant buildings. With newfound determination coursing through him, Felix glanced at his status window and closed it. Decisively, standing up from his chair in the conference room, he felt ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. From now on, alongside Trinity, Gwendolyn Brixton, Zephyr Nixie, and Jarvis, they would all be incredibly busy building their empire together. Avalonia Kingdom, the royal capital. Wooliamp District. Wooliamp District is one of the 108 districts that make up the sprawling royal capital of Avalonia Kingdom. Despite being one of the smallest and least developed areas, it boasts a staggering population of around 10 million people. Here, approximately 70% of residents are commoners, beggars, and orphans. While many commoners manage to find jobs and maintain families in modest homes, countless others struggle on the streets, facing harsh realities that often lead them to theft and pickpocketing just to survive. Interestingly enough, despite its reputation as an insignificant district overlooked by many, Wooliamp is surprisingly well secured. The Avalonia Kingdom prioritizes safety throughout the royal capital. Even in this humble corner where few pay attention, there are measures in place to deter wrongdoing. However, true protection seems reserved for the wealthy and powerful who can afford security or possess strength to fend for themselves. The royal capital have 108 districts, and each of its 108 districts feels like a city unto itself, each with its own unique setting and in stories waiting to be uncovered. In one particularly neglected corner of Wooliamp lies an expanse filled with crumbling buildings resembling a slum. These structures huddle together like ants in a colony. Twisting corners and dark alleys create a dizzying maze that can easily disorient anyone unfamiliar with the area. The smell is overwhelming. It's a stark reminder of the lives lived within these dilapidated walls. This is where countless homeless individuals, beggars, and orphans seek shelter, a mere fraction of what exists throughout both. Woolly Amp and the royal capital at large, on these narrow streets roam emaciated figures dressed in tattered rags. Some sit against walls with blank expressions while others lie lifelessly on cold ground corners, ignored by passers-by. Malnourished children sleep soundly on unforgiving pavement. They range from toddlers to teenagers, all abandoned or left destitute by circumstance. It's almost unfathomable that such despair exists within the shadow of Avalonia's grandeur, a city known for its beauty. Hides this grim reality beneath its polished surface. Amongst this crowd sits a group of 10 to 20 skinny individuals scattered about aimlessly, some leaning against walls while others lie sprawled out without care. Yet one figure stands apart. His face shows signs of life amidst all this desolation. A spark in his eyes contrasts sharply with those around him who appear gaunt and defeated. He exchanges glances with another nearby individual whose dirty hair obscures most features but whose lively eyes reveal familiarity between them. Ahem. The dirty-faced man clears his throat before addressing his companion. "Hey, brother, how have you been?" The first man feigns surprise before grinning widely to reveal yellowed teeth. "I've been good. Something incredible happened just days ago." "Wait, what?" The dirty-faced guy leaned in, feigning intrigue. "Did some kind gentleman just hand you a pile of cash? Or did you stumble upon money lying around?" The first guy shook his head vigorously. "Oh no, it's way weirder than that. You won't believe what happened to me yesterday. It sounds too good to be true." "Spill it," the dirty-faced guy urged, his curiosity piqued. "You see," the first guy began with a dramatic flair, "I was out doing my usual begging. Business has been decent lately. But yesterday, not so much. My arch nemesis in the begging world swooped in and stole all my potential customers. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, a kind gentleman approached me and handed me 2 copper coins." He paused for effect. "And guess what? That's not even the strangest part." "What's stranger than that?" the dirty-faced guy asked, leaning closer. As they spoke loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear, a crowd began to gather. Tea first indifferent. People turned their heads when they caught wind of the mention of those precious copper coins. Greed flickered in their eyes before they quickly masked it. Nonetheless, they were now fully tuned into this unfolding drama. "The gentleman who gave me those 2 coins said he wanted to recruit me into his family." The first guy continued with excitement. "What? No way." The dirty-faced guy exclaimed dramatically. Gasps rippled through the crowd as onlookers exchanged shocked glances. "Yeah," the first guy nodded earnestly. "It really happened." "So what did you do?" asked the dirty-faced guy. "I rejected him," came the reply. "Why on earth would you turn down an offer like that? You could have been part of a noble family. No more worries about food or clothing." His eyes widened in disbelief. The first guy sighed deeply. "You know how these wealthy families are. How could someone like me, a useless and disgusting beggar, ever fit in? I can't shake this feeling that there's something sinister behind his offer. Wealthy families often have strange and twisted desires. I may be homeless and scruffy, but I've still got my dignity." "You're absolutely right about that," nodded the dirty-faced guy solemnly. The other beggars around them murmured their agreement. They understood all too well how harsh life could be at society's bottom rung. Trust was a luxury they couldn't afford, even among friends or family, etched deep into their very souls. Never trust anyone. "Do you know what the gentleman said?" the first guy began, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "He admired my cautious nature and reassured me that it's perfectly fine not to trust strangers easily. Then he shared something incredible. He told me he was once an orphan and a beggar, just like me. A kind man took him in and transformed his life." "Wow. So this kind gentleman was also an orphan. He was taken in by another generous soul and changed his destiny." The dirty-faced guy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes," the first guy replied enthusiastically. "And guess what? He mentioned that he wasn't the only one." "What do you mean?" the dirty-faced guy asked, leaning in closer. "Why now?" A crowd of beggars had gathered around them. Their pale faces lit up with curiosity as they listened intently to the unfolding story. It wasn't every day they got to hear such captivating tales. The first guy continued. "Apparently, this kind gentleman didn't just help him. He took in many other beggars and orphans too, changing all their lives for the better. And do you know what shocked me most?" "What did he say?" the dirty-faced guy asked eagerly. "Yeah, what did he say?" chimed in another beggar, unable to contain himself. All eyes turned toward him, making him feel suddenly nervous that he waved his hands dismissively. "Don't mind me. Just keep going." With a smile, the first guy pressed on. He revealed that this gentleman is a mana cultivator, a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert. Hisses. The collective gasp from the crowd echoed through the air as astonishment washed over their faces. For many of them, It was rare to see any emotion at all after years of hardship. Are you sure about what you're saying? Another beggar asked skeptically. I swear it's true. He even took me to his magnificent estate, the first guy exclaimed passionately. When I saw where he lived, I was absolutely stunned. It looked like paradise. Everything there was beautiful. It was truly the most breathtaking place I've ever seen as a dignified beggar. And there were all sorts of people living there, children and elderly folks alike, he added earnestly. It seemed like everything he said was genuine. Right then and there, I decided I wanted to join his family. That I said he can offer me any kind of work, cleaning, cooking, anything really, as long as I could be part of his household. What? You mean you're about to join a noble family? Bro, I'm so jealous. But please tell me he didn't ask anything from you in return. The dirty-faced guy exclaimed with wide eyes. No, the first guy shook his head vigorously. He said I could come when I'm ready and that I'd never have to worry about food or clothing again. Man, I can't believe how jealous I am of you right now. The scruffy-faced guy admitted, his eyes burning with envy. It wasn't just him. A crowd had gathered, each face reflecting the same mix of jealousy and resentment as they looked at the first guy. But could you blame them? They had all been struggling to survive on the streets, where finding something to eat was a daily battle. Now, here was one of their own about to embark on a life-changing journey. Yet, wallowing in jealousy wouldn't help. Life is full of ups and downs, and everyone has their moment to shine. Just because your opportunity hasn't arrived yet doesn't mean it won't. Patience is key. So what are you doing here? Why didn't you just stay over there? The scruffy-faced guy asked. Well, he gave me a task, replied the first guy. Oh, what kind of task? Curiosity flickered in the dirty-faced man's eyes. Remember when I mentioned that he's an orphan and that a kind gentleman took him in? The first guy continued. Yeah. The scruffy-faced man nodded eagerly. Well, it turns out this kind gentleman wants to take in around 1,000 homeless people, beggars, and orphans into his family. The first guy dropped this bombshell like it was hot news. What? The dirty-faced guy sprang to his feet. Dude, my dear bro, my brother from another mother, please take me with you. Can I come too? Another beggar chimed in. Get out of my way, bro. Take me instead. I'll work hard for just enough food to fill my stomach. Me too. I'm ready to do anything, cried another voice from the crowd. I can help. I'm so tired of this life. I have strength and will work hard, someone else shouted desperately. Big brother, can you take me and my siblings too? We're starving, pleaded a small voice from behind. In an instant, it felt like those homeless individuals had been electrified as they swarmed around the first guy. The atmosphere exploded into chaos as more beggars and orphans joined in, drawn by the commotion. Within minutes, what started as a small gathering turned into a bustling crowd filled with hopeful faces, all eager for change. The atmosphere was electric, buzzing with anticipation as a crowd swiftly gathered around the first guy in the center. Hopeful and desperate faces pressed in close, their eyes shimmering with emotion. For many years, these individuals had felt lost and forgotten, but now they looked to this man as if he were their last beacon of hope. Children, men, women, and the elderly all clamored for attention, eager to be chosen. The first guy surveyed the throng encircling him, panic flickering in his eyes. DM, I didn't expect this to escalate so quickly, he thought bitterly. I need to calm him down, or I won't make it out of here in one piece. Everybody calm down, he shouted over the din, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos surrounding him. Frustration mounting, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. I said, everyone calm down. His voice boomed across the area like thunder, causing the crowd to take a step back in shock. A heavy silence fell as they stared at him wide-eyed. They could feel their eardrums vibrating from his powerful shout. Good. That's better, he nodded with satisfaction at the now quiet crowd. Listen up. The kind gentleman can only take those between the ages of 5 and 18. Instantly, an uproar erupted once more. Some faces lit up with joy while others twisted into expressions of disappointment and resentment. Whispers filled the air. Why these requirements? What about us? Is this some sort of scheme? Everyone, I believe this guy might part of that noble family to abduct children and use them to take sacrifice. Don't believe what he says? As doubt crept into their minds, caution replaced excitement among those who met the age criteria. They began to wonder if this was part of a sinister plot, perhaps an abduction for some dark purpose. The first guy's expression darkened as he caught sight of one particularly vocal critic amidst the crowd, a man whose words dripped with suspicion. If it weren't for timing, I would have killed this guy by now, he muttered under his breath. He forced a smile onto his face and addressed everyone again. Please understand that this is not some scheme to abduct children. The kind gentleman genuinely wants to provide a safe haven for homeless children. He paused dramatically before adding, Do you really think someone as powerful as a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert would stoop so low? Gradually, skepticism began to wane as they considered his words. How could such an esteemed figure resort to such actions? With that realization came collective relief. Perhaps there was truth in what he said after all. Just then, another voice cut through the air. How do we know you've even met this Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert? The same person persisted with resentment, laced in his voice. Frustration bubbled within him again. Thoughts raced through his mind about how much he wanted to silence that voice forever. But just then, a chilling whisper echoed beside him. When you're done here, kill him. The first guy stood momentarily stunned, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he fixed his icy gaze on the crowd. No one can destroy the master's plan, he muttered, his voice low and menacing. He redirected his attention to the gathering, declaring, while I may not have encountered a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert myself, I assure you that everything I've said is true. If you choose not to believe me, there's nothing more I can do. An uneasy silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Listen up, anyone between the ages of 5 and 18 who wishes to change your life and destiny, step forward now. This is an incredible opportunity that won't come around again. You can either remain trapped in this godforsaken place or take control of your fate. The choice is yours. With that, he fell silent. The air thickened with hesitation as eyes darted among each other. Suddenly, a scrawny little boy stepped forward from the back of the crowd. His messy hair was dirt-streaked, his pale skin stretched tightly over sunken cheeks, and cracked lips spoke of hunger. He wore tattered clothes that hung loosely on his frail frame and cradled a tiny girl wrapped in similar rags. Surprised by this unexpected sight amidst the throng of homeless people and beggars, the first guy looked down at them in disbelief. The little boy gazed up with innocent eyes and asked earnestly, Big Uncle, can I bring my siblings along? Oh, you have siblings. How many? The first guy replied, taken aback. After a brief pause for thought, Leo answered proudly, including me, there are 20 of us. I'm the oldest. For a moment, silence reigned as the first guy processed this revelation. Then he smiled warmly. Of course you can bring your siblings along. Leo's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Thank you so much. Haha, no worries at all. The first guy chuckled before asking curiously, What's your name? After pondering for a moment, Leo replied shyly but confidently, My name is Leo. All right then, go call your other siblings to join us, said the first guy with an encouraging smile. Without hesitation, Leo handed over the baby in his arms to the first guy before sprinting off into the distance with joy radiating from his pale face. As he held the baby close to him now, a small creature whose face was flushed red with fever. The first guy felt concern wash over him. Just moments later, though, her color returned to normal. Yet she remained pale and continued sucking her fingers. Hungrily, glancing back at the crowd without saying a word only deepened their silence. After several minutes passed without anyone stepping forward, his frustration mounted into a heavy sigh. Gritting his teeth in anger, he glared at the man responsible for all this chaos, a deep-seated killing intent simmering beneath the surface. I'll make him wish for death in a while, he muttered in his heart. Moments later, Leo returned, a group of malnourished children trailing closely behind him. Their fragile bodies resembled mere shadows, skin stretched tight over bones, pale faces like ghosts peering out from tattered clothes. Boys and girls alike looked up at him with wide eyes filled with hope and fear. Big Uncle, these are my siblings. Lep pointed to the children standing behind him. Good job, Leo. From now on, your lives will never be the same, the first man said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Suddenly, that same man added ominously, Hey little guy, don't trust him. He's planning to use you and your siblings for some evil sacrifice. Don't go. The first man locked eyes with this troublemaker for several tense moments before turning away. Inside, however, his desire to kill was teetering on the edge. One more word from that guy might push him over. Leo turned to the speaker and declared in his youthful voice, I, Leo, don't want to be trapped here forever, that I won't let my siblings suffer any longer. This opportunity is too precious to pass up. Even if it turns out to be a trap that could cost us our lives, that I'm willing to take that risk. Because this isn't the life we deserve. Opportunities come but once. If I miss this chance, there's no going back. At least I'm fighting for a better future. The first man blinked in surprise at Leo's words. He hadn't expected such wisdom from a 10-year-old child. Admiration flashed his eyes as he muttered under his breath. This kid could make a pretty good assassin. The crowd fell silent, their expressions shifting from shock to awe as they processed Leo's brave declaration. Just then, a woman stepped forward, her 3 children in tow. With a hopeful glance at the first guy, she said, "Sir, I don't quite understand why you're only taking children. But as that little guy mentioned, isn't it better to take risks than to be a coward? I may be past the age limit, but my 3 kids meet all the requirements. Can you please take them?" The first man paused for a moment, studying her with silence before responding. "For this one time, I'll make an exception and allow you to bring your children along." The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed his words. "But didn't you say?" Her surprise was palpable. He waved his hand dismissively and reassured her, "Don't worry about it. The kind gentleman gave me one extra spot that I can fill if I choose to, and I've decided to use it for you." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the woman sank to her knees, tears glistening in her eyes. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Come on now," he said gently as he helped her up from the ground. "No need for that." With tears streaming down her face, she gathered her children close as they stood behind him. 3 little faces filled with hope and excitement. As the first man stood tall, a spark of inspiration ignited in those who met the age requirements one by one. They began to step forward, forming a line behind him. Within just a few minutes, about 1,000 young faces ranging from 5 to 18 years old stood behind the first guy with hopeful looks on their faces. MG. Note, guys, let's rush up and enter the top 100 golden ticket ranking of this month. Reward. Mass release for 2 days. The top 3 contributors will also receive rewards. 1 SD place equals the opportunity to introduce a new character. Set the character personality, character design, and everything. 2 in D place equals the opportunity to design Jarvis character image. 3 RD place equals the opportunity to design Seraphine Netherfrost character image. Just a few minutes later, the 1,000 quota was reached. "All right, everyone, the 1,000 quota has been met. And don't worry, I'll be back next time," the first guy announced, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Disappointment quickly faded from the faces of those who hadn't been chosen this time. After all, there would be another opportunity. The first guy nodded and turned to face the sea of youthful faces before him, smiling warmly. "Okay, everyone, we'll be heading to the gentleman's estate next. If you have any unfinished business, now's your chance to take care of it before we leave." With that, a few individuals stepped away from the crowd to bid farewell to their families. However, only a handful went to take care of their unfinished business. This part of Wuliamp district was home primarily to homeless people, beggars, and orphans. Families were scarce here. Minutes passed as they made their way out of the slums, gradually disappearing from view. The crowd lingered for a moment longer, watching their fading backs with complex emotions swirling in their eyes. Soon enough, they began dispersing back into lives filled with despair and hunger. In a shadowy corner of an alleyway, a frail young man walked through the narrow passage with resentment and bitterness etched across his features. "Why do they get picked while I'm left behind? This is so unfair," he muttered angrily under his breath. "Do you want to know why you weren't selected?" A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Startled, he spun around to find a dark figure lurking in the shadows. Its bottomless eyes radiated an unsettling, killing intent. Who are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling. The shadowy figure didn't respond, but suddenly closed the distance between them in an instant, the dagger pressed against the man's throat before he could react. Terror washed over him as his already pale face turned ghostly white. Looking deep into his eyes, the figure spoke coldly. "The reason you weren't chosen is simple. You talk too much." PSSSSD. The dagger sliced through flesh with brutal precision as crimson blood gushed forth. The man clutched at his throat in shock as terror filled his gaze. Within moments, he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The black shadow glanced down at the body and muttered disdainfully, "I wanted to toy with you more, but time isn't on my side. Consider yourself lucky." With that cryptic remark, he melted back into darkness, leaving only a lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Royal Capital, Wuliamp District, the Morningstar family estate. As the sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the long, beautifully paved road leading to the grand golden gates of the Morningstar family estate, a crowd of about 1,000 children made their way toward this new world. Clad in tattered clothes and with pale, malnourished bodies, they walked in awe and disbelief. Their eyes widened at the sight of the stunning path beneath their feet, flanked by magnificent statues and towering trees that swayed gently in the breeze. Colorful fountains danced nearby, surrounded by vibrant flowers that seemed to sing with life. For many of these children, ages 5 to 18, this was a realm they had only dreamed of. Most had spent their lives navigating the harsh realities of streets and slums. So as they tread cautiously on this pristine road, curiosity mingled with shock in their expressions. At the forefront were 2 figures, Finn and Clark, who had ventured into the slums under disguise to execute Felix's plan. That was easier than I expected, Finn murmured to Clark. Yeah, but it had its challenges, Clark replied thoughtfully. If it weren't for that guy messing things up, we'd be done by now, Finn said with frustration. Speaking of him, how is he? Clark asked quietly. Dead, Finn replied grimly. The gate master ordered me to take care of him. Honestly, even if he hadn't given me that order, I would have done it anyway. His fist clenched tightly at his side. Clark nodded silently as they continued down the long paved road until they reached the imposing Golden Gate ahead. Before them stood an elevated platform where several individuals awaited, Felix himself alongside Trinity, Gwendolyn, Brixton, Zephyr, Nixie, Jarvis, Chef Gideon, and various family servants. Finn and Clark bowed deeply before Felix. Greetings, family head. Felix acknowledged them with a nod. Well done. Thank you, they replied in unison before stepping aside. Felix stepped forward and surveyed the eager crowd before him with a warm smile. The children gazed back at him with wide eyes filled with wonder and anticipation. Ahem, hello everyone. Felix cleared his throat to capture their attention. I am Felix Morningstar, he began warmly, and I welcome all of you to the Morningstar family. Seeing you here means you've chosen to join us. And I couldn't be happier. I promise your lives will change dramatically from this moment onward. He paused for effect as he scanned their faces before continuing. I believe someone has already informed you about what's happening here. The kind gentleman with incredible strength rescued me, and those standing behind me, from lives on the streets. Yes, we were once beggars, orphans like many of you. He smiled and continued. Some were even enslaved, but thanks to this gentleman's generosity, we now lead fulfilling lives. That kind gentleman has offered us a chance at a new and fulfilling life, one that has completely transformed us. And now, he wants to extend that opportunity to all of you. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as children exchanged wide-eyed glances, their hearts racing with anticipation. Felix beamed at them, sensing their eagerness. But wait, there's more. After you join the Morningstar family, you'll have the incredible opportunity to cultivate. Yes, you heard me right, cultivate. The collective gasp from the group of about 1,000 children was palpable. Shock and disbelief danced across their faces. Is this true? We can really cultivate. This is unbelievable. If I can cultivate, I won't have to scavenge for food anymore. Is this a dream? Beggars like us getting a chance to cultivate? Someone pinched me, ouch. Why did you pinch me? You said someone should pinch you. How do you know you're not dreaming? Democrat Minnesota, this isn't a dream. It's real. Finally, I'll have the chance to cultivate in this life. Excitement buzzed in the air as they chattered amongst themselves. Yet some remained skeptical. In a world where cultivation resources were hoarded by the powerful, how could they, mere bottom feeders, ever hope to cultivate? It seemed too good to be true. Felix raised his hand for silence, his demeanor shifting as he projected an aura that commanded attention. A powerful energy radiated from him before retracting back into his being. The crowd felt it, a weight pressing down on them like quicksand. That made breathing difficult, but just as suddenly as it came, it vanished. Now do you believe me? Felix asked confidently. When that kind gentleman took us in, he gave us our own chance to cultivate. Just like many of you here today, we didn't believe at first, but look at us now. We are all mana cultivators. He spread his arms wide in triumph. I'm offering you the same opportunity, the power to shape your own destiny. His words ignited flames of hope in their eyes. As enthusiasm surged through the crowd once more, Felix continued with a serious tone. However, joining the Morningstar family comes with responsibilities. There are rules we must adhere to. Breaking them will lead to severe consequences, even banishment back to where you came from. The atmosphere grew tense as memories of their past lives flooded back. The filth and despair they had escaped, and they resolved never again to break any rule. There are 3 crucial rules, Felix stated firmly. Breaking any one of these could cost you your life. All right, everyone listen up. There are 3 crucial rules you must follow in this family. Breaking any one of them could lead to serious consequences. I'm talking about punishable by death. Rule number 1, no matter what happens, never betray the family. Even if a sword is pressed against your throat, loyalty is paramount. Rule number 2, never harm a family member, not even in thought. This bond is sacred. Rule number 3, don't underestimate anyone, no matter their appearance. Whether it's a beggar on the street or someone who seems insignificant, always treat everyone with respect. The group of 1,000 children listened intently, hanging on every word as if their lives depended on it. Although some were puzzled by rule number 3, they understood its importance simply because it was among the top 3 rules. Besides these vital rules, there are other guidelines you'll learn about later, Felix added with a nod. Now take a look at those behind me, he said, gesturing toward Trinity and the elders standing nearby. These are the respected members of our family. Show them the utmost respect whenever you see them. With that, Felix clapped his hands. Moments later, a group of maids and male servants stepped forward in their finely tailored uniforms. Follow them. They'll show you where you'll be staying, he instructed as he pointed to the servants. The children obediently trailed after the staff as they branched towards another direction, going to the back of the estate until they disappeared from view moments later. Felix turned back to Zephyr and the others with a smirk. Well, that went smoothly. Yeah, but don't forget, they're just kids, Trinity replied thoughtfully. Still, we shouldn't underestimate them. They're sharper than they seem. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that this part of our plan has been set into motion, we need to focus on our next steps, Felix said decisively. You guys should get busy with your own plans. We don't have time to waste. You're right about that, Brixton, and I will be going to the Adventurer Guild today. Oh, you won't see us for a long while, Trinity while looking at Felix. Felix met her golden eyes for a moment before saying softly, just be careful out there. Trinity turned her head slightly away with a faint blush creeping on her cheeks and nodded subtly. I'll also be tied up for a while with Jarvis. Zephyr chimed in as Jarvis nodded beside him. Felix gave them both an encouraging glance before responding, good luck. If you need anything at all, just send word. Will do. With that affirmation, Zephyr and Jarvis vanished from sight along with Finn and Clark who were standing at the side. Trinity shot a quick glance at Felix before vanishing from her spot with Brixton. Felix fell into a contemplative silence, staring at the empty space where Trinity had just stood. Missing Big Sis already, are we? Nixie's playful voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. A faint smile tugged at Felix's lips as he shook his head. All right, you two should find something to keep yourselves busy, he said with a chuckle before walking away. Nixie turned to Gwendolyn with a curious expression. Hey, don't you think there is something strange going on between Big Bro and Big Sis Trinity? Gwendolyn watched Felix's retreating figure, intrigue sparking in her eyes as she pondered the question deeply. At the back of the Morningstar family estate lies an expansive area stretching nearly 10 miles, now adorned with stunning white buildings. Along, paved road winds gracefully through this vast complex, reminiscent of a picturesque campus. The structures resemble grand dormitories, spacious and beautifully designed. From a bird's-eye view, the complex appears to be divided into 2 distinct sections. One side features numerous buildings clustered together in a harmonious layout that feels open rather than congested. In contrast, the other section boasts fewer but larger and more exquisite buildings, where the concentration of mana is noticeably denser. In addition to these impressive structures, there are over a dozen expansive training grounds, each measuring up to 100 meters, equipped with various training equipments, scattered. Throughout this architectural wonder are unique towers that add an element of intrigue to the landscape. As we shift our focus back to the present moment, all 1,000 children, from ages 5 to 18, have been guided into this magnificent building complex by attentive servants. Awe fills their eyes as they take in their beautiful surroundings. Ahem, a male servant steps forward, clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention. Welcome. This will be your home from now on. If you're siblings or know each other, feel free to choose rooms on the same floor. Please organize yourselves as we show you where each of you will live, he says with an encouraging smile. Immediately, those who recognize each other begin grouping together while families unite. However, some children stand alone without familiar faces nearby. Big brother Leo, a little boy tugging at Leo's shirt, asks eagerly, "Are we going to live together?" "Of course," Leo replies warmly as he scoops up his younger sister in his arms. Just then, a maid approaches them with a gentle smile. "Hello there, if it's all right with you. I'd like to take care of this adorable little girl." Leo's expression shifts instantly as he tightens his grip on his sister. "Are you going to take my sister away?" The maid raises her hands reassuringly. "No, we're not taking her away from you at all. That she's still just a baby under 6 months old. We'll ensure she's well cared for until she can join you again." "Really?" Doubt flickers in Leo's eyes. "Absolutely. You've joined a Morningstar family now. There's nothing to worry about. We'll treat her kindly," she assures him with warmth. After pondering for a moment, Leo nods slowly and hands Solstice over reluctantly, but trustingly. "What's her name?" the maid asks softly as she cradles Solstice gently. "Her name is Solstice," Leo replies proudly. "That's such a lovely name," she responds with genuine admiration before turning away with Solstice in her arms Yes, they watch as the maid left with Solstice, a sad feeling welled up in their hearts. Don't worry. It's not like we can't see Solstice again. A little girl, about Leo's age, chimed in cheerfully. That big sister said, we can visit anytime we want. Leo simply nodded, comforted by her words. All right, kiddos, do you want to live together or? A male servant stepped forward, addressing Leo and his siblings. We're family. We want to live in the same building, Leo declared without hesitation. Great, follow me, the servant replied with a warm smile as he led them toward one of the buildings. Moments later, they found themselves on a vast floor lined with doors on either side. The marble tiles gleamed under beautiful lamps adorning the walls. Standing in awe, Leo and his siblings gazed around, wide-eyed at their new surroundings. This is where you'll be living. Feel free to choose any room you like. Don't worry, there are bathrooms and everything you need, the servant explained kindly. Nodding in disbelief, Leo and his siblings slowly made their way toward the rooms to explore their options. When Leo opened the door to his room, he was utterly taken aback. The space was spacious and inviting, equipped with a large, comfortable bed, a desk and chair, a huge wardrobe, cabinets, and even a cozy couch. His eyes widened in shock. Is this really where I'm going to live? He whispered incredulously. After years spent sleeping on cold ground in the slums, how could he not feel overwhelmed? Now he was about to sleep in such luxury, a big bed with warm sheets. At just 10 years old, emotions swirled inside him like a storm. Okay, everyone, come out. The servant's voice broke through Leo's reverie. Shaking off his astonishment, he stepped outside just as his siblings emerged from their rooms too, each wearing equally dazed expressions as they processed what they had just seen. Do you like it? The servant asked with a grin. Leo and his siblings nodded slowly but surely. Their faces still reflected sheer amazement. Now that you've seen your rooms, the servant continued enthusiastically, go take a nice bath and toss away your dirty clothes, and inside the wardrobes, there are fresh outfits waiting for you inside. Once you're all cleaned up, come back out. I'll take you to dinner at the canteen. With renewed energy from this promise of adventure and food, Leo and his siblings headed back into their respective rooms for baths while the servant leaned against the wall with a slight smile. About an hour later, Leo and his siblings emerged from their rooms, transformed and gleaming. After a much-needed bath, they were now clad in fresh clothes that made them look lively and adorable. Gone were the days of dirt and grime. Their eyes sparkled with energy, reflecting the joy of cleanliness. However, despite their vibrant appearance, they remained skinny, mere shadows of themselves, with pale faces and dry, cracked lips. Yes, they admired their new outfits. A male servant leaning casually against the wall nodded approvingly. All right, now that you're all cleaned up, let's get you some dinner. With that, he led the children out of the building. Along the way, they noticed other servants guiding more kids outside. Everyone was freshly scrubbed and dressed in bright new clothes, excitement radiating from their faces as they chatted animatedly. My room was huge, one exclaimed. Right? That bed was massive. I've never seen anything so comfy, another chimed in. This feels like heaven. We each have our own rooms and those giant beds, a third added with wide eyes. I thought I was dreaming back in the slums, said another child wistfully. We had to sleep on the ground without even a rag to cover us. Yeah, I'm so lucky I met the age requirement and got chosen for this place, someone else exclaimed. And guess what? We're about to eat dinner. Even though I have no idea what that really is, one child said with a grin. It seems dinner means food in the evening, another replied thoughtfully. Wow, is there really such a thing? Yeah, the big sister who showed us to our rooms mentioned it. Came another voice filled with wonder. This is amazing. You know, one child said quietly, I've never eaten in the evening before. Sometimes I couldn't find food for 3 whole days. A collective sigh echoed through their group as they reflected on how fortunate they felt. This family is so generous and kind. I'm really glad I got to join. As they walked along the paved path toward the canteen, laughter mingled with stories of hope and gratitude filled the air, a stark contrast to their past struggles that a few minutes later, all 1,000 children were led to a colossal building. Standing before it, they felt like tiny ants gazing up at a giant. Welcome, everyone. This is the canteen, our dining hall where you'll enjoy your meals from now on, announced a male servant with enthusiasm. There are dozens of similar buildings across this vast complex, but only this one is in use right now. From today onward, breakfast, lunch, and dinner will be served here. The crowd nodded in disbelief, still absorbing the enormity of their surroundings. Let's head inside. With that, the servant swung open the massive wooden doors of the dining hall and stepped in, followed by the eager children. Wow! The exclamation echoed as all 1,000 children stepped inside. The dining hall was breathtakingly spacious, its high dome adorned with stunning chandeliers that sparkled like stars. Bright lamps illuminated the walls while black marble tiles paved the floor beneath them. Long dining tables stretched out across the room, each capable of seating around 100 people without feeling cramped. It was simple, yet undeniably beautiful, a sight that left them all in awe. "All right, everyone, find a seat. Dinner will be served shortly," said the male servant as he led other staff members toward the kitchen. The children snapped out of their daze and slowly approached the long tables, still wide-eyed at their surroundings. Moments later, servants emerged from the kitchen, pushing large carts topped with gleaming silver trays covered neatly with lids. As they placed these trays on the tables before them, gasps filled the air. Curiosity danced in every child's eyes. With a flourish, the servants lifted the lids, and an intense aroma wafted through the hall like an inviting embrace. The scent enveloped them instantly. It was rich and mouth-watering. Gulp! 1,000 throats swallowed hard as they stared at an array of delicious dishes laid out before them. Saliva pooled at their lips as glistening eyes took it all in. "What are you waiting for? Dig in," called out one voice, suddenly breaking through their trance. "You mean this is for us?" stammered one boy incredulously. "Of course. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty more where that came from," reassured a maid with a warm smile. In an instant, chaos erupted as they dove into their meals like hungry wolves unleashed after weeks without food. "Oh my heavens, is this food? This must be what gods eat!" exclaimed another child between mouthfuls. "This is simply divine. I don't even know what to say," another chimed in. "Dude, why are you crying? Just eat." "I can't help it. This food is heavenly," someone sobbed joyfully amidst bites. "Sniff, sniff. This food is simply divine. Oh, mama." "Dude, stop crying and eat your food. Otherwise, I'll eat yours." "Bro, don't even think about it." The hall buzzed with excitement as the crowd eagerly stuffed their faces with food. Greasy remnants smeared across their cheeks didn't matter. They devoured mouthfuls like there was no tomorrow. Servants hurried in and out, bringing more dishes that were quickly swept away by the hungry throng. The air was filled with munching sounds punctuated by collective gasps of delight. They ate like wolves that hadn't feasted in weeks, understandably so, given their backgrounds. All of them come from the slums, facing daily struggles where finding a meal was a monumental challenge. Some went days without eating. Their lives were often steeped in despair. But tonight was different. They had been rescued from the streets and welcomed into a place where they could enjoy spacious rooms filled with cozy beds. No more sleeping on cold, hard ground. They could take long baths and wear clean clothes while indulging in an abundance of delicious food. Some couldn't hold back tears as they ate. Joy mixed with sorrow streamed down their cheeks. Yet their hands never stopped moving. They continued to stuff their mouths. "Full." Sigh. "What poor children," one maid remarked softly, shaking her head. "I can only imagine how tough life must have been for them." Another maid replied, thoughtfully. "Yeah, the family head is such a good person for rescuing so many homeless kids." Another maid chimed in. "Look at how they're eating. It's like they haven't had a proper meal in ages," another added with concern. "What a hard life this has been." Yet another maid said sadly as she watched the scene unfold before her eyes. For 2 hours straight, dinner continued as the children ate to their heart's content. Leaning back against their chairs, they patted their full bellies with satisfaction, a feeling they hadn't experienced in far too long. The last time they tasted something truly delicious, probably scavenging leftovers from garbage. About half an hour later, all the children rose from their seats and strolled out of the dining hall, laughter bubbling up as they chatted about how incredible the food had been. One by one, they returned to their spacious rooms and collapsed onto those plush beds, smiles still dancing on their faces as they drifted off into dreamland. The next morning, as dawn broke, thousands of children stirred from their slumber. Excitement buzzed in the air as they took their baths, donned their new clothes, and made their way to the dining hall for breakfast. Inside the hall, laughter and chatter filled the space as everyone savored their meals with gleaming eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a loud bell tolled 3 times, echoing across the grounds. "Okay, everyone, please follow me," bellowed a male servant who strode into the dining area. The children jumped up from their seats and eagerly followed him out into the crisp morning air. They walked along paved paths that twisted and turned until they arrived at an enormous platform. This platform was impressive. 10 small pillars stood proudly in its center, each topped with glistening crystal stones that sparkled like stars in sunlight. Standing before them was Felix, flanked by about 100 people who awaited his command. "Greetings, family head," said the servant with a slight bow. The crowd echoed his greeting. "Greetings, family head." Felix smiled and nodded at them all before waving dismissively at the servant to step aside. Turning his attention to the eager faces of children aged 5 to 18 gathered before him, he began, "I hope you're starting to feel at home here." He paused for a moment before continuing. "As I mentioned yesterday, I'm offering you all a chance to cultivate your abilities. Do you see those pillars?" He pointed toward them. Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they nodded in unison. "These are awakening stones. We'll test your aptitude for magic today," Felix declared confidently. "Each of you will place your hand on one of these stones. If you have magical talent, it will react." A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd at this news. "And don't worry if magic isn't your calling. Those without aptitude will receive night cultivation techniques instead," he assured them. With nervous energy crackling in the air, Felix instructed them to divide into groups around each awakening stone. 10 individuals of the 100 people stepped forward from behind him to guide them through this pivotal moment. "Place your hand on the awakening stone," one guide encouraged gently as a 17-year-old girl approached nervously. Her heart raced as she shakily placed her palm against it, anticipation dancing in her eyes. 3 long minutes passed without any reaction from the stone. Disappointment washed over her face as she stepped aside for another child to take their turn. One by one, they approached each stone, but so far no one had shown any magical aptitude. Felix observed calmly from afar. He had anticipated this outcome. It wasn't often that luck would favor him like before. "System scan everyone's talents and potential," he commanded quietly. "Look for anyone above 5 stars in cultivation." "Understood," replied his system promptly before falling silent. "Negative, host. There is no one with 5-star talent or above." That a few moments later, the system replied. Felix nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Now scan for individuals with other talents like management, spirit chef, or blacksmithing." "Understood, host." The system responded before falling silent once more. "Host, I've identified 200 individuals within the specified talent categories. 70 with 1-star talent in blacksmithing, 30 with 2-star talent in blacksmithing, 55 with 3-star talent in management, and 45 with 2-star talent in management. As for spirit chef, none." Just seconds later, it spoke again. Felix's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded approvingly. "Food? Good, very good." He hadn't anticipated discovering such a wealth of potential among these children. While their talents might not be extraordinary right now, he knew that with proper guidance, they could become invaluable assets in the future. His satisfaction was palpable. Suddenly, a commotion broke through his thoughts. "Look, it's glowing. Wow, this guy is quite lucky. Does that mean he has an affinity for magic?" Felix glanced up to see what all the fuss was about. One of the awakening stones. A soft glow flickered intermittently. Not too intense, but definitely noticeable. Curious about the boy whose hand rested on the stone, Felix raised an eyebrow and commanded the system, "Scan him." Instantly, a floating screen appeared before him. Name: Orion race, human bloodline, none talent. Mage cultivation, 2 stars, elemental affinity. Earth. Not bad. Felix mused with a slight smile. He turned his gaze back to Orion. The boy was practically buzzing with excitement at discovering his aptitude for magic. 2 hours later, all 1,000 children had tested their magical aptitude. Among them was Orion, who shone with a dazzling 2-star talent and an affinity for the earth element. However, he wasn't alone in his magical potential. About 10 other kids showed some aptitude too, though their talents were on the lower end. 3 had a 1-star talent with a connection to water element, for boasted 2-star talent linked to wind element, and 3 others held 1-star tied to the fire element. Tears flowed from many of the children, including Orion. Only 11 stood out as having any magical aptitude, and even then, their talents were modest at best. The highest among them was just 2 stars. Those fortunate enough to possess magical abilities buzzed with excitement, while the rest could only shake their heads in disappointment, casting envious glances at the 11 lucky ones. "All right, everyone, listen up." Felix stepped forward, his voice booming across the platform like thunder. The children turned serious at once. "Even if you don't have an aptitude for magic," he continued reassuringly, "don't be disheartened. As I mentioned earlier, you'll still receive night cultivation techniques to help you grow. And for those of you with magical potential, just because you can practice magic doesn't mean you should act superior or look down on others. Remember rule number 3. The kids nodded vigorously, especially those blessed with magic. "Great. Now here's something crucial. Those without magical aptitude will receive cultivation techniques as well," Felix explained. "But there's a catch. You have 3 months to sense mana and absorb it into your body to break through to Tier 1 Beginner Knight. If you can't make that breakthrough by then, well, you'll transition to another part of the family where you'll study management and other skills vital for running our family business. A hush fell over the crowd as shock rippled through them. If they couldn't become Tier 1 Beginner Knights within 3 months, they'd be relegated to ordinary lives, far from their dreams of becoming powerful mana cultivators. Determination sparked in their eyes. They were ready to rise above. Seeing this fierce determination made Felix smile. The Morningstar family operates on a ranking system. Servants, outer family members, inner family members, and elite family members. Gasps filled the air as whispers spread among the crowd. They were intrigued by this hierarchy. Felix stepped forward, his voice steady yet charged with excitement. Listen up. To transition from being a servant to becoming an outer family member, you need to rise from a Tier 1 Beginner Knight or Mage all the way up to a Tier 3 Master Knight or Apprentice Mage as a servant. You'll earn 10 copper coins each month, receive 3 mana gathering pills, and gain access to a basic cultivation technique along with a skill. Tier 1 to Tier 3 are outer family and will receive a 100 silver coins monthly, 6 mana gathering pills, plus a solid 2-star cultivation technique and skills. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Felix continued. Tier 4 to 6 are inner family members and will receive 1,000 gold coins each month, 10 mana condensation pills, and can choose from cultivation techniques and skills ranging from 3 stars to 5 stars. Tier 6 to 9 are elite family members and will receive L million gold coins per month, 100 mana condensation pills. Plus, you'll have access to any level of cultivation technique or skill your heart desires. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they processed this information. Wait, are we really getting those copper coins every month? That's enough for months' worth of food, one child exclaimed. Forget the copper coins. Did you hear about the skills and techniques? Another chimed in. I need to become a mana cultivator as soon as possible, someone shouted excitedly. Felix raised his hand slightly, commanding attention. All right, everyone, quiet down. Instantly, silence fell over the throng of eager faces filled with hope. He continued. In our family system, we have something called Family Contribution Points, FCP. Think of these points like currency in the outside world, but here, they're crucial. You'll use FCPs to purchase everything from cultivation techniques and spells to potions and weapons. Each month, every one of you will receive an allocation of 100 FCPs. Want more? There are 2 ways. Complete missions within the family or break through to new tiers. Each breakthrough grants you an additional 1,000 FCPs. The seriousness of his words resonated with the crowd of children who listened intently. Felix took a deep breath before adding with enthusiasm. See those 100 people behind me? They're your instructors. They'll guide you through everything related to cultivation in this vast world. If you have questions about anything, ask them. In unison, the children turned toward the instructors and bowed slightly. Hello, instructors. The instructors responded warmly with smiles that lit up their faces. Felix nodded appreciatively before addressing them again. Instructors, please help them register their names and current ranks within the family. With that, Felix flashed and disappeared from where he stood. The crowd of children looked at where Felix was standing previously with admiration in their eyes. Among the 100 instructors stood a burly man with a long beard and wild hair. His bulging muscles rippled as he stepped forward, grinning broadly at the sea of children before him. 1,000 wide eyes watched with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, some taking a cautious step back. All right, listen up, you little twerps. My name is Max. You can call me Instructor Max. And I'm a head instructor here, he boomed. The children exchanged uneasy glances but managed to greet him in unison. Instructor Max. Good. Instructor Max nodded, his smile infectious. Now follow me to collect your resources. With that, he led the throng of children away from the massive platform. Flanked by other instructors, 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of an imposing building adorned with a grand plaque reading, Mission Hall. Without hesitation, Instructor Max pushed open the heavy iron gate and strode inside. The children followed eagerly, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Inside the mission hall was vast and mostly empty, save for several long counters and scattered couches. At its center stood 10 enormous boards looming like sentinels. The crowd gazed around in awe. While surprised expressions flickered across their faces, they were no longer overwhelmed. After all, this was just another day in their whirlwind journey since arriving yesterday. Okay, kids, Instructor Max began enthusiastically. This is the mission hall. Here's where all missions will be posted for you to complete in exchange for Family Contribution Points, FCP. Those 10 boards? They're your mission boards. Missions are ranked from 1 star to 9 stars based on cultivation levels. He turned to nod at his fellow instructors. They promptly moved towards a smaller adjacent hall and returned moments later carrying large bags filled with uniforms for each child. "These are your uniforms," Instructor Max announced as he began distributing them. "Each of you will receive 3 pairs that if you lose or ruin yours, you'll have to buy replacements using FCP." Excitement bubbled among the children as they clutched their new uniforms tightly. Next came a collection of small white circular tokens emblazoned with the Morningstar family symbol. Upon closer inspection, faint runes shimmered on each token. "These tokens are your badges, your Morningstar family badges," Instructor Max explained seriously. "Don't lose them. They prove your identity within our family. Your FCP points will also be credited to these tokens." The children instinctively tightened their grips around their badges. Losing one would mean losing not just proof of identity, but access to everything they had come to cherish. Suddenly, a timid voice broke through. Instructor Max?" Instructor Max raised an eyebrow at the girl who spoke up. "Yeah, what's on your mind?" "Well, Instructor Max, how can we see our FCP on this token?" Elise bravely asked, her curiosity shining through. Instructor Max chuckled warmly. "That's a great question." He pulled out a small dagger and tossed it to her. Elise caught it with a mix of surprise and intrigue. "What do I do with this?" she wondered aloud. "Just drop a bit of your blood on the token," he instructed with a reassuring smile. With a slight frown, Elise made a small cut on her finger, but a drop of blood fell onto the token, which instantly flickered to life, absorbing the crimson drop like magic. "Now hand me your token," Instructor Max said. Eagerly, Elise passed it over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation about what would happen next. "What's your name?" he asked as he examined her. "My name is Elise," she replied confidently. A grin spread across his face as red light glowed at his fingertip. He carefully carved Elise into the token. It shimmered and then vanished into thin air. "How old are you?" he inquired next. "I'm 18 years old," she answered promptly. Once again, Instructor Max etched her age onto the token along with a few other words that quickly disappeared too. Turning to the crowd of children watching intently, he announced, "Now look closely." The kids leaned forward in unison, their expressions a mix of seriousness and wonder as they focused on the token in his hands. With another smile, Instructor Max infused mana into the token. Suddenly, glowing runes lit up around the token as a floating white screen suddenly appeared before everyone. A simple yet striking display featuring the emblem of the Morningstar family in the background. On that screen were words that read, "Name, Elise age, 18 race, human family rank, servant cultivation level, none family contribution points, 100 wow." Gasped thousands of children as their eyes widened at this magical sight before them. "This is how you'll view your information. As long as you inject mana into your tokens, it will display like this," Instructor Max explained enthusiastically. "But for now, since you're not yet mana cultivators and don't have any mana yourself, just know that your FCP will be updated on these tokens until you gain access." He returned Elise's token to her with an encouraging nod. "Now everyone line up so we can register your names and details and receive your resources." Instantly motivated by excitement and curiosity, all the children formed an orderly line while instructors began carving names into their tokens one by 1.1 hour later. Everything was wrapped up. Each one of them were holding their uniforms in their hands and also a small pouch. The pouch contains this month's resources, 10 copper coins, and a bottle containing 3 mana gathering pills. Instructor Max stood in front of the eager children, his voice booming with authority. "All right, listen up. Your training kicks off tomorrow. When you hear the bell ring, make sure to hustle over to the training grounds. It's just 100 meters from your dorms, but if you're late, be prepared for some serious consequences." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. The crowd of kids filed out of the mission hall, their faces serious yet buzzing with excitement as they chatted about what lay ahead. Tomorrow's training was clearly on everyone's minds. Royal Capital, Wooliamp District, the Morningstar family estate, inside Felix's study in the Royal Capital, within the elegant confines of the Morningstar family estate. Felix sat in his study room behind a polished desk, his expression contemplative. Before him stood Instructor Max, who wore a respectful demeanor that spoke volumes about their relationship. Felix broke the silence by sliding a piece of paper across the desk. "Here's a list of individuals with talents in various occupations. Keep an eye on them. Do they break through to Tier 1? Inform me when it happens." Instructor Max took the paper, scanning its contents. A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he nodded in acknowledgement. "So, how do you plan to start their training?" Felix inquired, curiosity piqued. Max's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "We'll begin by strengthening their foundations. Their current physiques are too weak to handle mana effectively. We need to focus on building up their physical strength first. Good, Felix replied, nodding approvingly. Ensure they receive rigorous training. When the time comes, take them out for some combat experience. Understood, family head, Instructor Max affirmed with a respectful bow. With a wave of his hand, Felix dismissed him as Max exited the study room. Felix was left alone with his thoughts swirling like autumn leaves caught in a breeze. He glanced at the stack of papers before him. Land deeds for prime properties in Wooliamp District. System, display the map of Wooliamp District, he commanded. Instantly, a detailed map materialized before him. Highlight our purchased lands, he instructed. Chapter experience. Red circles appeared around several locations on the map, each marking some of the wealthiest and most populated areas in Wooliamp District. Felix studied these marked regions thoughtfully and pointed at 5 specific areas. System, construct 1 one-star restaurant buildings in each of these 4 locations and build a 2-star restaurant building in this area. Affirmative host, construction will be completed within 4 days, came the system's prompt response. A satisfied smile crept onto Felix's face as he closed down the system interface and leaned back in his chair, eyes shut, but mind racing with possibilities. The IT had been over 10 days since launching the Morningstar project, a bold initiative that they have successfully taken over 1,000 homeless beggars and orphans into the family. Beggars and orphans from city streets now offered hope for brighter futures. Among them were hidden talents waiting to be nurtured. While not all were exceptionally gifted, every bit counted. As for his 100 instructors, he had rescued them from slavery, captured enemy soldiers sold off by Avalonia Kingdom or taken by slave caravans. Each of them have their cultivation destroyed. After he bought them from the slave market, he restored their cultivation. According to the system, their potential was the highest among the other slaves in the slave market. He was an Instructor Max, is the one with the highest talent among the 100 of them, with 5 stars talent, and the lowest talent among them is 3 stars. All their plans were falling into place, and with enough time, the first stage of the Morningstar project promised to catapult them to new heights in strength and status. Suddenly, Felix snapped his eyes open as the door swung wide, revealing Nixie and Gwendolyn stepping into the study room. "Oh, you guys are back," Felix exclaimed, sitting up with a bright smile. Nixie and Gwendolyn nodded enthusiastically before flopping onto the couches. "So, how did it go? Was everything smooth sailing?" Felix inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Absolutely. Everything went even better than we expected," Gwendolyn replied with a grin. "Yeah, we managed to hire 20 spirit chefs. But guess what? We were able to hire 3 2-star spirit chefs." Nixie chimed in, her excitement bubbling over. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected Morningstar Restaurant to hire so many chefs in just a few days. But he quickly understood, as the benefits and treatments the Morningstar Restaurant is offering is hard to refuse. No reasonable spirit chef would turn down such fantastic conditions. Turning to his companions, he said, "According to our plan, we need to open Morningstar branches across the entire kingdom. Honestly, this number of spirit chefs you've hired is pitifully low." Nixie and Gwendolyn exchanged astonished glances. "Big bro, are you saying you want branches in every city?" Gwendolyn asked incredulously. Felix grinned and nodded. "Absolutely not just cities. I wanted the Morningstar restaurant branches in every city and town in the entire kingdom. You don't think it's possible?" Gwendolyn shook her head rapidly. "It's not that. I'm just surprised." Felix chuckled softly. "Just imagine, Morningstar restaurants in every city and town throughout Avalonia Kingdom. How grand would that be?" Both Gwendolyn and Nixie looked dazed as they envisioned the scenario of Morningstar establishments dotting the landscape. "That would truly be magnificent," Gwendolyn murmured dreamily. "And think about all the money we'd rake in daily." Nixie chimed in with stars in her eyes, nearly drooling at the thought. Felix and Gwendolyn exchanged bemused looks. Did Nixie only think about money? Snapping back to reality, Nixie noticed their stares. "What? Isn't it true? If we have branches all over the kingdom, the profits will be in a single day is simply unimaginable." Felix shook his head with a grin. "Just wipe that drool off your face." At this point, money was merely a number for him. What mattered more was increasing his strength and all the power and authority that came with it. He continued firmly, "So no slacking off. Keep hiring more spirit chefs. For every 10 we bring on board, we'll open 10 new branches." "Understood, big bro," both girls replied earnestly. 5 restaurants will be completed within 4 days, Felix added. "And remember our usual routine." He paused before continuing. Also send 8 one-star spirit chefs to the remaining 12 cities surrounding Atmos Forest so we can take those cities quickly. The restaurant branches there are already built. Gwendolyn and Nixie listened intently as Felix laid out his plans. I trust you're hiring qualified managers too? He asked. Don't worry about that. In fact, we've hired way more managers than spirit chefs so far, Nixie replied confidently. Good. Felix smiled approvingly. Make sure they sign blood oath contracts, if you catch my drift. Gwendolyn and Nixie exchanged amused glances as they turned to Felix. Big bro, you really can't stand losing, can you? Gwendolyn chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Felix shrugged nonchalantly. Of course not. I can't have a bunch of greedy little bastards running around. I need guarantees after all, he replied with a casual grin. Standing up, he opened a drawer and pulled out a hefty stack of papers, handing it over to Gwendolyn and Nixie. Here, I want you two to start procuring these ingredients listed here. And make sure to get them in huge quantities. Don't worry about the price. As they glanced through the papers, surprise flickered across their faces. Big bro, what do you need these ingredients for? They don't look like anything for cooking, Gwendolyn asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough, Felix said with an enigmatic chuckle. Nixie chimed in, we'll get it done, but some of these are pretty rare and hard to find. Take your time. There's no rush. If you run into any trouble, just let me know, Felix reassured them with a nod. Okay, big bro, both girls replied in unison. If there's nothing else, you can head back to your tasks now, Felix waved his hand dismissively. With that, Gwendolyn and Nixie left the study room while Felix settled back in his chair. A slight smile playing on his lips that a few moments later, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Felix called lightly. The door swung open as Wilbert entered the study room. Since becoming the butler for the Morningstar family, Wilbert had transformed. He now wore a sharply tailored black suit that exuded professionalism and confidence. Upon entering, Wilbert bowed respectfully towards Felix. Family head. At ease, Wilbert, Felix replied warmly as he gestured for him to rise. Wilbert straightened up but maintained a serious demeanor as he awaited further instructions. Felix retrieved an impressive blue scroll from his desk and handed it along with a platinum star token to Wilbert. This is the blueprint I want you to follow. Find the most skilled construction workers in the royal capital to bring this vision to life. And take this token, head over to Treasury, and secure some funds for purchasing land. Understood, family head, Wilbert said respectfully as he accepted both items. Felix continued confidently. All details regarding the land and requirements are outlined in that blueprint that you're dismissed. Wilbert bowed once more before exiting the study room with purpose. Left alone again, Felix sank into deep thought for a moment before breaking into a smile. Time to get busy. 10 days later, in the span of just 10 days, a whirlwind of activity has unfolded. Felix and his team have been tirelessly engaged in a multitude of tasks, each contributing to an ambitious vision. With the arrival of thousands of eager children, training sessions led by Instructor Max and other skilled instructors have commenced, focusing on the essential principles of cultivation and the intricate world that surrounds it. Meanwhile, the completion of restaurant renovations has paved the way for spirit chefs and staff to familiarize themselves with operational protocols. These chefs are diligently studying menus and recipes, while waitstaff learn the nuances of service, an essential foundation for delivering exceptional dining experiences. In a strategic move, 8 spirit chefs who were willing to leave the royal capital were dispatched to the remaining 8 cities surrounding Atmos Forest, ensuring that all 12 cities now boast branches of the esteemed Morningstar restaurant. As these developments unfold, Felix remains focused on advancing operations within the royal capital. Nixie and Gwendolyn are equally busy hiring more spirit chefs and staff while sourcing high-quality ingredients, a task that keeps them on their toes. Felix himself is at the helm, orchestrating activities from a central command post his study room, where he issues directives and manages paperwork. Under Felix's guidance, Wilbert has successfully acquired nearly 1,000 acres of land for future projects. Skilled construction workers from the royal capital have been enlisted to commence building, a decision made with careful consideration, rather than relying solely on his system for construction, an option that would deplete millions in BEP. According to the system, 1 BEP is equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. So this shows how valuable BEP is, that he isn't going to waste millions of BEP on some buildings which he can use to buy some important and necessary things from a system store. Felix opts for a more prudent approach. After all, spending vast sums unnecessarily could raise eyebrows in a world already rife with suspicion regarding extraordinary abilities. The ongoing construction is progressing smoothly. Foundations have been laid with expectations set for completion within 1 month. This methodical approach not only conserves resources but also maintains an air of normalcy, since he didn't want people to start raising eyebrows at him. In addition to these ventures, Felix was also busy recruiting winemakers and ordinary talented chefs who possess exceptional culinary skills. This initiative aims to elevate the food and beverage industry significantly, an endeavor that has kept him and the others quite occupied. Felix isn't worried about money at all. He doesn't lack money at all. Indeed, if there's one resource Felix does not lack, it is capital, wealthier than many kingdoms that have stood for centuries. He faces no monetary constraints. Daily profits from restaurant branches in Brigdamore and the other branches which have been operating for some time alone yield approximately 20 million gold coins, not including revenues generated by Abyssgate. Besides, he is about to open other branches as well, so him money is nothing to him now. Chapter Enjoy. The royal capital in Bridgemore City was not on the same level at all. Everything in the royal capital is way more than what Felix and the others can currently handle, so they have to extremely careful. Point one wrong mistake and their lives will be in danger. Felix and the others have just arrived at the royal capital, and in an effort to blend in without drawing too much attention, they've been operating under the radar. But their recent moves, like hiring spirit chefs and taking in the homeless from Thousand Oaks, have stirred up a bit of buzz. Felix had hoped to keep things low-key for a while longer. After all, who wants to attract the eyes of powerful figures too soon? But sometimes you have to make tough choices for the greater good. He knew these actions were essential for building strength quickly, even if they came with some unwanted spotlight. Although he did quite stir a lot of things up, but Felix was meticulous in his preparations before rolling out his plans. After all, he didn't have a system all for nothing. For 10 grueling days, Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn were absolutely swamped. So much so that they barely found time to cultivate their skills. Felix, Nixie, and Gwendolyn weren't the only ones who were busy. Zephyr, Jarvis, Trinity, and Brixton were also really busy on their own side as well. After leaving the Morningstar estate, Zephyr and Jarvis dove into their own secretive schemes. They resumed their old routine from Bridgemore City, but with a twist. This time around, they were extra cautious. The royal capital isn't just another town. Its underground world is teeming with powerful factions and formidable gangs that make those back home look like child's play. The underground world of Woollyamp District is not peace at all. The Abyssgate have been very meticulous in investigation of all gangs and underground organizations within Woollyamp District. This strategic inquiry allowed them to comprehend the intricate power structures that govern this hidden realm. Their initial focus was on the weakest factions, swiftly taking control of one such gang to establish a foothold. With their newly acquired influence, they proceeded cautiously, expanding their reach by methodically dismantling or absorbing weaker gangs. This approach was deliberate. By maintaining a low profile, they avoided drawing unwanted attention. After all, in a district as expansive as Woollyamp, twice the size of Brigdamore, the continuous cycle of gang destruction and new ones replacing the old is not that surprising. The occasional disappearance of a gang might raise eyebrows, but when it becomes part of an ongoing trend, it risks becoming mere background noise. Aware of these dynamics, Zephyr and Jarvis exercised utmost caution during their expansion. They ensured that any traces linking them to the eradicated gangs were meticulously erased. Over just 10 days, the Abyssgate successfully dismantled 5 smaller factions within Woollyamp District while simultaneously establishing the Abyss Intelligence Network, a crucial tool for gathering information across key locations. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be defeated. This principle guided their operations as they sought first-hand intelligence about the inner workings of Woollyamp District. In the intricate landscape of Woollyamp District, Zephyr and Jarvis exercised remarkable caution in their operations. Their mission was clear: to avoid entanglement with gangs or criminal organizations that possess ties to influential factions. As for why they were that cautious, the answer lies in the complex web of self-interest that binds many gangs to powerful noble families within the district. The repercussions of inadvertently dismantling a small gang with significant connections could be severe, leading to dire consequences for both Zephyr and Jarvis. Thus, they meticulously focused on targeting only those groups devoid of deep-rooted affiliations with these elite families. By employing this strategic approach, Zephyr and Jarvis successfully infiltrated the underground realm of Woollyamp District, establishing a foothold that allowed them to navigate its treacherous waters effectively. They understood that knowledge is power. By discerning which organizations were safe to confront, they could operate without fear of retribution. Although their reach did not yet extend throughout the entire royal capital, This nascent network provided invaluable insights into local activities. Currently focused on specific areas within Wuliamp District, Felix and the others recognized that even partial knowledge could yield significant advantages in navigating this complex, huge metropolis. It was not only Zephyr and Jarvis who were busy. Trinity and Brixton found themselves immersed in a world teeming with opportunity and challenge. They were busy in the Adventure District. The Adventurer Guild in the royal capital far surpasses that of Brigdamore City, boasting an impressive array of dungeons that beckon adventurers from all corners. With countless powerful adventurers populating this vibrant hub, the competition is fierce. Upon swiftly establishing the Morningstar Adventurer team, Trinity and Brixton encountered both excitement and adversity. Despite their formidable status as Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights, they soon realized that their strength was but a whisper amidst the cacophony of seasoned teams where Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights are often the baseline. This reality posed significant challenges for their fledgling team. However, they managed to recruit a handful of enthusiastic adventurers eager to join their ranks, with determination fueling their efforts. The Morningstar Adventurer team embarked on a relentless quest to complete various missions and raid dungeons in the realm of adventuring. Success is measured by accomplishments. Each completed mission or conquered dungeon propels members up the ranks within the Adventurer Association. Thus, Trinity and her team dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to this pursuit, prioritizing growth over rest or cultivation. The sheer volume of dungeons they raided became almost unfathomable. Indeed, they lost count amid their fervent endeavors as they undertook numerous missions. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Their singular focus lay on ascending through the ranks, garnering fame, and attracting more adventurers to bolster the Morningstar Adventurer team. Big bro, all 5 restaurants are ready. The chefs and staff are fully familiar with the operations, Nixie reported, glancing at Felix. Felix sat calmly behind his desk, nodding in acknowledgement. Inside his study room, he was joined by Nixie and Gwendolyn as they discussed their plans. So, big bro, when do you think is the right time to open? Nixie inquired. Felix shook his head slightly. That's up to you two. You can decide when to open. Nixie and Gwendolyn exchanged surprised looks. What about 3 days from now? Gwendolyn suggested, turning her gaze toward Nixie. Okay, 3 days it is. Nixie exclaimed. We'll simultaneously open all 5 branches in Wuliamp District. Great. Now that you've decided on a date, go ahead with your preparations, Felix said casually. He paused for a moment before asking, how's the procurement of those ingredients I asked about? We managed to get some of them, Gwendolyn replied with a frown. But others are rare and hard to find. You know, our connections in the royal capital are almost non-existent. Felix frowned deeply as he sank into thought. After a moment, he looked at them and said, just keep procuring what you can find. For the ones you can't get, give me a list, I'll handle it. Okay. Both girls nodded in agreement. Nixie hesitated before speaking again. Big bro, I think it's important for you to talk to Chef Gideon. Why? Has something happened with him? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not exactly, Nixie explained. He's just been acting strangely lately. Since he's going to be the chef for the 2-star restaurant building, we're worried that his current state might affect our business. I see. Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Don't worry. I'll have a word with him. Relieved smiles spread across Nixie and Gwendolyn's faces as they felt reassured about their upcoming opening in 3 days without any disturbances. You two can go now and start preparing, Felix said as he waved them off. As they left the study room. Felix leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes as concern crept into his thoughts regarding Chef Gideon's situation. Chef Gideon's enemies were in the royal capital, but for now Felix is sure that they can't meet, because fortunately for them, Chef Gideon's foes were living in one of the biggest and powerful districts far away from Wuliamp District. Still, caution was key. Nothing was ever absolute in this world. Who knows, by any freak of nature they would cross path, and if that happens then Felix and the others will really be in DS-SO. You have to make sure that Chef Gideon stays in check. But now Nixie is telling him that Chef Gideon is acting all weird and strange lately, and the only thing that can make Chef Gideon act this weird and strange is his enemies in the capital. They have to make sure that this guy doesn't do anything stupid that will put all of them in grave danger. Thinking up to here, Felix narrowed his eyes as cold glint flashed through. He stood up from his chair and walked out of the study room with calm resolve. The inner area of the Morningstar family estate lies a picturesque enclave, where stunning villas, the landscape like jewels in a crown. Each mansion, though uniquely positioned, harmonizes beautifully with its surroundings, creating an atmosphere of serene elegance. Fountains dance playfully in the breeze, Delicate statues stand as silent sentinels, and small ponds glisten with ornamental fish that add splashes of color to this idyllic setting. To the heart of this tranquil oasis stand a cluster of grand mansions, each one more impressive than the last. Currently, Felix walking along the beautifully paved stone path toward one such residence. Chef Gideon's home. As he approaches the front gate, he pushes it open and steps inside. In a quaint pavilion beside a serene pond within the mansion's grounds, Chef Gideon enjoys a moment of solitude, lost in thought as he gazes out at the peaceful scenery. Looks like you're enjoying yourself. A voice breaks through his reverie. Startled, Chef Gideon quickly turns to see Felix standing behind him. Relief washes over his face as he recognizes his visitor. He bows slightly and greets him warmly. Family head. Felix waves dismissively with a smile. Enough with the formalities. Gideon chuckles sheepishly and gestures for Felix to sit down. Please have a seat, family head. As Felix settles across from him, curiosity sparkles in Gideon's eyes. What brings you here today? With a gentle smile, Felix replies, I just wanted to check in on you since we arrived at the capital. Hope all is well? Gideon returns the smile, but adds with a hint of boredom in his tone. I've been all right, though I must admit there's not much for me to do since we got here. The restaurants haven't opened yet, so I'm pretty bored these days. Felix laughs lightly. Well, get ready for some excitement. Nixie and Gwendolyn have decided to open the restaurants 3 days from now. Gideon's eyes widen in surprise. Oh really? That's great news. Felix nodded with a slight smile. So you'll be busy again before you know it. That's great. Chef Gideon beams back at him. Felix smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting outside the pavilion. The small pond shimmered in the sunlight, its surface alive with colorful fish dancing gracefully beneath the water's surface. He took a deep breath and said softly, You know, there's a time for everything. Patience can yield results you never expected if you maintain a calm state of mind. Chef Gideon blinked, momentarily taken aback by this shift in conversation. He studied Felix for a moment before turning his attention to the pond, his expression clouded with contemplation. But sometimes, Chef Gideon replied slowly, patience doesn't bring the results you hope for. Felix shook his head gently. True, but rushing can endanger those around you. Being hasty may seem like strength, but if you're not truly strong, that rush could lead to your downfall. For those who feel weak, patience is often the only key to unlocking what they desire. Gideon's brow furrowed as he absorbed Felix's words. Felix met his gaze and shook his head again before rising from his seat and strolling out of the pavilion. You've waited over 20 years. A little more time won't hurt. Remember, your decisions can put many people at risk, and I won't forgive you if that happens. With that final thought hanging in the air, Felix stepped outside and left Chef Gideon alone in deep reflection. As Felix exited the grand gates of the Morningstar family estate, he paused to take in a mansion one last time before disappearing from view. That a few minutes later, Felix appeared in front of the grand gate. If the estate, standing at the entrance, he pondered aloud. I really need to arrange for some guards here. Just then, a magnificent white carriage pulled up beside him. The coachman dismounted with a respectful bow and greeted him warmly. Family head. Felix returned the gesture with a smile and nod. The coachman opened the elegant doors of the carriage as Felix swiftly entered. With another respectful nod to his master, he climbed back into position and cracked his whip. The carriage surged forward along the well-paved road, leaving behind the estate in no time. As the carriage rolled away from the estate, it rumbled along the expansive roads of Woollyamp district on either side. Pedestrians bustled about, each person caught up in their daily routines, some rushing to work, others leisurely enjoying their strolls. Carriages of all shapes and sizes clattered by, some lavishly adorned and pulled by magnificent magical beasts, while others were more modest, drawn by ordinary horses. Felix gazed out the window, his heart racing with curiosity. Since arriving at the royal capital, he hadn't ventured far into the city. He hadn't even left Woollyamp district. His days had been consumed with ensuring everything was perfectly in place at the newly built estate. The carriage sped through the lively streets of Woollyamp district, weaving through winding roads that made Felix feel almost dizzy as he watched the world blur past him. After 3 long hours of navigating this bustling area, thanks to a Tier 3 magical beast pulling them along, they finally crossed out of Woollyamp. Yes, that's right, they have completely left Woollyamp district, and it took them 3 full hours, and this is when the carriage is being pulled by a Tier 3 magical beast. If it was just an ordinary horse, then he didn't know how long it would take for them to leave Woollyamp district. Once they exited Woollyamp district, they entered another district that was not much different from Woollyamp district. Both districts have the same status. Without pausing for breath, the carriage continued its journey through dense streets filled with life and energy. 5 hours later, and after passing through nearly 20 other districts, Felix's eyes widened as they entered the new district. Wow, these people really know how to enjoy themselves, he exclaimed in awe. Felix's eyes widened as they entered the new district. Wow, these people really know how to enjoy themselves, he exclaimed in awe. Family head, we've arrived at Asgard District. The coachman's voice rang out from the driver's seat. I know, Felix replied, snapping out of his daze. Family head, where are we specifically heading? The coachman inquired. Felix shook his head. For now, just keep driving the carriage. I want to take a good look at this district. Understood, family head, the coachman said respectfully as the carriage rolled along the wide, luxurious road. Felix gazed out of the window, drinking in the sights of Asgard District. He was genuinely impressed. Nothing he had seen in Wooliamp District or any of the outer 20 districts could compare. This place was on an entirely different level. The roads were 10 times wider and more opulent than those back home. The mana concentration here was staggering, at least 100 times. Denser. From the moment he entered Asgard District, he sensed at least 20 Tier 5 Grandmaster Knights and mages nearby. AS for lower tier cultivators? There were simply too many to count. This was something rare in Wooliamp District. The buildings towered majestically overhead, adorned with luxury that made Felix's own estate feel like a chicken coop by comparison. The people strolled through the streets with rosy complexions, draped in fine clothing that spoke volumes about their wealth and status. Even Felix's carriage, pulled by a Tier 3 magical beast, felt somewhat lacking amidst all the extravagant carriages gliding by. As they meandered through Asgard District, curiosity bubbled within him. After all, it was one of the top 20 districts in the royal capital, 5 times larger than Wooliamp and far more advanced and beautiful. Here lived some of the most powerful noble families and affluent merchants. Those who resided here wielded considerable authority within the kingdom. Those who live here have lineages that can be traced back hundreds of years, even thousands of years ago. Those who love's bed here cannot be messed with at all. After hours of exploration through just a small part of Asgard District, Felix refocused on his purpose for being there. He asked for directions and soon set off again as they navigated through busy streets. 2 hours later, they reached the heart of Asgard District, a completely different realm altogether. From above, it resembled a patchwork quilt dotted with magnificent estates, each one easily 10 times larger than his own Morningstar family estate. The mana concentration here felt even denser than elsewhere in Azure. As Felix took it all in, he sighed heavily and shook his head. These people really know how to enjoy life. The carriage glided past other luxurious vehicles pulled by massive magical beasts radiating power, causing Felix's Tier 3 beast to flinch slightly whenever they passed by such imposing creatures that a few minutes later, they stopped before an enormous black iron gate guarded by soldiers in standard armor. Stop! A guard suddenly stepped forward, halting the carriage in its tracks. The coachman sprang up from his seat, swiftly opening the doors as Felix emerged. As he stepped out, Felix's eyes flickered with surprise at the imposing line of guards standing at the entrance. The mana fluctuations radiating from them revealed they were all Tier 4 high-level knights. These noble families are really good, huh? Felix thought, taken aback by such a luxurious lineup as guards. Who are you, and what brings you to the Mayraith noble family estate? One guard demanded, fixing his gaze on Felix. Snapping back to reality, Felix offered a polite bow and flashed a warm smile. I'm Felix Morningstar, here to see young Master Quill. The guard's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Felix from head to toe. What business do you have with the eldest young master? Maintaining his gentle demeanor, Felix replied, We're friends. He invited me for a visit. Do you have proof? The guard pressed. Felix nodded confidently and produced a token, presenting it for inspection. As the guard examined it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He looked back at Felix and bowed slightly. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. No worries, Felix waved dismissively. You were just doing your job. Relieved, the guard said, I still need to confirm this with the eldest young master. Of course, Felix replied with an understanding smile. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. The guard bowed again before hastily disappearing through the gate. Felix didn't mind their caution. In fact, he admired their dedication. It made him consider hiring some guards for his own Morningstar family estate. As he stood there in awe of his surroundings, he couldn't help but think how modest his estate felt compared to this grand estate. His estate looks like a chicken coop compared to this one in front of him. This guy really knows how to live, he muttered under his breath while waiting. After about half an hour, the massive iron gate swung open once more, this time accompanied by laughter. Ha! Big bro Felix, you made it! Boomed Quill as he bounded out like a joyful whirlwind. His considerable belly jiggled with each step while his cheeks flapped animatedly. Felix was momentarily speechless at this giant meatball charging toward him, but quickly realized that despite Quill's size, he was surprisingly agile. In an instant, Quill reached him and enveloped him in a bear hug that nearly knocked him off balance. Hee, I thought you'd never come. It's great to see you again too, Quill. Felix chuckled as he returned the embrace. Come on, this isn't a place for chit-chat. Let's head inside. Quill enthusiastically pulled Felix towards the gate. Quill glanced at the guards, a confident smile playing on his lips. This is my big brother, he declared, his voice firm yet friendly. Don't stop him again when he comes here, got it? The guards quickly dropped to one knee, their expressions shifting to one of respect. Understood, young master, they replied in unison. Good. Quill nodded proudly, feeling a swell of satisfaction. Now let's get the coachman to park the carriage inside. With that, Quill and Felix strode through the towering iron gate. Nestled within a sprawling, tranquil garden, Quill and Felix sat in a charming pavilion, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. Big bro Felix, I honestly didn't think you'd come to visit me. I thought you'd forgotten all about me. Quill exclaimed with an exaggerated sigh. Felix chuckled warmly. Of course I had to come. After everything we've been through together, how could I not? Quill leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. So, how have you and the others been settling into the royal capital? Felix nodded thoughtfully. It was tough at first since it's our first time here, but we're managing well now. That's great to hear. Quill replied enthusiastically. Where are you guys staying? We've got an estate in Wooliamp District, Felix said casually. Wooliamp District? Which one is that? Quill asked, scratching his head in confusion. Felix paused for a moment, as he looked at Quill with a speechless face, but he understands since this guy have mostly lived his life in this big and luxurious district. It's one of the smaller districts on the western side of the royal capital, Felix explained gently. Oh, Quill said sheepishly. Then he perked up with an idea. Why don't I buy an estate here, so you guys can move closer? No. We're perfectly fine where we are. Felix quickly waved his hands dismissively, but smiled warmly at Quill's offer. He understood that while Quill seemed naive and generous-hearted, he was also quite astute. If they moved to Asgard District under Quill's protection, given his Mayraith noble family's influence, they would be saved, but at the same time, they would also expose to greater risks. Felix shook his head with a smile. I must say, your family residence is enormous. Even my estate pales in comparison. Ha! Well, our Mayraith noble family is one of the largest clans in Astheria and throughout the kingdom. Quill beamed proudly as he patted his chubby cheeks. Felix nodded knowingly. He was well aware of the immense power wielded by the Mayraiths in Astheria, the royal capital of Avalonia Kingdom. So what brings you guys to the capital? Quill asked suddenly. Felix shrugged casually. Back in Brigdamore City, we ran a restaurant business and decided to open branches here as well. We've already set up 5 locations in Wooliamp District. Business starts 3 days from now. Wow, you guys work fast. A look of surprise lit up Quill's face. It's only been a few days since you arrived. Yeah, Felix replied with a grin. We have a big family to feed. Actually, that's exactly why I'm here, Felix suddenly declared. Oh, what is it you need, big bro? Just so you know, there's nothing in Astheria I can't handle. Quill boasted, thumping his fleshy chest with confidence. Felix waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious, I just need to get my hands on some ingredients, though they're pretty rare and hard to find. Oh, that? Piece of cake. I thought you were in some major trouble, Quill replied, looking a bit let down. Felix raised an eyebrow at Quill. Did you want him to land in hot water or something? So what materials do you need? Quill asked directly. Felix pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper and handed it over. Quill scanned the list and nodded thoughtfully. Now I see why these are tricky to find. Some of them are even rare for me. Felix's eyes widened slightly. So you can't get them? Quill rolled his eyes playfully and patted his chest again. I didn't say they can't be found. Just give me 3 days, and I'll have everything for you. Thanks a lot, man. Felix sighed in relief, a smile spreading across his face. Don't mention it. Quill waved off the gratitude before leaning in curiously. So what are you planning to do with these materials? Felix chuckled softly. I'm going to make something special. But for now, it's a secret. When it's ready, I'll invite you to try it out. Although Quill was itching to know more about Felix's mysterious project, he decided not to pry further. All right then, I'll be waiting for this surprise. You bet. Felix grinned back. As for why he didn't inquire about the cost of those materials, it was simple. Bringing up money might strain their budding friendship and upset Quill. Besides, he had picked up on Quill's honest and humorous nature during their journey to the royal capital. Felix, building a friendship with someone like him, valuing personality over powerful connections, was worth far more than any price tag. Brat, why didn't you tell me our benefactor is here? A booming voice echoed outside the pavilion, making Felix wince as he felt his earbuds vibrate from the sheer volume. Quill, who was sitting across Felix's expression, shifted noticeably when heard the voice. Felix and Quill peered outside the pavilion. Their curiosity piqued as two figures approached. The first was a tall, slender man in his middle years, sporting a well-groomed mustache and dressed in simple yet elegant green attire. There was something striking about him. His eyes sparkled with an unusual shade of green that hinted at a noble temperament. Felix wouldn't sense any mana fluctuations coming from this middle-aged man at all, but he can sense that surrounded mana became active moment this middle-aged man arrived in the garden. Beside him walked a stunning young woman around 20 years old. She wore a flowing purple dress that complemented her long, cascading purple hair, which reached down to her waist. Her oval face boasted high cheekbones, small yet captivating eyes, and skin as smooth and creamy as porcelain. With an alluring figure that exuded charm, she carried herself with grace. She was a mage cloak, holding a long purple staff crackling with dense mana. The IT was clear. She was a mage, and no ordinary mage at that. As they entered the pavilion, Felix couldn't help but steal glances at the newcomers before looking back at Quill across from him. Quill's expression shifted to one of unease as he turned to Felix. Big bro, this is my father Logan Mayraith and my sister Arwen Mayraith. Startled but composed, Felix stood up straight and offered a polite bow. Greetings, family head Logan and young Miss Arwen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Felix Morningstar. Logan Mayraith regarded Felix with a warm smile and waved his hand dismissively. Nice to meet you too, kiddo. Father, Quill interjected proudly. This is big bro Felix, the one I told you about. Logan shot Quill an amused glance before playfully swatting him on the back of the head. You little brat. How come you didn't tell me our benefactor was here? I forgot, Quill admitted sheepishly while rubbing his head. With gratitude glimmering in his eyes, Logan turned to Felix again. Kiddo Felix, I'm genuinely thankful for saving my good-for-nothing son. Tell me what you need. It's yours. Felix quickly waved his hands in protest. No need for that. Family head Logan, I helped because he needed it, and besides, Quill and I are already friends. Oh, Logan raised an eyebrow in surprise before patting Felix on the shoulder approvingly. Good. Just take care of him for me. Felix felt slightly taken aback by Logan's reaction, but nodded earnestly. Of course, friends look out for each other. Logan burst into hearty laughter as he glanced between Felix and Quill with mixed emotions swirling in his gaze. Curious about Logan's demeanor, but deciding not to dwell on it too much, Felix shrugged it off. Mr. Felix, we're really grateful you saved my brother. Arwen Mayraith flashed a seductive smile at Felix, bowing slightly and revealing an alluring neckline. Felix quickly looked away, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that, Miss Arwen. Straightening up, Arwen maintained her smile. But her eyes turned bone-chillingly cold as they locked onto Felix's. That icy gaze sent a shiver down his spine before it vanished just as quickly. Caught off guard by the sudden chill in her demeanor, Felix glanced at Logan Mayraith and Quill. A troubling thought struck him. Did I accidentally stumble into a family feud? His body trembled slightly at the realization. His lips twitched in bitter amusement. He shook his head at Quill, but kept up the facade of laughter and conversation with them. All right, you little rascals keep chatting. I'm heading out, Logan announced as he made his way out of the pavilion. I'll be going too, Arwen chimed in, casting one last lingering glance at Felix before she exited. He watched her leave, lost in thought. A chill flickered through his narrowed eyes. Suddenly nudged by Quill's elbow, Felix snapped back to reality. Big bro, what do you think? My sister's hot, right? Quill grinned mischievously. Felix face-bombed in disbelief. This guy was something else. Sure, your sister is attractive, but I'm not interested. What? Do you have any idea how many suitors are after her? They could form a battalion. And since I'm your bro, I can help you well. Just as they say the pavilion closest to water enjoys the moonlight first. Quill winked playfully. Felix shook his head firmly. Nope, not interested, and besides, I don't want to meet an early grave. Huh, you don't want to die? Quill looked perplexed until realization dawned on him. An understanding grin spread across his face. What does that look mean? Felix asked incredulously. Big bro, Quill said with mock seriousness. I get it now. The reason you're avoiding my sister even though she's stunning, is because if Trinity finds out, well, then you're toast. He burst into laughter. You're hopeless. Felix sighed with an amused shake of his head. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting everything orange and gold, he turned to Quill. Okay, it's getting late. I better head back before it gets dark. Already, Quill exclaimed as he glanced toward the horizon. Felix gave Quill a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll come visit you soon. And hey, you're always welcome to swing by Woollyamp District anytime. Okay, Quill replied with a bright grin. Let me see you off. Felix nodded as they strolled out of the pavilion together. Moments later, they stood before the towering iron gate, where Felix's carriage was already waiting for him. All right, I'm heading out now. Make sure to tell your dad I'm gone, okay? Felix said with a wave. Quill nodded enthusiastically and added, and big bro, don't stress about those materials you asked for. I promise I'll bring them to you myself in 3 days. Good to hear, Felix replied, giving Quill another friendly pat on the shoulder before stepping into the carriage. He waved goodbye from the window as it began to roll away. With a crack of the whip, the carriage sped off into the distance, disappearing from view in no time at all. Quill shook his head with a smile and turned back towards the gigantic iron gate. Felix's carriage raced through the bustling streets, the late hour doing little to deter the throngs of people that in fact, it seemed as if the nighttime crowd rivaled that of midday. Without a moment's pause, the carriage sped onward, and 3 hours later, it had already left the Asgard district behind. By then, the sun had dipped below the horizon, giving way to 3 magnificent moons draped in a blanket of twinkling stars as they traveled further into the night, having passed through 10 districts. The carriage approached Woollyamp District. Felix sat inside, his eyes glinting with icy determination, as a sly grin crept across his face. Stop the carriage, he commanded calmly. Without hesitation, the coachman complied. Felix stepped out and positioned himself in front of the carriage. Stay put and don't go anywhere, he instructed firmly. Understood, family head, replied the coachman with a serious nod as he settled back into his seat. Felix stood there with hands clasped behind his back, as tranquil as still water. The area around them was shrouded in darkness. Only faint light illuminated their surroundings, almost as if fate had orchestrated this moment. Suddenly, shadowy figures began to emerge from the gloom, around 50 in total, encircling Felix like moths drawn to a flame. The coachman's eyes widened in alarm at this unexpected turn of events. Felix surveyed his would-be assailants with an unfazed expression. Quite an impressive lineup. 10 tier, 5 Grandmaster Knights, 20 tier, 4 high-level Knights, and 20 tier, 3 Master Knights. One figure stepped forward and hissed ominously. Mr. Felix, you've meddled where you shouldn't have, and now you must pay with your life. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully and shaking his head slightly, Felix cracked his knuckles with a wide grin spreading across his face. I haven't tested my strength since breaking through to tier 5. Let's see how I fare against you lot. With that declaration echoing in the air like thunderclaps before a storm, a long gleaming blade appeared in his hand, and then he vanished without a trace. PSSSSSSSSSD. In an instant, 3 heads soared in the night sky like fireworks erupting, a fountain of crimson spraying forth. Before anyone could react or even comprehend what was happening, 10 more headless bodies crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The information is wrong. Abort mission, one assassin shouted frantically before turning on his heel, but it was too late. His head detached from his body before he could take another step. Felix flickered in and out of existence, a blur of motion that left no trace behind. Just moments later, all 50 assassins lay lifeless on the ground, their heads severed from their bodies as if they had never stood a chance. Reappearing effortlessly in front of the carriage, Felix surveyed the grim scene with an air of indifference. These guys are too weak, he remarked with a casual shake of his head, as if dismissing an annoying task. Without another thought, he climbed into the carriage and sped off into the night, vanishing into the shadows like a whisper carried away by the wind. Just as Felix's carriage disappeared into darkness, another figure cloaked in black emerged at the spot where it had been, glancing at the gruesome sight before him. Headless bodies sprawled across a pool of blood. He muttered to himself, "This guy's too ruthless." With that chilling observation, he vanished just as quickly as he had appeared. Astheria. The Morningstar family estate inside the magnificent bedroom of Felix. He stood on the balcony, gazing at the 3 moons suspended in the night sky. This nightly ritual had become his escape, a moment to reflect before surrendering to sleep. With his brows furrowed in concentration, Felix mused aloud, being low-key, A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Just days ago, he had advised everyone to keep a low profile upon arriving in the royal capital of Asteria. Now, irony loomed over him like a dark cloud. Someone was out for his life. He knew who it was, someone whose plans he had inadvertently disrupted. Frowning at the thought, he muttered, "Looks like I need to find a way to warn Quill. Otherwise, that fat guy might end up dead without even knowing why. But I have to tread carefully," he continued. "Fortunately, my would-be assassin seems hesitant to confront me directly. Perhaps they're afraid of something or someone, which gives me some breathing room. But I must stay vigilant and alert the others too." Lost in contemplation, Felix realized how deeply he'd stepped into trouble this time. Saving Quill had unwittingly made him an enemy. "What a headache," he sighed while rubbing his temples with a bitter smile. "I need to find a way to turn this situation into an advantage. I can't afford losses without gains." His thoughts shifted back to his family. If that person decided to target them instead of him, well, that would be catastrophic. Step by step, he whispered resolutely as he climbed onto his king-size bed and sank into its softness, falling asleep with worry etched across his face. 3 days later, in the heart of Wooliamp District, in the bustling epicenter of Wooliamp District, this vibrant area is a hive of activity, where the air buzzes with excitement and opportunity. This place brimming with shops selling everything from magical weapons to magic potions and delectable meals at cozy restaurants, whether one is hunting for rare ingredients or just looking to grab a bite. The central area of the district has it all. The central area is the most densely packed part of Wooliamp, attracting people from all walks of life and races, adventurers, merchants, nobles, you name it. Here, land is more precious than gold. Every square inch is coveted and only within reach of the wealthiest elite. If one's pockets aren't lined with coins, you might want to think twice before stepping into this bustling hub. Amidst all these bustlings stood the Morningstar restaurant, a striking 6-story purple building adorned with elegant staircases leading up to its grand entrance. In front of it lay a spacious area featuring a stunning white stone statue surrounded by sparkling blue fountains, a true gem among towering structures. The restaurant radiated luxury and opulence from every corner, its name boldly displayed on an impressive plaque, Morningstar Restaurant. Nixie and Gwendolyn had employed their tried-and-true strategy from Brigmore City. Flyers announcing the opening were distributed far and wide along with enticing rumors about their Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert owner. The result? A flood of elegantly dressed patrons arriving in lavish carriages, heads held high as if they were royalty themselves. As the sun hung high in the sky, a parade of elegantly dressed patrons arrived at the restaurant in their opulent carriages. They strolled in with an air of arrogance, heads held high as if they were on a mission to touch the heavens. The 2-star restaurant building stood out from other buildings, not just for its reputation but also for its impressive architecture. With 6 lavish dining floors and an additional top floor dedicated to office space, it boasted a total of 7 stories. Each level was more extravagant than the last, featuring 10 wooden elevators plus 1 exclusive lift, 11 in total. The first 4 floors catered to regular diners, while the 5th and 6th were adorned with private rooms that exuded elegance, yet harmonized beautifully with the bustling dining atmosphere. On the 7th floor, inside an upscale office, Nixie and Gwendolyn were engrossed in conversation when Felix entered with a warm smile. "Big bro, you're here," Nixie exclaimed as she jumped up to greet him. Felix nodded and settled onto the plush couch. "So, how are things progressing?" "Everything is going smoothly. We haven't received any complaints," Gwendolyn reported. "Oh good," Felix replied calmly. "How's Chef Gideon managing in the kitchen?" "He's doing great," Nixie chimed in. "By the way, what's this special dish on the 6th floor? Everyone seems to be ordering it, and it costs a whopping 100,000 gold coins per serving." Felix grinned knowingly. "Remember that, Drake?" Nixie's and Gwendolyn's eyes widened in shock as they exchanged glances. "You mean that dish is made from drake meat?" Nixie asked incredulously. "Not quite," Felix said with a shake of his head. "What do you mean?" Both women asked in unison, puzzled. "The dish isn't actually made from drake meat. It's crafted from congealed blood of the drake, prepared with rare ingredients. It's called Dragon Soul." "Oh, now I get it," they nodded in realization. "Dragon Soul, what a tacky name." Nixie teased playfully. "Big bro, you really bad at naming." Felix shot her an exasperated look. He had spent ages coming up with that name. Deciding not to engage further, he simply shook his head. "But don't you think the price is too low for such a unique dish? I mean, it's a drake blood we're talking about. It should be priced at 1 million, no wait, 10 million gold coins per serving." Nixie insisted passionately. Felix raised an eyebrow and replied thoughtfully, "The blood has been diluted by 100 times. Otherwise, do you think anyone could handle its intense energy? They'd literally explode. Nixie nodded in realization, her brow furrowing slightly. Even though it's been diluted over 100 times, the energy in the blood is still quite potent. It can really help mana cultivators with their cultivation. I still think the price is too low, she insisted. Felix rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. All you ever think about is money. Can you go just one day without counting coins? Look, I have my reasons for setting the price this way, so let's stick with it. Nixie stuck out her tongue playfully. Well, it's your call. I can't do anything about it. Since everything seems fine and there's nothing major to worry about, I'll be heading out, Felix said as he stood up. Oh, and reserve a private room for me. I have a guest coming soon, he added, his mind racing ahead. And tell Chef Gideon to whip up the most expensive and delicious meals on the menu. He paused for a moment before adding with a chuckle. Make sure he prepares extra. My guest has quite an appetite. Got it, Nixie replied enthusiastically. But big bro, who's this guest of yours? It's Quill, Felix said casually. That fat bro, Nixie exclaimed in surprise. Yep, that's him. Felix nodded with a grin as he glanced back at her. Don't forget now. With that final reminder, he walked out of the office, leaving Nixie shaking her head and smiling. On the 6th day of the month, within the opulent confines of Morningstar restaurant, Felix and Quill found themselves nestled in a spacious private room. They lounged on elegant couches surrounding a long table, where waiters gracefully placed an array of dishes that exuded rich and enticing aromas. Quill's face bore an intoxicated expression. His flesh jiggled slightly as he inhaled deeply, savoring the scents that enveloped him. Big bro, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight. I must say, the dishes here are truly extraordinary. Even with my background, I've never encountered anything quite like them. Felix held a glass of red wine delicately between his fingers, smiling as he took small sips with an air of sophistication. To stand out in this industry is essential, he replied thoughtfully. After all, our customers are akin to deities. They bless us with their patronage. Why not consider opening branches in Asgard district? Quill suggested eagerly. Those affluent nobles won't hesitate to spend their wealth. Felix shook his head gently. Rest assured, we plan to expand throughout Astheria soon enough. However, our current focus remains on establishing a solid foundation here in Wooliamp district. Quill nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Just let me know when you're ready to venture into Asgard. Of course, Felix replied amicably. Ah, speaking of ventures, Quill interjected as he retrieved a storage ring from his pocket and tossed it to Felix. Here are the materials you asked me to source. Felix caught the ring deftly and delved into its contents with his consciousness. A wave of relief washed over him as he beheld rare and magnificent materials within. His lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Now, Felix said enthusiastically, let's indulge ourselves and try out our new signature dish. He opened a bowl adorned with delicate white patterns, revealing a clear soup as vivid as freshly spilled blood. An intoxicating aroma instantly filled the private room, overpowering even those emanating from other dishes. Mana began to fluctuate around them. White mist enveloped the soup, creating a faint yet beautiful glow reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Quill's eyes widened in awe. His large frame trembled slightly as his face turned beet red. Beads of sweats formed rapidly on his brow until he was drenched. Felix couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he observed Quill's transformation. His gaze flickered between the shimmering dragon's soul and Quill, whose eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Instead of rushing to action, Felix casually crossed his legs and took a sip of his wine, intrigued by the sight of the trembling knight before him, as if responding to some unseen force. Mana began swirling in the room, coiling around Quill like a living entity. The air crackled with energy as Quill's aura surged dramatically. Boom. A thunderous shockwave erupted from Quill's body, sending ripples through the air. A small cyclone formed above his head, an ethereal dance of pure mana. Moments later, all that energy was absorbed into him as he slowly opened his eyes, excitement radiating from every pore. Big bro, I did it. I broke through. I'm now a tier 6 epic knight. Huh. This feels incredible. Quill exclaimed, his joy contagious. Congratulations. Felix raised his wine glass in celebration. Grinning at his friend's enthusiasm, Quill's grin widened even more. It had been ages since he'd been stuck at the peak of tier 5 Grandmaster Knight. Who would have thought that a mere whiff of aroma from a dish could catalyze such a breakthrough? His gaze fell on the delicate white bowl on the table, heat and surprise mingling in his eyes. What is this dish? He asked eagerly, Licking his lips, Felix chuckled softly. This is our new signature dish, Dragon Soul. Impressive, right? Impressive. This is practically a divine elixir. I dare say it surpasses even the five-star mana blood pill. Quill declared passionately. Really? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. While he knew Dragon Soul was potent, he hadn't anticipated its value, being so immense. Yes, Quill nodded vigorously. I consumed countless mana blood pills over time without much progress, but just one wisp of this Dragon Soul has propelled me forward instantly. In fact, I feel like I could advance another tier if I eat more. Felix stared at the Dragon Soul, his eyes flickering with surprise and contemplation. What if the blood of the Drake isn't diluted over 100 times? He mused. What if it wasn't diluted at all? What if it was just the pure blood used to prepare the Dragon Soul? He shook his head, pushing aside the thought of the chaos that could ensue from such power. Then another idea struck him. What if this was not merely blood but blood essence, the very life force infused with concentrated mana from the Drake? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Although he and the others had previously used diluted blood essence to strengthen their bodies, diluted over 1,000 times to avoid overwhelming their weak bodies, but this diluted blood essence hainut them make remarkable progress. Looks like I need to add blood essence to the menu, Felix muttered inwardly. Quill chimed in, curiosity piqued. I don't know what kind of ingredients are in this dish, but it must be expensive, right? It costs 100,000 gold coins per serving, Felix replied casually. What? That's practically giving it away. Big bro, you should definitely raise the price. Quill exclaimed in disbelief. Do you have any idea how much a single mana blood pill costs? 1 million gold coins for just one, and this Dragon Soul is way more potent. Felix simply smiled and shook his head. I have my reasons for setting the price that way. Quill looked at him with pity in his eyes, convinced that Felix was undervaluing this divine dish. And it's not like there won't be an upgraded version, Felix added suddenly. Oh, you mean there's going to be an even more powerful version of this Dragon Soul? Quill's surprise was palpable. Yes, Felix nodded confidently. And it won't come cheap. That's fantastic. If an upgraded version comes out, you better let me know so I can taste it. Quill said eagerly. No worries. It won't take long, Felix assured him. With that settled, Quill dove into the food on the table with gusto, while Felix joined him in savoring the delicious dishes they had prepared together. They chatted and laughed as they enjoyed their meal. About an hour later, every plate had been cleared. Although Felix hadn't eaten much, Quill certainly made up for it. Leaning back on the sofa with satisfaction, Quill patted his full belly and said, Big bro, I have to hand it to you. Your restaurant's dishes are on another level. I've dined at many renowned places throughout Asteria, but none compare to what you've created here. Are you saying that to flatter me, or what? Felix rolled his eyes at Quill. No, I'm serious. Your restaurant's dishes are truly delicious. The only places that can rival your culinary creations could be counted on one hand. But I have to admit, they might just compete with the offerings from the Eclipsed Eden, Quill replied enthusiastically. The Eclipsed Eden, huh? Felix muttered under his breath, intrigued. I figured you'd know all about the top restaurants in Asteria since you're in this industry, that you've heard of Eclipsed Eden, right? Quill asked. Yeah, Felix nodded. When they first arrived in the royal capital, he made it a point to gather information about everything important, especially the top dining spots. After all, he is also in the restaurant business that he knew not just about Eclipsed Eden, but also its reputation. Eclipsed Eden is the most stunning, luxurious, and expensive restaurant in all of Asteria, Quill said with admiration sparkling in his eyes. Even though there's only one Eclipsed Eden in the entire kingdom, it's undoubtedly the best. Its fame is spread far and wide. People from different races and walks of life flock to Asteria just to dine there once. Quill shook his head incredulously as he spoke to Felix. Have you eaten there before? Felix asked curiously. Yeah, just once. I was lucky because my father took me there for a banquet. That experience changed everything for me. After tasting their dishes, I could never look at food the same way again. Quill exclaimed. Why don't you go back and dine there? Felix suggested. Given Quill's background, he thought it wouldn't be an issue for him. Quill shook his head with a bittersweet smile. You think it's that easy? Even with my background, I can't just waltz in there whenever I want. There are plenty of people more terrifying than my Mayraith noble family who can't get a table either. He paused for effect before continuing. Eclipsed Eden only serves 1,000 guests each day. Imagine how many eager diners are vying for those spots. It's not open to just anyone. They cater exclusively to those with distinguished backgrounds and significant power. But with your status, you should be able to eat there anytime, Felix pointed out. True enough, Quill admitted. But I'm not my father. What do you mean by that? Felix asked, confused. In the Mayraith noble family, Who holds the most power? Quill smiled knowingly. Of course it's your father. Oh, so that's how it is. Felix finally realized. You get it now. Quill grinned back at him. Felix nodded thoughtfully and added, but isn't it a bit arrogant of them? They could easily offend people by acting like this. Felix raised an eyebrow and asked, but isn't it a bit arrogant for them to act this way? I mean, they're bound to offend a lot of people with that attitude. Quill scratched his head thoughtfully before replying. You got a point there. But here's the thing. They have the power and background to back it up. Anyone who dares to cross them usually ends up 6 feet under. He paused for dramatic effect, then continued. The owner of Eclipsed Eden is not just any chef. He's the only 5-star spirit chef in the entire kingdom. And his wife. She hails from one of the most prestigious noble families Ami lies in the royal capital. Even my Mayraith noble family can't compare to her family at all. With that kind of influence and power, do you really think just anyone would dare to challenge them? Felix's eyes widened as he felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had done his homework, but never anticipated how formidable Eclipsed Eden truly was. Comparing his own Morningstar restaurant to Eclipsed Eden felt like trying to crack a stone with an egg. There was simply no contest. Point one was hailed as the top restaurant in the kingdom, complete with an impressive legacy. The other was merely a small restaurant tucked away in a quiet corner of the royal capital, lacking both fame and powerful connections. They were worlds apart. Felix was lost in thought, his mind racing with the challenges ahead, but he knew that sooner or later, his Morningstar restaurant would have to face off against the formidable Eclipsed Eden. After all, they were both players in the bustling restaurant business. But right now, he felt woefully unprepared. Challenging them head-on would be like a tiny bug daring to take on a giant. He'd be crushed without a second thought. For now, Felix knows that he needs to grow, slowly and strategically. The last thing he wanted was to confront the Eclipsed Eden prematurely and suffer the consequences of such a reckless move. Hey, big bro. Quill chimed in as he noticed Felix's furrowed brow. Don't worry, with how delicious your dishes are, I believe it won't be long before you surpass them. All you need is the right opportunity. Quill's words were meant to lift Felix's spirits. He thought that Felix might have been shaken by the sheer power of the Eclipsed Eden. Felix shook his head gently and met Quill's gaze. He appreciated his brother's encouragement, but understood that it wasn't fear holding him back. It was the realization that his foundation wasn't as solid as that of Eclipsed Eden. They had strength and connections that he simply didn't possess yet. Felix found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the stark contrast between the Eclipsed Eden and his own establishment. The Morningstar restaurant, a tea present, the Eclipsed Eden loomed large, a titan in the culinary landscape. Yet, Felix remained resolute. He believed that with time, his Morningstar would not only compete, but potentially surpass its formidable rival. Armed with a high IQ and an arsenal of modern knowledge, augmented by the capabilities of the system, he was confident in his trajectory toward success. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Felix shook his head and smiled at Quill, who watched him with a furrowed brow. Don't worry, Felix reassured him. I'm not intimidated by the Eclipsed Eden at all. Good. Quill nodded appreciatively. And just like that, half a month time had flown by without any significant events to mark its passage. With the completion of 5 branches in Wooliamp district, Felix found himself less occupied than before. The real hustle fell on Gwendolyn and Nixie as they managed operations across these new restaurants. Meanwhile, Felix immersed himself in the mana cultivation room, dedicating countless hours to honing his spells and skills. He realized with some dismay that his repertoire of mastered skills was alarmingly limited. His current strength barely registered within the royal capital's competitive atmosphere. Thus, he sequestered himself to focus on mage spells and knight skills alike. His progress was promising, thanks to exceptional talents in both mage and knight cultivation and a tier 5 mana gathering formation. The mana density within this room was tenfold compared to outside conditions. This meant that 1 day spent cultivating here equated to 10 days of effort elsewhere. Signs of imminent breakthroughs into tier 6 were emerging for both paths. However, Felix chose to temper his eagerness. That he understood that hastily advancing could jeopardize his foundational stability, a precarious situation that might haunt him later on. Instead, he devoted most of his time dissecting spells, breaking them down into their elemental components and reconstructing them into more potent forms, spells 10 times stronger than their original form. If a tier 9 forbidden mage were to witness this process, they would likely be astounded. What Felix was attempting defied conventional expectation for someone at tier 5 Grandmaster mage status. Only powerful mages at tier 9 or above can create spells. Spell creation seemed out of reach for him for his current strength, yet here he was, transforming basic spells into innovative iterations based on their original frameworks, while he could only deconstruct lower-tier spells rather than tackle more advanced ones just yet. The sheer audacity of his efforts signified an extraordinary potential waiting to be unleashed. When it comes to knight skills, Felix was also on a serious mission. With an impressive array of skills accumulated over time, he dove into studying them all. No skill was too obscure or unworthy. Whether it was blade techniques, sword skills, movement skills, or defensive Teo skills, Felix absorbed everything like a sponge. He even began to blend different skills together to unleash some truly powerful attacks. Meanwhile, Nixie and Gwendolyn were equally busy managing the 5 branches of Morningstar restaurant in Wooliamp District. The past month had been a whirlwind for them. Their new 5 restaurants branches were making waves, so much so that they disrupted the local dining scene and ruffled quite a few feathers among established competitors. As the Morningstar branches gained popularity, especially with their high-paying spirit chefs, rival restaurants found themselves struggling to keep up. Many talented chefs jumped ship for better salaries at Morningstar, leaving their former employers fuming. The unique dishes and exceptional service offered by Morningstar drew in crowds like moths to a flame. But not everyone was thrilled about this culinary upheaval. Long-standing restaurants in Wooliamp District felt threatened and resorted to various tactics to undermine Morningstar's success. They attempted to cut off supply chains, but quickly hit dead ends. Morningstar sources remained elusive, frustrated, and desperate. They turned to other methods, launching their own versions of popular dishes. Take the Dragon Soul dish, a signature offering at the Morningstar restaurant known for its rich flavor and potent mana content that helped many cultivators break through their limits. Rival restaurants tried replicating it, but failed miserably. They simply couldn't capture the magic. When they realized they couldn't nail down the Dragon Soul recipe, they attempted to copy other dishes from the menu, but those recipes were closely guarded secrets protected by blood oath contracts signed by every spirit chef. With no luck on the culinary front, these restaurant owners resorted to spreading rumors about Morningstar and trying, unsuccessfully, to lure back their former chefs with promises of money. But Felix wasn't naive. He ensured that any spirit chef who had decided to work at the Morningstar restaurant was bound by blood oath contract for 10 years unless they could afford an astronomical buyout fee. The high salaries and benefits offered by Morningstar made it nearly impossible for anyone to leave voluntarily who would give up such an opportunity. So when rival restaurant owners tried poaching waitstaff or other employees, yet that plan flopped too. Royal Capital, Asteria, Wooliamp District. Inside a lavishly decorated secret hall, an air of tension hung thick. Towering dark pillars flanked the sides of the expansive space, while a long golden carpet unfurled down the center, leading to an imposing table at the far end. Surrounding this grand table were elegantly crafted high-back chairs occupied by a diverse assembly of individuals, men and women from various races, including humans, elves, and dryads. Despite their opulent attire, expressions of unease marred their faces. Everyone began Caesar, a thin man in his 30s with piercing eyes and a sharply defined nose that gave him a scheming appearance. The small mustache adorned his upper lip, while a deep scar on his right cheek added an unsettling edge to his demeanor. We need to take action against this Morningstar restaurant. If we don't act soon, it's only a matter of time before our businesses crumble. As he spoke, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Fear flickered in their eyes as they all looked at Caesar. Caesar is right, chimed in another man seated beside him, frustration evident on his face. My restaurant has lost 70% of its customers. Many were regulars who have now flocked to that Morningstar restaurant. His voice trembled with anger and indignation. The others exchanged glances filled with pity for him. He had borne the brunt of the turmoil, sweeping through Wooliamp District's culinary scene. After all, one branch of Morningstar was conveniently located right across from his establishment, an unfortunate twist of fate that had left him reeling. All eyes turned to the man who had just spoken, their expressions a mix of desperation and empathy. Mr. Yearwood, a sultry voice cut through the tension. It's not just you who's suffering. We all are at the hands of the Morningstar restaurant. The speaker was a female named Clarence, clad in a sleek black dress with a daring neckline that accentuated her striking features. As the owner of a prominent restaurant in Wooliamp District, she too has also suffered quite a lot. Clarence furrowed her brow. Relocating isn't an option for us. The prime spots are already taken, and moving could disrupt other businesses and offend people we can't afford to offend. A collective sigh echoed from the group. Resignation hung heavy in the air. But what can we do? Mr. Yearwood lamented. We've tried everything, yet every tactic seems to hit a dead end. They always have an answer. Does anyone know where this Morningstar restaurant even came from? Questioned an elegant male elf dressed in deep green attire, his long silky hair framing his handsome face. Everyone shook their heads. Overwhelmed by their predicament, they hadn't thought to investigate further. I think we made a mistake by not looking into this sooner. The elf continued thoughtfully. Suddenly, Caesar spoke up. I might have some information about them. Huh? The room fell silent as everyone turned to him in surprise. Mr. Caesar, you know something? Mr. Yearwood asked eagerly. Yeah, Caesar nodded confidently before continuing. After hearing about this new restaurant's sudden rise, I did some digging and found out they're from Brigdamore City. Brigdamore City? You mean where Dragonskull Dungeon is located? Mr. Yearwood exclaimed in disbelief. Exactly, Caesar replied gravely. And it appears that the Morningstar restaurant has ties to a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert. What? Shock rippled through the group as their eyes widened in astonishment. Is that really true? Someone whispered nervously. Caesar shrugged nonchalantly. I can't say for sure. My research suggests it might be true, but it could also be just rumors they've spread to bolster their reputation. All of them fell silent as they fell into them thought. They were afraid THWT the restaurant they Yub messed with might be connected to a Tier 9 Forbidden Realm expert, and such a powerful expert is not someone they can afford to offend. Yet surrendering wasn't an option either. They'd worked tirelessly for years to establish themselves in Wooliamp District and couldn't watch it all crumble away without putting up a fight. But even if they're connected to such power, Mr. Yearwood insisted stubbornly, they still have to follow certain rules. They can't run their business like this. A sly smile crept across Caesar's face as he leaned forward slightly. I have a plan, a way we can deal with them. All of them looked at Caesar with curiosity in their eyes. They were curious to know what Caesar is planning. Big bro, I'm excited to share that all 5 of our restaurants are thriving in Wooliamp District. It's been over a month since we opened our doors, and the profits we've generated this month alone are impressive. After stabilizing operations, our 4 one-star restaurants have collectively brought in 80 million gold coins, with each restaurant contributing at least 20 million gold coins. Adding to that, our 2-star restaurant has raked in over 30 million gold coins. On its OWNIN total, that's more than 110 million gold coins. After deducting salaries for our talented chefs and staff, we're left with a remarkable profit of 60 million gold coins. Nixie stood before Felix, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she presented the financial report. Felix listened intently, nodding with a satisfied smile. He wasn't surprised by the success. He had faith in their venture. And this is just the beginning. Nixie continued enthusiastically. I'm confident that the upcoming months will yield even more promising results. That sounds great, Felix replied thoughtfully. Now let's shift gears. How's the hiring process for chefs going? How many have we brought on board so far? With a serious expression, Nixie responded, according to my reports, we've successfully hired around 50 spirit chefs. Most of them are one-star chefs, but we do have a few who are above that level. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise. 50? That's impressive. Yes. Nixie beamed. Our restaurants are gaining fame and momentum here in Wooliamp District, attracting many talented spirit chefs eager to join us. Good to hear. Felix nodded approvingly. So how many 2-star spirit chefs did you manage to hire? Among those 50 chefs, Nixie quickly reported, we have 31-star spirit chefs, 15 2-star spirit chefs, and 5 3-star spirit chefs, plus the first 3 3-star spirit chefs, totaling 8-star spirit chefs. Felix was genuinely impressed. He hadn't expected such progress during his time away in the cultivation room. The more he observed Nixie's dedication and talent for management, the very reason he entrusted her with this responsibility, the more satisfied he felt. Nixie, you've done exceptionally well. Felix praised her warmly. I didn't teach you for nothing. Of course not. I learned from the best. She giggled softly while covering her mouth with her dainty hand. Curious about their next steps regarding the newly hired chefs, she asked, so, big bro, what's our plan for these talented spirit chefs? Absolutely. We're putting these to great use. Felix exclaimed with enthusiasm. He pulled out 2 scrolls and unfurled them across the long table. One scroll showcased a detailed map of Wooliamp District, while the other illustrated Astheria in all its glory. Pointing at the Wooliamp District map, Felix continued, given its size, we can open 5 more restaurants here without stepping on the other 5 restaurants' toes. He paused for effect before adding, we'll establish 4 one-star restaurants and 1 2-star restaurant, bringing our total to 10 branches in Wooliamp. This is a solid plan since we're targeting the high-end market. However, the number of wealthy and noble families in this district is limited, so it's time to explore other districts for expansion. Nixie studied the maps intently, her expression serious. So, big bro, which districts are we eyeing first? Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he surveyed Astheria's map. With 108 districts to choose from, Woollyamp was relatively small compared to the others. Right now, he explained, our resources aren't sufficient for larger districts, that we should focus on those that are similar in scale and status to Woollyamp. He pointed out 5 districts that matched this criteria. Nixie's brow furrowed as she read the names. Eritun District, Riverstone District, Arkfield District, Valemore District, and Blullport District. She looked up at Felix with curiosity. But why these 5? They may be similar in size to Woollyamp, but are also among Astheria's most significant districts, especially Riverstone and Arkfield. Felix chuckled softly before elaborating. Let's break it down, starting with Arkfield District. It's primarily agricultural. About 60% of its land is dedicated to farming and livestock production. In fact, Arkfield supplies 30% of Astheria's raw food materials. There's a wealth of farmers there who could become valuable partners for us. He paused briefly before continuing. Plus, establishing our own farm will allow us to produce fresh ingredients rather than relying solely on external sources, vital for running a restaurant that demands high-quality resources daily. Nixie considered this carefully before nodding slowly. I see your point about potential profits from farming, but opening branches there could be risky since the restaurant scene is already competitive. Felix shook his head confidently. That's just part of business. Risks come hand in hand with opportunities. If they can't compete with us when we're new on the scene, that's their issue. After a moment's thought, Nixie asked curiously about Riverstone District. And what makes us want to develop there? Felix raised an eyebrow playfully. What do you think sets Riverstone apart? What's special about Riverstone District? Felix asked with a smirk. Nixie's eyes sparkled for a moment before she responded. Riverstone District is truly unique because of the Twilight Stone River that flows through it. That's actually where the district gets its name. Felix smiled and nodded as he asked again. And what makes Riverstone District stand out even more? Well, Nixie continued with enthusiasm, it's home to an incredible variety of magical beasts living in the water. The Twilight Stone River is teeming with seafood, especially the legendary Twilight fish. I've heard it's the most delicious fish around, but catching them can be quite a challenge. Absolutely. The Riverstone District boasts an abundance of marine life. Everything from fish to crabs and lobsters, Felix chimed in. In fact, it produces 50% of Astheria's seafood. It's a treasure trove for culinary delights. He paused for a moment, contemplating their restaurant's offerings. Even though our Morningstar restaurant is well known and our dishes are scrumptious, we're missing something crucial. Nixie's eyes widened with realization. Seafood dishes. Exactly, Felix exclaimed. We're overlooking a massive opportunity here. We need to open branches in Riverstone District to explore seafood dishes and enhance our restaurant's versatility and diversity. Nixie sank into deep contemplation, her brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, she turned to Felix and asked, So, how are we going to distribute all 50 spirit chefs across the 5 districts? Keep in mind that we're developing in all 3 at once. Felix chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. First things first, we'll open 10 branches in each district. 5 1-star restaurants, 2 2-star restaurants, and 3 3-star restaurants in both Arkfield District and Riverstone District. For the remaining districts, we'll establish at least 10 branches total. However, Eritun and Valemore districts will each have 1 3-star restaurant. As for the distribution of the others, make a plan and get it to me later. Nixie nodded in understanding, but added with a hint of concern, but before we dive into those districts, we need to investigate them thoroughly. Absolutely, Felix replied. I'll send word to Zephyr so that the Abyss Intelligence Network can conduct a detailed investigation. Once we have a clear understanding of these areas, we can strategize our next steps. Got it, big bro. Is there anything else? Nixie asked. Felix shook his head with a smile. Let's just stick with this for now. All right then. I'm off to get busy. There's going to be a lot of work ahead. Nixie said enthusiastically. Go ahead, Felix replied with an encouraging wave as Nixie exited the study room. Felix remained behind, lost in thought, suddenly intrigued by something he couldn't quite place. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly to himself. What is it? From the dark corner of the room emerged a dense black mist that gradually formed into a figure completely clad in black robes with a hood obscuring its face. The figure knelt respectfully before him. Patriarch, it greeted. With his back still turned toward the figure, Felix smiled knowingly. What brings you here? The gate master sent me with this. The cloaked figure replied as it produced a black scroll from within its garments. Felix nodded thoughtfully. You may go. He waved his hand dismissively. Understood, patriarch. The figure bowed deeply before transforming back into swirling black mist and vanishing from sight. Yet somehow, the black scroll the black figure took out appeared on the table beside Felix. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at it before opening it up to read its contents. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as an amused smile spread across his face. These guys are really interesting. Well, taking care of them could be fun, he mused while shaking his head lightly. Although he was smiling but his eyes were terribly cold, the temperature in the study room suddenly plummeted. Well, I was looking for a scapegoat, but I didn't expect you guys to bring yourselves, he chuckled coldly. With that thought lingering in his mind, he tossed the scroll onto the table and closed his eyes. Caesar, it's been over 10 days, and your plan isn't working, Mr. Yearwood said, his voice laced with frustration. The atmosphere around the table was heavy. Everyone wore expressions of gloom as they turned their eyes to Caesar, whose face reflected a mix of anger and despair. His features twisted into a grimace as his cold gaze flashed ominously. Mr. Ilianaro, I'm aware that our strategy is faltering, he replied sharply, turning to the handsome elf seated nearby. It appears someone is sabotaging our efforts. Every one of my operatives has turned up dead, murdered under mysterious circumstances. A tense silence enveloped the group as Caesar's words sank in, their faces paling at the implications. TSK, 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 you lot really are something. A chilling voice echoed through the dark hall like an ominous wind. Shock rippled through Caesar and his companions as they instinctively stood up, scanning their surroundings in disbelief. Who's there? Caesar shouted, his heart racing as he searched for the source of the voice. Look behind you, came a taunting reply from the shadows. They spun around just in time to see dense black mist swirling ominously behind them. Moments later, it dissipated to reveal several figures clad in tight black outfits with hoods obscuring their faces. Only their piercing eyes betrayed their lethal intent. Who are you? How did you find this place? Mr. Yearwood demanded, though fear flickered in his eyes as he trembled slightly. No time to waste. Kill them all, commanded one of the cloaked figures with a wave of his hand. Yes. The others nodded in unison before vanishing into thin air. Run, Caesar yelled, panic gripping him as he dashed toward the door without looking back. Survival instincts kicked in. He didn't care if anyone else followed. His only thought was escaping this nightmare alive. After all, he was merely a restaurant owner, even if he had strength on par with others. Facing 20-tier, 4 high-level knights assassins alone was madness. Where do you think you're going? The mocking tone slithered through the air behind him like ice down his spine. Caesar froze momentarily before adrenaline surged through him again. But just then a sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down to see a dagger protruding from his back, a cruel reminder that escape was futile. He stuttered as crimson blood spilled from his mouth before collapsing lifelessly onto the floor. Beside him stood one of the cloaked figures, observing Caesar's corpse with cold indifference. In the shadowy depths of the hall, a black-cloaked figure spoke with a chilling calmness. Hall Master, all of them are dead, only one remains alive. Who is it? Inquired the black-cloaked figure who killed Caesar. It's Clarence Frost, came the reply, heavy with foreboding. Oh, then find her and eliminate her, commanded the assassin who had slain Caesar, waving his hand dismissively. Understood, the cloaked figure responded, bowing respectfully before. Let's go. Leave no evidence behind. With that ominous directive, they disappeared from the grim hall, leaving behind a gruesome scene of lifeless bodies soaked in blood. Moments later, flames erupted violently, consuming everything in their path. Within minutes, all traces of life were reduced to ashes. The dark hall was nothing but smoldering ruins. Gate Master, all of them are dead, Finn reported as he stood before Zephyr and Jarvis. Good job, Zephyr nodded approvingly and waved his hand. You can leave now. Yes, Gate Master. Finn nodded and exited the dim room, leaving only Zephyr and Jarvis behind. Zephyr turned to Jarvis with a hint of curiosity. Big bro just sent word that we should investigate some districts. That's not my responsibility. Jarvis shrugged nonchalantly. My sole focus is training bloodthirsty and emotionless assassins. Zephyr shook his head incredulously. Speaking of which, how's the assassin training going? Jarvis rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So far, only 100 have passed the first stage of training. They're currently at Black Iron level. The rest, well, they didn't make it. You mean out of 1,000 recruits, only 100 survived? What kind of training are you putting them through? Zephyr asked in disbelief. The tests are grueling. Only those truly worthy can endure them. That I don't want useless recruits. I aim to create assassins who are devoid of emotion and won't hesitate to kill, even if it's a child or a pregnant woman, Jarvis replied flatly. Zephyr had a speechless look on his face as he looked Jarvis. He thought to himself, what kind of killer did you bring into our family, big bro? All right then, do what you want, he said with an air of resignation as he waved his hand dismissively. Jarvis nodded earnestly before stepping out into the shadows again. Watching him leave, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. What a beast! These guys really act fast. Felix chuckled as he perused an intriguing scroll in his hands. A satisfied grin plastered across his face while seated comfortably in his sturdy study room. Big bro, the carriage is ready. Nixie's voice echoed through the study room as she burst in, her excitement palpable. All right then, let's get going, Felix replied with a grin, placing the scroll on the table before stepping out alongside Nixie. Moments later, they settled into the carriage, which rolled smoothly away from their estate. Big bro, where exactly are we headed? You know I've got a million things on my plate right now, Nixie asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry. You'll see soon enough. Trust me, this will be a huge help for you, Felix reassured her with an encouraging smile. Oh, now I'm really curious. What could it possibly be? Nixie's eyes sparkled with anticipation as the carriage rumbled along the bustling streets of Wuliamp district. Taking sharp turns and navigating through crowds, time seemed to fly by. After an hour of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. The carriage came to a halt, and both Felix and Nixie stepped out on solid ground. Big bro, is this where you wanted to bring me? Nixie gasped in awe as she took in the sight before her. What do you think? Pretty grand, right? Felix beamed proudly. It definitely looks impressive. But what is this place? Nixie asked with genuine curiosity. Felix chuckled softly and said, Come on, let's go inside. They approached a massive wall that stretched endlessly into the horizon. Guards clad in armor patrolled its length, while watchtowers loomed overhead like sentinels, keeping watch over something significant. Before long, they stood before a colossal iron gate adorned with a grand plaque featuring the Morningstar family crest, a clear indication of ownership and legacy. Big bro, is this place really ours? Nixie stared at the symbol wide-eyed. Do you really need to ask? Just look at our family emblem up there. Felix rolled his eyes playfully but couldn't hide his pride. With a deep rumble that echoed through the air, the enormous iron gate began to creak open, revealing an elegantly paved road that stretched far into the distance. As Felix and Nixie stepped through the grand iron gate, they found themselves on a long, well-paved road that seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Wow, big bro, this place is huge dash, Nixie exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sprawling landscape. Felix smiled quietly to himself, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Wilbur really outdid himself. What an incredible job, he thought, surveying their new domain. The expansive road they walked on served as the main artery of this impressive site, branching off into smaller roads that meandered throughout the property. Towering buildings loomed around them, some as massive as industrial warehouses, each one representing a different facet of their ambitious plans. What exactly is this place? Nixie asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Felix began, this will be our production base and business headquarters. Some industries we're diving into require complex production processes, not like our restaurant venture. Think of it as our industrial hub. Oh, Nixie's eyes sparkled with understanding. But what's that building over there? She pointed excitedly at a striking structure in the distance. Following her gaze, Felix spotted a magnificent white skyscraper standing tall at the center of it all. A stunning 70-floor marvel adorned with a Morningstar family symbol glistening at its peak. That building is our office space, he said with enthusiasm. It will serve as our business headquarters, where all management matters will be handled from now on. Wow, so you mean I won't have to dash from restaurant to restaurant anymore? I can handle everything right there? Nixie's voice brimmed with excitement. Yes, you got it right. Felix nodded affirmatively. That's fantastic. Nixie beamed. She couldn't help but feel relieved at the thought of no longer racing around daily to oversee operations at each restaurant. Even though they had managers in place, she often felt compelled to visit for reports and updates. Now she could manage everything efficiently from this central location. Come on, let's check it out, Felix urged as he led Nixie toward the towering office building that a few minutes later, they stood before its imposing facade, gazing up in awe as it pierced the sky above them. Nixie's heart raced. She had never seen such a tall building before. In Astheria, even the tallest structures barely reached 4 stories high, but here stood a breathtaking 70-story skyscraper. Come on, let's check it out, Felix said with a bright smile as he led Nixie into the impressive office building. He pushed open the grand entrance. and they stepped inside. What greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking, a vast lobby that seemed to stretch endlessly. The floor was adorned with pristine white marble tiles, intricate golden patterns weaving along the edges like delicate lace. Towering white pillars stood majestically throughout the space, each one embellished with ornate designs that caught the eye. Around the lobby were expansive reception desks, all crafted from elegant white marble. But to the center of it all was a stunning fountain featuring an exquisite stone statue, surrounded by fine couches and tastefully arranged tables adorned with vibrant flowers in every corner. Wow, big bro, this place is absolutely beautiful, Nixie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Felix chuckled softly. Let's head upstairs. With that, he guided her to a corner where 10 sleek silver doors lined up neatly. Each door had buttons beside it. What are those doors? Nixie asked, curiosity lighting up her face. Those are elevators, Felix explained enthusiastically. They can take us to any floor we want. Just press the number on those buttons, he pointed out. Nixie nodded eagerly. Okay, is this like the wooden elevators at our restaurant? Exactly, but these are much more advanced, Felix replied with a grin. Standing before one of the elevators, he pressed a button. With a cheerful ding, the doors slid open invitingly as they stepped inside. But Nixie's curiosity peaked as she examined her surroundings while Felix pressed the button for 70, the top floor of their new office building. As they ascended rapidly, Nixie's eyes widened in amazement. Big bro, are we going up already? Yes, just a few seconds more, Felix assured her. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The elevator doors opened to reveal an expansive space, big and airy but currently empty. Come on, let's see your office, Felix said cheerfully as he walked forward with Nixie trailing behind him. They approached a separate door at the end of the floor and entered to find an impressive office fully equipped for success. A sturdy desk, an executive chair fit for royalty, shelves filled with books lining one wall, potted flowers adding life to corners, and even an aquarium showcasing colorful fish swimming gracefully about. This is incredible, Nixie exclaimed as she took in every detail. The elegant decor radiated sophistication and warmth. What do you think? Do you like it? Felix asked with genuine interest. Isn't it amazing? Nixie exclaimed, standing behind the desk and gazing out through the expansive glass windows. From here, you can see so much of Astheria. The view is simply breathtaking. As she looked out over the vast landscape, tiny dots of buildings dotted the horizon. Below her lay a complete panorama of the industrial base. Truly a perfect sight. Turning around with curiosity, she asked Felix, Big bro, how did you manage to build such a stunning glass structure? Felix replied with a playful smirk. Let's just say our construction workers are top-notch. In reality, constructing an entire skyscraper from glass was unheard of in this world. Felix had utilized his system to create this office space. The of this world have never seen anything like it, a towering building made entirely of glass. And while it might attract attention, that was exactly what Felix wanted. He aimed to make a statement as he prepared to venture into new industries. It had been nearly a year since Felix arrived in this world. He had already laid down solid foundations in the food and beverages industry. Although he hadn't fully explored every avenue yet, he felt ready to branch out into something new. With a smile directed at Nixie, he asked, What do you think? This place is perfect for managing our business operations. Absolutely, Nixie nodded enthusiastically. Using this location along with the central area will help us manage our restaurants across various cities much more effectively than running from one place to another. Great, get ready, Felix said seriously. We're going to be busy, really busy. Why is that? Nixie asked curiously. We're entering another industry, Felix replied cryptically. I can't reveal all the details yet, but prepare yourself. Nixie straightened up and nodded with determination. Got it. But first, Felix continued, I need you to recruit a large number of chefs and special requirements, just skilled professionals who know their craft. How many are we talking about? Nixie pulled out her notebook and pen. Felix pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Start with 1,000 chefs for now that we'll need even more later on. Nixie's eyes widened in surprise. 1,000? Are we planning to open restaurant branches all over the kingdom? Felix shook his head lightly. I can't explain everything right now. You'll find out soon enough. Okay. Nixie took a deep breath and jotted down his instructions. What else do I need? She asked eagerly. You'll also need to hire wine brewers, experts in crafting fine wines and beverages, Felix added. Should I recruit another 1,000? She teased with a grin. Do you really need me to hire 1,000 of them? Nixie asked, her smile playful and teasing. Felix chuckled, shaking his head. Nope, Just 500 will do. Got it. Nixie nodded enthusiastically as she jotted it down in her notebook. But that's not all. Felix continued, leaning in slightly. You should also start scouting for some management talent to fill this building, that we need the right people to help run the company and support our team. Nixie glanced around thoughtfully, taking in the bustling environment. I know, she replied with a hint of determination in her voice. Oh, almost forgot. Felix scratched his head and said, Can't you just say it all in one sentence? Nixie looked at Felix and said with a speechless face. Sorry about that. Felix grinned as he looked at Nixie. Okay, what's it you want me to add? Nixie shook her head and sighed. Here is the thing. I want you to start building small restaurants across the entire Wooliamp district, but make sure the locations of these restaurants are good, Felix said. What? Nixie was puzzled as she looked at Felix. I mean, why do you want to build small restaurants across the entire district? It's part of the reason why I told you hire 1,000 chefs, Felix chuckled. Nixie was utterly bewildered. Why on earth do we need to hire so many chefs in the first place? And now you want to open small restaurants all over the district. Felix chuckled softly. As I mentioned before, it's hard to put everything into words right now. But trust me, you'll see soon enough. Well, it's your decision, Nixie replied with a resigned shake of her head. You can do whatever you want. Good. Felix beamed. I promise I'm not doing anything that won't benefit me. Nixie's brow furrowed slightly as she looked at him. I hope this turns out to be a good thing. Her trust in Felix was unwavering. After all, he had pulled them all from the depths of poverty and transformed their lives for the better. Without Felix, she often wondered where they would be today, lost and uncertain. Nixie felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she reflected on how far Felix had brought them all. She, along with Trinity, Gwendolyn, and Brixton Zephyr, owed their transformed lives to him, and no longer burdened by worries about food, clothing, or shelter. They had stepped into a new world as mana cultivators, something that once seemed impossible. Their lives had completely shifted from the brink of despair to newfound prosperity. Just thinking about what could have happened if they didn't meet Felix sent shivers down Nixie's spine. She shook her head to dispel the dark thoughts and turned to Felix, faint tears shimmering in her eyes. Her gaze was warm and gentle, accompanied by a heartfelt smile that lit up her face. Huh? Felix blinked in surprise at the emotion radiating from Nixie. Nixie, is everything all right? Are you okay? He asked, concern etched across his features. Nixie nodded and quickly wiped away the tears threatening to spill over. Big bro, thank you, she said softly, her smile unwavering. Thank me for what? Felix replied, puzzled by her sudden gratitude. Stop pretending. You know exactly what I mean. Nixie teased playfully while rolling her eyes. Felix chuckled and rubbed his nose before stepping closer to ruffle her soft pink hair affectionately. No need to thank me. After all, we're family. Yeah, family. Nixie echoed with a cute smile that warmed Felix's heart. MGD. Life is full of surprises, just like the weather. One minute it's sunny, and the next you're caught in a downpour. Ever thought about how the people you bump into along your journey could either lift you up or bring you down? It's wild to think that nothing ever goes exactly as we planned at some point. Life throws unexpected twists our way that can leave us feeling a bit off balance. But isn't that what makes life so interesting? Not everything unfolds according to our blueprints. And that's perfectly okay. Embracing these surprises can lead to incredible opportunities and experiences we never imagined. Astheria, the royal capital, the Morningstar family estate. Inside Felix's study room, Felix sat behind his desk, seemingly asleep with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was deep in conversation with the system. System, I'm ready to draw another lottery, he transmitted, his voice steady and determined. Yes, host, the system replied promptly. Instantly, the wheel of industry shimmered to life in a mesmerizing starlight hue. With a smile tugging at his lips, Felix gazed at the array of industries displayed on the wheel. His heart raced as he focused on the red button at its center. With a silent command from within, he pressed it down gently. The wheel began to spin slowly at first, but soon it picked up speed until it was nothing more than a blur of colors, a dazzling starlight whirl. Moments later, the wheel began to slow down. Felix straightened up slightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he watched various industries flash by. Real estate, fashion and cosmetics, textile production, entertainment, weaponry, and technology to suddenly click. The wheel came to an abrupt halt. The system's indifferent voice broke through the silence. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the technology industry. The technology shop has been unlocked. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed what had just happened. Speechless for a moment, he quickly shook off his shock. There was no going back now. He had to face this challenge head-on. Leaning back in his chair with furrowed brows, Felix sank into thought. Developing technology wasn't just about innovation. It required extensive research and intricate processes that felt daunting compared to his previous venture into the food and beverage industry. That realm had been relatively straightforward. After all, restaurants were just one facet of it. There were cafes and fast food joints waiting for exploration, concepts that could thrive here if executed well. That he envisioned bustling cafes filled with patrons enjoying their drinks, while wealthy elites flaunted their status over artisanal brews, a lucrative opportunity indeed. But now he was venturing into uncharted territory, the world of technology, a leap that felt monumental. System, Felix pondered aloud. Are you sure the technology industry is viable here? This world runs on mana, not electricity like Earth does. How can I even create computers without any foundational knowledge? Host, just take a look at the technology shop, replied the system before falling silent. The technology industry shop, huh? Felix muttered as he stepped into the technology shop. Instantly, a dazzling array of blueprints for various technologies unfolded before his eyes, each one more intriguing than the last. System shop. Technology shop. Magic microwave oven blueprint price. 1 million BEP. Magic blender blueprint price. 500,000 BEP. Magic vacuum cleaner blueprint price. 20,000 BEP. Mana crystal engine blueprint price. 100 million BEP. Magic bullet train blueprint price. 2 billion BEP. Crystal multipurpose small engine blueprint price. 10 million BEP. Azure flame car blueprint price. 50 million BEP. Mana refrigerator blueprint price. 30 million BEP. Frostflake air conditioner blueprint price. 60 million BEP. Ink crystal moon offset printing machine blueprint price. 10 billion BEP. As Felix scanned the impressive list of technology blueprints, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Host, do you understand now? While not all these technologies can be manufactured in this world, some definitely can. The system explained. Felix nodded thoughtfully and asked, so all these technologies can run on mana or mana crystals, right? Absolutely. Host. The system confirmed with enthusiasm. Good, Felix replied with a grin, knowing that every piece of technology in the shop could operate on mana or mana crystals relieved him. No more worrying about electricity shortages. His gaze returned to the extensive collection of blueprints. Each one came complete with detailed requirements and materials needed for production. What impressed him most were the clearly outlined runes essential for crafting each device. How considerate! Felix thought to himself that if he wanted to manufacture a microwave oven, for instance, everything he needed, from materials to specific runes, was laid out step by step, and no more head-scratching over rune combinations or lengthy research. It was all there. This streamlined process would save both time and money. With so many possibilities at his fingertips, Felix felt an exhilarating rush of inspiration. Felix took a deep breath, finally calming down as he gazed at the list of technological blueprints. Before him, a wide grin spread across his face as he absorbed the possibilities. From home appliances to heavy industrial machinery, cars, agricultural tools, and much more, everything that could be produced in this world was laid out in the technology shop. Can you imagine the kind of upheaval it would cause if Felix brought these technologies to life? He envisioned not just immense wealth, but also a fair share of enemies, especially those arrogant nobles who always sought to monopolize everything. Good for themselves. With groundbreaking technologies suddenly appearing in their midst, trouble was bound to follow. But Felix wasn't afraid. He knew better than to rush into manufacturing these innovations without solid foundations and strength. Jumping in too soon would be nothing short of reckless, and quite possibly fatal. Plus, these technologies required an abundance of materials and resources. Rinsmiths were particularly hard to find. They were even rarer than spirit chefs and notoriously proud. Securing one to work for him wouldn't be easy unless he utilized the system's scanning function to pinpoint talented individuals in rinsmithing. Scanning function, huh? Felix's eyes sparkled with excitement. What if he could uncover someone with the right skills? System, can your scanning function cover all of Astheria? He asked eagerly. Yes, host, came the system's reply. Felix's heart raced. Then let's start scanning right away. Host, while my scanning capability does extend across Astheria and even beyond into Avalonia Kingdom and Sylphenal World, is currently at level 1 that you'll need to upgrade it first for a broader range. The system explained. Felix felt his enthusiasm wane slightly as he shook his head. Let me guess, only BEP can upgrade this scanning function. Correct, host, the system confirmed. How many BEP do I need for a level 2 upgrade? Felix asked curiously. 500,000 BEP flashed on the screen. And what will that range cover? Felix pressed on. A radius of 10 kilometers, replied the system. That's too small, Felix exclaimed with frustration. What level do I need for an entire Wooliamp district scan? 10 million BEP, came the answer. Seriously? Just for Wooliamp district? He rolled his eyes at how greedy this system seemed, asking for 10 million like it was pocket change. Host, explained the system patiently. Each use of my scanning function consumes significant energy. Covering Wooliamp district is no small feat. Thus 15 million isn't unreasonable. Felix sighed. He understood, but needed to conserve his BEP for other priorities. Felix leaned back in his chair, excitement bubbling within him. Looks like I need to step up my game and keep opening branches. There's a lot of BEP to be earned, he mused. Curious about his next move, he asked the system. How much will it cost to cover half of Wooliamp district? 5 million BEP. The system replied matter-of-factly. After a moment's contemplation, Felix nodded decisively. Then let's upgrade. Yes, host. The system's tone was unexpectedly lively, almost buzzing with anticipation that a few moments later, the system chimed in again. Scanning function upgraded to level 6. It now covers a radius of thousands of miles around you. Awesome. Felix grinned widely. Now, start scanning for individuals with talents in runesmithing, management, cultivation, blacksmithing, alchemy, and spirit cooking. Understood. Host, the system responded before diving into its task. Suddenly, names began flashing on his holographic screen at an overwhelming pace, so many that it made his head spin. Yet he couldn't help but feel exhilarated by the sheer number of talents present in Wooliamp district alone. He reminded himself not to worry. After all, the system would store all this information for later review. Minutes ticked by until the system finally paused. Host, there are no individuals skilled in runesmithing detected. However, numerous other talents have been found. Felix sighed and shook his head. Wasn't surprising. Runesmithing was a rare skill indeed, but he wasn't leaving empty-handed. The wealth of talent available was staggering. He felt a surge of purpose as he planned to recruit those eager for opportunity, especially orphans or those without notable backgrounds. Felix took a deep breath, allowing himself to sink into his thoughts once more. Nixie is swamped right now and can't take on the upcoming tasks. He mused, feeling a mix of concern and admiration at this moment. Nixie was juggling multiple assignments, leaving her little room to breathe or grow. Her relentless workload had stunted her cultivation for far too long that a guilty smile crept onto Felix's face. I really owe a lot to that girl, he thought bitterly. In truth, finding someone with management skills like Nixie's was nearly impossible. She absorbed everything he taught her about business administration, economics, and financial management like a sponge. That IT was impressive. The way she handled her responsibilities only deepened Felix's appreciation for her talent. Looks like I need to find someone else to tackle this task, he muttered under his breath. Gwendolyn crossed his mind briefly. However, her communication skills were lacking despite her strong management abilities. He knew that effective communication was key in their line of work. Nice to see you again, boss. Claire beamed as she stood before Felix, her smile brightening the study. Pleasure's all mine, Claire, Felix replied warmly from behind his desk, mirroring her enthusiasm. Claire had come a long way since her days managing the Morningstar restaurant in Greevale City. After Felix and the team relocated to the royal capital, she took charge of the Bridgemore City branch. Months into her new role, she exuded a refined confidence that spoke volumes about her capabilities. Reports had reached Felix about her impressive management skills. She had not only maintained operations smoothly but also doubled the monthly profits. This achievement filled him with pride. As he observed Claire standing confidently before him, Felix couldn't help but feel satisfaction swell within him. Systems scan her talents, he instructed quietly. In an instant, a stat window materialized before his eyes. Name, Claire Yearwood. Age, 23. Talent, mana cultivation, night cultivation, 1 star. Management, 5 stars. Bloodline, none. Felix nodded approvingly. While her cultivation talent was modest, her management prowess was exceptional. Though she might not rival Nixie in skill, Claire was certainly above average, a perfect fit for the responsibilities he intended to assign. Claire, please take a seat, that we need to talk, he said with a hint of gravity in his voice. Thank you, boss. She smiled as she settled into the chair opposite him. Yet beneath that smile lay a flicker of nervousness. She wondered why Felix had summoned her from Bridgemore City. Her life had transformed dramatically since becoming manager at Morningstar Restaurant. The salary alone was something she'd never imagined possible. Previously working as a real estate agent with meager commissions felt like another lifetime. Now, even nobles treated her with respect, a stark contrast to how things used to be. Gazing at Felix across the desk filled Claire with gratitude. Fate indeed worked in mysterious ways. The man who once bought property from her had now changed her entire trajectory. Despite this newfound respect and status, she remained grounded. Arrogance would only lead to downfall. Felix gently knocked on the table, pulling Claire from her thoughts. "Let me ask you something." "Of course, go ahead," she replied quickly. "Do you have any family?" His tone was light, yet sincere. Claire hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. "No, my parents passed away when I was 15. I'm an only child and have been living alone ever since." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Felix offered an apologetic smile. "It's all right," Claire reassured him. "I've learned to be independent over the years." "Okay," Felix nodded thoughtfully. "Since you're on your own and don't have any family, why not join mine?" "Huh?" Claire's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Felix. "Boss, what do you mean?" "I mean, you can become part of the Morningstar family," he explained earnestly. "I'm building up this family and have already welcomed many new faces. IT would be a great opportunity for you to join us." Claire fell silent, deep in thought as she considered his offer. After a moment, she took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. "I will join the Morningstar family." "Good." Felix smiled warmly. "Welcome to the Morningstar family, where all your worries are just fleeting clouds." "Thank you, boss." Claire beamed. "From now on, call me family head or patriarch," Felix said with a wave of his hand. "Understood, family head," Claire replied respectfully. That Felix's expression shifted to seriousness as he continued. "Now, let's discuss why I called you here to the royal capital." Claire straightened up, her focus sharpening as she looked at him intently. Felix opened his desk drawer and pulled out several papers. "Over the past few months since you took over management in Bridgemore City, the restaurant has thrived. Monthly profits have doubled with no complaints or issues whatsoever. That you've done an outstanding job." A smile broke across Claire's face as relief washed over her. She had been anxious about her performance. "But there's another reason I called you here," Felix said gravely. "From now on, you will no longer be the manager of the Morningstar restaurant." Claire's expression changed drastically. Panic flickered in her eyes. "Mr. Felix, I mean boss, I mean family head, please don't fire me. I swear I didn't do anything wrong." Claire's voice trembled with panic, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked desperately at Felix. Felix blinked in surprise, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement. "Who said I was going to fire you?" Claire's heart raced as she processed his words. "Wait, you're not firing me." Her eyes lit up with a blend of excitement and bewilderment. "No," Felix chuckled, shaking his head. "But you mentioned I wouldn't be the manager of the Morningstar restaurant anymore," Claire replied, still puzzled. "I did say that, but I didn't say I was going to fire you. You didn't let me finish." Felix spread his arms wide, laughter dancing in his eyes. "Oh, Claire scratched her head sheepishly, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. "The reason you won't be managing the restaurant is that I have something much more important for you," Felix explained. Claire nodded slowly, relief washing over her. She had feared the worst. "Now listen carefully," Felix said, adopting a serious tone. Claire snapped back to attention. "From now on, you are the CEO of Origin Technology." His declaration hung in the air like a bolt from the blue. "CEO of what exactly?" Claire stammered, confusion flickering across her face. Felix smiled knowingly. "Simply put, it means you'll be leading our new business venture. Don't worry, everything will become clear in time." Though still unsure about her new role, Claire couldn't help but feel a thrill at the title itself. "CEO? That sounds pretty cool," she murmured under her breath with a grin. Felix opened another drawer and pulled out several books before sliding them toward Claire. "These contain all the knowledge you'll need about your position, everything from business management to economics and finance, that you'll need to study these thoroughly. Every 3 days, I'll teach Nixie about business concepts. You're welcome to join us." Curiosity piqued, Claire accepted the books eagerly and nodded in understanding. "For your first task as CEO of Origin Technology," Felix continued seriously, "I want you to hire skilled blacksmiths, especially those proficient in mechanics." Claire quickly set aside the books and focused intently on him. "How many should I hire?" "As many as you think necessary. Just ensure they're willing to work for us," he replied casually before adding with a smile. "Draft a recruitment plan for Nixie. She'll guide you through it." "Understood," Claire affirmed earnestly. "You have exactly 7 days to complete this task," Felix said with a confident smile. 7 days, Claire muttered under her breath, pausing for a moment in thought. Then she nodded resolutely. "Don't worry, family head, that I will finish this task on time." "Good," Felix replied, satisfaction evident in his nod. Just then, the door swung open as Wilbert entered the study room. Family head. Wilbert bowed respectfully toward Felix. Wilbert, please take Claire to the inner area and assign her a mansion where she'll be staying. After that, escort her to headquarters. Nixie will handle everything else, Felix instructed. Understood. Family head. Wilbert responded with another bow. Excellent, Felix said before turning to Claire. Follow Wilbert. He'll show you where you'll be living and working. Yes, family head. Claire nodded, stood up, gathered her books, and followed Wilbert out of the study room. As the door closed behind them, Felix pulled out a blank piece of paper and began drafting his plans while lost in deep thought. What technology should I introduce first into this world? He pondered. The possibilities were endless in the system shop, so many groundbreaking technologies at his fingertips. But he knew better than to rush into things. Even something as simple as a magic blender could spell trouble for him. He was all too aware of how greedy nobles and powerful figures could be. They would do anything to monopolize valuable innovations for themselves. He wouldn't even be surprised if the royal family gets involved as the technologies in the system shop are simply amazing if introduced into this world. Although these technologies might not be much back on Earth, but in this world, they simply magic items. If he dared unveil these technologies prematurely, it wouldn't just be risky, it could cost him his life. Felix narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Looks like it's time for serious conversation with Quill, to ensure both his safety and that of those around him. Especially since they were currently vulnerable, he needed to align himself with a powerful ally. The Mayraith noble family seemed like the perfect fit. Their interests might align well enough that they wouldn't feel threatened by his technological advancements, since they are bound to a common interest. While part of him wished to keep these innovations entirely for himself, reality dictated otherwise. Forging partnerships was essential for survival. With this plan solidified in his mind, Felix retrieved a blueprint from his desk and tucked it away safely in his storage ring before leaving the study room. Family head, we have arrived. The coachman's voice echoed outside the carriage as it came to a halt. The door swung open, and Felix stepped out, clad in his signature pristine white suit. A long white and gold overcoat draped elegantly over his shoulders. He wore white gloves and held a delicate cane adorned with intricate gold patterns, the handle proudly displaying the Morningstar family symbol. With a warm smile for the coachman, Felix strode toward the grand gates of the Mayraith noble family estate. Young Master Felix greeted the guards at the gate, bowing slightly in respect as they opened it wide for him. Felix returned their nod with a smile before stepping through. Big bro, I didn't know you were coming. Come, have a seat. Quill exclaimed, gesturing enthusiastically for Felix to join him. His chubby face broke into a wide grin. Sorry for dropping by unannounced, Felix replied as he settled into his seat. But I need to discuss something important. Don't worry about it. You're always welcome here. Quill waved dismissively. Felix nodded thoughtfully and asked, Is your father around? Is he in the clan? Quill shook his head. Nope. My father is out of the royal capital with my sister, handling some important matters. I see. Felix's eyes flickered with interest at this news as he regarded Quill closely. What did you want to talk about? Quill inquired curiously. Felix hesitated for a moment before saying, I wanted to discuss something with your father. But since he's not here, I guess I'll wait until he returns. Oh, what's on your mind that you need to talk to my dad about? Quill asked eagerly. And hey, if my father's not around, I'm managing family matters too. You know I'm set to be the future head of the Mayraith noble family. Felix studied Quill for a moment before responding cautiously. Well, I'm looking at venturing into a new business. Oh, what kind of business? Quill asked with an air of disinterest. It wasn't that he didn't care. After all, his family already ran numerous lucrative businesses across the kingdom, generating billions of gold coins each year. Understanding Quill's attitude perfectly well, Felix simply waved his hand over the small table until a blueprint materialized before them. He spread it out confidently. What's this? Quill leaned closer, curiosity piqued despite himself. This is what I wanted to share, Felix said while pointing at various sections of the blueprint. Quill squinted at it. Strange drawings and incomprehensible words filled its surface. He looked back up at Felix in confusion. Big bro, I don't get any of this. Felix shook his head, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Don't worry, just come to the Wooliamp district in 7 days, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Trust me, you won't regret it if you can make it. 7 days, huh? Quill replied. Looking at Felix with curiosity, he nodded enthusiastically. I'll definitely be there. Good, Felix said as he stood up. I have a lot on my plate right now. Okay, big bro, I'm really curious about this business. Quill exclaimed with a smile. Felix returned the smile, but said nothing as he left the Mayraith noble family estate. A few minutes later, Felix's carriage rumbled down the road toward Wooliamp district. Inside, he was lost in thought that it wasn't that he didn't want to share details about his new venture. Rather, something had made him hesitate just before speaking that a strange sensation lingered, like someone or something was watching him. But he couldn't pinpoint its source that it's always the unknown that poses the greatest danger, and Felix wasn't willing to take that risk. He had invited Quill to meet him in 7 days because his newly built headquarters was protected by a magical shield that obscured the senses of others with ulterior motives, much like the Morningstar family estate itself. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Felix shook his head and tried to focus. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Big bro, did you really build this place? Quill said as they stood before the grand gate, all lighting up his eyes. The towering walls stretched into the distance like sentinels guarding a treasure. He turned to Felix beside him and remarked, "This must have cost a fortune." Felix chuckled softly. "Come on, let's go inside." They climbed aboard the massive carriage parked nearby and entered through the gate. "Wow, you really did build this place." Quill leaned lazily against the window of the carriage, taking in the scenery outside with admiration. "Well," Felix replied with a grin, "this will serve as my main headquarters for business in Avalonia Kingdom. I can't afford to lose face here." Quill nodded thoughtfully before asking eagerly, "So what's this big business you wanted to discuss?" "Patience." Felix waved dismissively with a playful smirk. "You'll find out soon enough." Moments later, their carriage stopped in front of an enormous building that sprawled across nearly 50 acres of land, a true fortress with imposing iron doors. As they stepped out of the carriage, Claire approached them wearing her professional business suit, a picture of neatness and efficiency. "Family head." She bowed respectfully toward Felix. He nodded back and asked casually. Felix raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are they all here?" "Yep. Everyone's inside waiting for you," Claire replied with a smile. "Great," Felix said, nodding in approval. He turned to Quill and added, "Come on, let's head inside." With that, they followed Claire into the massive building that resembled an industrial factory. As Felix, Claire, and Quill stepped into the expansive factory-like building, they were immediately struck by its sheer size. The vast interior was not just an empty shell. It buzzed with activity and purpose. There were already a lot of people inside the building. All of them were looking around with curiosity in their eyes. Neatly arranged equipment filled the space, each section dedicated to a specific function point. One area housed an array of furnaces, while another boasted towering stacks of materials that resembled small mountains. Felix took a moment to absorb his surroundings before turning to Claire. Understanding his unspoken question, she gestured for him and Quill to follow her deeper into the facility. Moments later, they found themselves standing before what appeared to be an office space. Claire pushed the door open. They entered a room bustling with individuals seated around large tables, engaged in animated discussions. To Felix's surprise, many of these people stood only 4 to 5 feet tall, their stout bodies adorned with thick beards that gave them a rugged appearance. "Dwarfs!" he exclaimed softly, eyebrows raised in surprise. While there were a few humans, elves, and orcs scattered among them, the dwarfs clearly dominated the room. The instant Felix, Quill, and Claire walked in, all eyes turned toward them, and an expectant silence fell over the gathering. Clearing her throat confidently, Claire introduced Felix. "Everyone, this is my boss, Mr. Felix. He is the one who hired you." With a nod of acknowledgement from Felix as he settled into a chair prepared for him, he addressed the group directly. As Claire mentioned, he began calmly but firmly. "My name is Felix. I brought you all here because I recognize your expertise." He paused for effect before continuing. "I understand many of you are accustomed to working independently. However, here you will need to adhere to my guidelines." The blacksmiths listened intently as Felix outlined their ranks. "Among you, the highest is a 4-star blacksmith, while others are at 2-star level or still apprentices on their journey toward mastery." He elaborated thoughtfully. "This isn't meant as criticism. Rather, it's important for you to know that better treatment and resources come with higher skill levels." Curiosity sparked in some eyes as they absorbed his words. With a wave of his hand, 2 enormous blueprints materialized in midair, capturing everyone's attention instantly. "One interesting blueprint. This thing is really innovative. I didn't expect such thing to exist. If this can really be produced, it will shock a lot of people. With all my years of blacksmithing, I've never seen such a creative object before." Felix smiled at their reactions before explaining further. "What you're looking at is called a bicycle, a revolutionary transportation device designed for speed and efficiency in bustling places like the royal capital." He detailed how its sleek design allows riders to navigate narrow streets effortlessly. But he looked at them. His eyes were calm as he pointed to the two blueprints. The bicycle is a two-wheeled machine is powered by none other than your own feet on the bicycle. The wheels are perfectly aligned within a sturdy metal frame, with the front wheel nestled in a rotatable fork. The rider sits comfortably on a saddle and steers by leaning and turning handlebars connected to that very fork, with pedals linked to cranks and a chainwheel. Power flows seamlessly through a loop of chain connecting the chainwheel to a sprocket on the rear wheel. Riding is surprisingly easy. To master, most people can zip along at speeds of 16 to 24 kilometers, 10 to 15 miles per hour. That's about 4 to 5 times faster than walking. This is an astonishing invention that could change lives, someone exclaimed. Right? It's nothing short of groundbreaking, another chimed in. But how much do you think it'll cost? Asked one blacksmith, curiosity piqued. Maybe 10 gold coins? Or even 100? I mean, just look at it, this thing has got to be pricey. They exchanged glances, whispering among themselves in awe. Felix continued with enthusiasm. There are actually two versions of this bicycle. One for everyday folks, and another specially designed for mana cultivators. The ordinary model simply helps you travel faster and more efficiently. But the mana cultivator version, it's packed with features that can boost their speed 3 to 5 times. Just imagine how it could save your life in critical moments. The blacksmith's eyes widened as they absorbed Felix's words. They envisioned themselves in intense battles where defeat loomed near instead of succumbing. They could hop onto their bicycles and vanish like shooting stars into the night sky. Dang, I never thought about that, one admitted. This really has so many advantages. It could genuinely save countless adventurers, another added thoughtfully. Just think how big this bicycle could become if mass-produced, someone else mused. Yeah, this bicycle is truly magical, they whispered excitedly among themselves. The atmosphere in the office buzzed with excitement as all the blacksmiths gazed intently at the two blueprints floating in midair. Their faces lit up with eager anticipation. After all, if they could bring this revolutionary bicycle to life, they would bask in its glory. How could they not be thrilled? This wasn't just any bicycle. It had the potential to transform how people travel and make history. The fame that would follow was irresistible. Boss, when do we start making this bicycle? A deep voice rumbled across the room. Felix raised an eyebrow and turned toward the source of the voice. Standing confidently was Thormir Stonebeard, a stout dwarf known for his impressive physique. About 5 feet tall, he was muscular with a long, braided beard that nearly brushed the floor. His large eyes sparkled with enthusiasm beside his massive iron hammer adorned with glowing runes. Felix recognized him instantly as the only 4-star blacksmith in their midst. Thormir's calloused fingers rubbed together in excitement, mirroring the eagerness of all the blacksmiths present who were practically bouncing in their seats as they stared at those blueprints like kids peeking at presents on Christmas morning. Felix couldn't help but smile at Thormir's enthusiasm. Dwarves might seem rough around the edges, but their blacksmithing skills were unparalleled, arguably some of the best in the world. That's why Felix had insisted on hiring more dwarves. The mechanical expertise was invaluable, even if he wasn't ready to forge weapons just yet. Don't worry, everyone, Felix said reassuringly. Production will begin soon, but remember, you've read the contract before signing it, right? Leaking these designs is not an option. There will be consequences. A hush fell over them as they absorbed his words. Don't worry, boss. None of us are foolish enough to leak blueprints, Thormir declared confidently while patting his chest. I hope so, otherwise. Felix smirked menacingly, his gaze turning icy. Instantly, a chill swept through the room as everyone lowered their heads under his intense stare. Good. Now let's get down to business. Felix brightened up again as if a switch had been flipped. The tension melted away like ice on a warm day. The production will be split into 2 categories: ordinary bicycles and mana bicycles. Apprentice-level blacksmiths will handle ordinary ones while our star blacksmiths take charge of producing mana bicycles. Thormir will supervise this factory. He laid out his plans clearly. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one questioned Thormir's leadership. His skill warranted it. Felix nodded thoughtfully and turned to Thormir. You'll need to supervise this closely. I'm leaving the division of labor in your hands. Choose someone to head the apprentice blacksmiths. All I care about are results, not the process. If you can't handle this, I'll find someone who can. Understood, boss, Thormir replied, his expression serious. The blueprints are already here, Felix continued. You can start whenever you're ready. Once you finish the first bicycle, I'll come by to test it. Don't worry, boss. I promise we'll have a prototype ready for you soon, Thormir said, flashing a confident smile. Good. Felix said with satisfaction before glancing at Claire and giving her a nod as he walked out of the room with Quill. As soon as they stepped outside, Quill grabbed Felix's arm excitedly. "Big bro, I want in on this business." "Oh really? Are you genuinely interested?" Felix asked with a grin. "Absolutely. I'm super interested. Just think about it. If we can make this bicycle work, it could completely change everything. You might not see it yet, but coming from a noble background like mine, I know how much potential this bicycle has." Quill exclaimed, nodding vigorously as his chubby cheeks trembled with enthusiasm. "All right then, since you're so eager. Let's discuss it in my office," Felix said as he led Quill out of the factory-like building. They hopped into a carriage and headed toward the headquarters building in the center of the industrial base. A few minutes later, Felix and Quill found themselves on the top floor of the Morningstar building, gazing out at the breathtaking view. "Big bro, I have to say, you're truly one of a kind when it comes to architecture. I never imagined buildings could be designed like this," Quill exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief as he peered through the expansive glass windows. "I can see most of the royal capital from here," Quill added, his eyes widening at the sprawling city stretching into the horizon. Felix lounged gracefully on a plush couch, a soft smile gracing his lips as he sipped red wine that glimmered in the light. "Fat bro, what are you even doing here?" Nixie rolled her eyes at Quill, her tone teasing. Quill spun around, irritation flashing across his face. "Hey, I'm not fat bro, I have a name. It's Quill.Quill. "Whatever," Nixie replied nonchalantly as she settled behind an elegant desk cluttered with neatly stacked papers. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Quill joined Felix on the couch and poured himself a glass of wine. "So, big bro, when do we start discussing business?" He turned expectantly towards Felix. Felix placed his glass on the sleek table and spread his arms wide. "I'm not in charge of this. You'll need to talk to Claire. She's running the show." Just then, Claire entered the office with an air of confidence. "Oh look, here she is. You can chat with her now," Felix said with a grin directed at Quill. "Come on, big bro. You're technically in charge here. Can't we discuss it together?" Quill sighed dramatically. Felix nodded slowly. "True enough, but Claire is overseeing this bicycle venture." Quill sighed again and looked helplessly at Felix. "All right then. Mr. Quill, please follow me to my office so we can discuss everything in detail," Claire said warmly as she gestured for him to join her. "Okay," Quill replied before downing his glass of wine and following Claire out of the office. As they left, Felix leaned back with a satisfied smile and continued sipping his wine leisurely. "Big bro," Nixie began thoughtfully as she moved closer to him from behind her desk. "Why partner with the Maraith noble family? We could handle everything ourselves." Felix turned serious and explained patiently. "Nixie, life isn't that simple. You really think those greedy nobles will let us thrive if we produce bicycles? This invention has the potential to transform lives. It could revolutionize transportation itself. The temptation for power over such innovation would attract countless people eager to monopolize it." He paused for a moment, then continued. "You know these nobles are so greedy that they want all the good stuff for themselves. Just imagine if we start producing and selling bicycles. Once people discover their advantages, everyone will want one. Can you picture how much money we can make? If we sell each bicycle for 10 silver coins and just 1 million commoners buy it, what do you think our earnings would be?" Nixie fell silent for a few moments, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That's 10 million silver coins, and if converted into gold coins, that's 1 million gold coins." "Exactly," Felix replied, "and that's only a fraction of the kingdom's population. Imagine if 1 billion commoners decided to buy a bicycle. We'd be raking in billions of gold coins from just this one product alone." He locked eyes with Nixie and added, "Now let's consider the mana version of the bicycle. If we sell it for 100 gold coins and again attract 1 million mana cultivators, how much do you think we'll earn? That's 100 million gold coins." Nixie's breath caught in her throat as the shock deepened. "Right on target. And remember, there are hundreds of millions, if not billions, of mana cultivators in Avalonia alone, not to mention across the entire Linares continent," Felix said calmly. "So whoever controls the source will naturally reap all the benefits from these bicycles," Nixie mused thoughtfully. "Exactly. If we recognize this immense potential for profit, don't you think those nobles will too? They're not foolish. Trying to go it alone could land us in serious trouble," Felix warned with a narrowed gaze. "We need to align ourselves with a powerful ally, someone who can deter those greedy nobles. Quill's Maraith noble family seems like the right choice, doesn't it?" Nixie suggested. Felix nodded. "Yes. While their family might not be the strongest in the kingdom, they're definitely among the top 5 and shouldn't be underestimated. Partnering with them could save us from a lot of headaches, and maybe even our lives." What percentage of shares are you thinking about offering them? Nixie asked curiously. I'm considering 30% for them and 70% for us, but I've asked Claire to negotiate down to around 20%, Felix explained. Why didn't you handle it yourself? She questioned. I want to see how she'd manage this kind of business deal, he chuckled. She'll likely encounter bigger deals in the future and need some practice. Taking a sip of wine, he continued with narrowed eyes. It might sting a bit to share profits with them, but looking at it strategically, we could end up profiting more than we realize. You're absolutely right about that. Nixie nodded thoughtfully. But are you talking about sharing the entire stake in Origin Technology, or just the profits from the bicycle? Felix smirked, rolling his eyes playfully. Of course, it's just the bicycle profits. Do you have any idea of all the amazing inventions we're going to create? I can't just hand out a massive slice of this cake. I want to enjoy it all by myself. Nixie stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Big bro, you really are quite greedy. Felix chuckled softly and raised his wine glass. Everyone has their moments of greed. It's part of being alive. After all, isn't greed one of those original sins we're all born with? Sometimes you need a little greed to get what you truly desire. He narrowed his eyes playfully, adding with a hint of mischief. But Nixie, you have no idea how powerful greed can be. It can lead to things that might just send shivers down your spine. Nixie fell silent, deeply contemplating Felix's words. Felix shook his head, observing the transformation in her. Once a mischievous girl, she had matured into a young woman, yet her innocence remained intact. Her thoughts were still pure, untouched by the complexities of the world. Felix understood all too well the darker side of human emotions. The terrifying truth about humanity lies within their hearts. They possess an uncanny ability to destroy. This destructive nature is why so many other races harbor disdain for humans at their core. Humans often succumb to greed, the original sin that births chaos and desire. Shaking off these heavy thoughts, Felix gently tapped Nixie's shoulder, pulling her back from a reverie. How is your work progressing? He asked with a warm smile that Nixie's face brightened instantly. Everything is going smoothly, no major hiccups. That's good to hear, Felix replied as he leaned back against the couch. Could you report your current progress? Of course. Nixie beamed as she stood up and retrieved a stack of papers from her desk. All the restaurants we've planned are finished building. The staff is in place, and we'll be opening them in just a few days. She paused before adding, regarding the winemakers you asked me to hire, I've secured 100 of them for you to meet in 5 days. Felix smiled lightly while internally sighing with relief. It's wonderful being a hands-off shopkeeper. Back on Earth, he had juggled every aspect of his businesses alone. Signing documents, attending meetings, it was exhausting. Despite having subordinates who handled various tasks, his trust issues meant he managed only the most critical elements himself. But here, with Nixie managing operations seamlessly, all he needed to do was provide direction and await results. Continuing her report, Nixie said confidently, at our current hiring rate for chefs, we can open new restaurant branches every 2 weeks. Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Great. You'll need to hire some people specifically tasked with scouting ideal locations for our restaurants and establish a department dedicated to that. Understood. Nixie nodded earnestly. He continued, outlining his vision. Afterward, compile a list detailing all acquired locations along with chef qualifications and which level of restaurant we should establish at each site. Got it, she replied seriously as she noted everything down in her small notebook. Looking up at him with excitement mixed with trepidation, Nixie ventured hesitantly. Big bro, I have an idea. Oh, please share, Felix encouraged softly. Taking a deep breath, she proposed enthusiastically. What if we create a training center for staff? We could train managers and waitstaff, so we won't always need to hire new employees from scratch every time we open a restaurant. We could teach eager learners everything they need to know about our operations. Felix raised an eyebrow, falling silent as he considered Nixie's innovative idea. Instead of the constant hassle of hiring and training staff every time we open a restaurant, he mused, why not establish a school? They could just educate students on everything they need to know about restaurant operations and management. This way, they'd be ready to step in whenever we launch a new venture, saving us significant time and resources. Turning to Nixie, whose face was a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Felix nodded approvingly. Your idea is brilliant. Draft a plan and share it with me once you're finished. Nixie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly replied, Understood, big bro. Curious about another project, Felix asked, How is the farm initiative coming along? It's progressing well. I've already purchased 100 acres of land in Arkfield District and have already hired some workers, Nixie responded confidently. Good job. I'm proud of you, Felix said with a smile, just as the door swung open. Claire and Quill entered the office. Felix and Nixie exchanged curious glances. So how did it go? Felix asked Quill with an encouraging smile. It went well, Claire confirmed, her own smile brightening the room. Quill plopped down on the couch with a sigh. But I have to say, this girl is really ruthless and stubborn. Oh, what happened? Nixie inquired, concern etching her features. Forget about it. Quill waved dismissively, his chubby hands gesturing dramatically. Claire, what was the final conclusion? Felix asked eagerly. Claire's expression shifted to seriousness as she reported. After extensive discussions with Mr. Quill, Origin Technology will hold 70% of the bicycle business shares while Mr. Quill retains 30%. According to the contract he signed, he'll provide materials for production along with all sales channels. Our responsibility will be manufacturing. Felix nodded thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable. He then turned his attention back to Quill. Regarding sales channels, I suggest opening around 1,000 storefronts across Asteria. Huh? Claire, Quill, and Nixie looked at him in surprise. Big bro, Quill began skeptically. I think we can manage more than that. Felix shook his head firmly. Do you truly believe we can handle this massive opportunity alone? Many others will want their share too. While your Maraith noble family is powerful, can you withstand pressure from numerous other noble families? No. That's why we need to create some breathing room for collaboration. I don't quite follow, Quill admitted while scratching his head. What my big brother means is that, since we can't keep this entire cake to ourselves, we need to share a few pieces with others. Otherwise, we risk sparking conflicts, or worse. Nixie rolled her eyes in exasperation. How do you propose we do that? Quill asked, genuinely curious. Listen closely, Felix began, his voice steady and confident. After careful consideration, I've concluded that to avoid major disputes, we should establish around 1,000 storefronts across Asteria, specifically in key locations. This way, when our bicycles go on sale, they'll capture immediate attention. He paused for effect before continuing. Those who recognize the potential of our product can come directly to the factory to purchase in bulk and then sell them at their own stores. However, we will set the pricing structure. Quill's eyes lit up with understanding. So you're saying our role is to produce the bicycles and allow retailers to buy from us in bulk? Exactly, Felix replied enthusiastically. We act as suppliers while they serve as retailers. We offer them lower prices for bulk purchases so they can sell at a profit. For example, if the factory price of one bicycle is 7 silver coins and they buy 1,000 units at that rate, they could retail each bicycle for 9 or even 10 silver coins. That means their profit per bicycle would be between 2 and 3 silver coins. Just imagine the total profit if they sell all 1,000 bicycles. Felix smiled broadly as he explained. The bicycle represents a groundbreaking innovation that has the potential to transform travel for everyday people, Nixie declared, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Just imagine, as soon as we launch this product, nobles will be clamoring to partner with us to reap its benefits. However, we have no intention of sharing our equity with them. This strategy offers them an alternative. Quill raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. But what if they insist on receiving shares in the bicycle venture? Felix waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. You needn't worry about that. I'll handle it. After a moment's contemplation, Quill nodded in agreement. Turning to Claire, Felix continued decisively. It's time to kickstart our bicycle manufacturing process immediately. Additionally, we must establish a logistics department responsible for managing purchasing, transportation, inventory, and warehousing operations. This team will ensure the seamless organization and movement of goods and resources. Claire nodded seriously in response. Understood. Felix then said to Quill, you also need to prepare the storefronts and gather all necessary materials for production. Absolutely, I'm on it. Quill replied with a broad smile illuminating his chubby face. Felix shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. Although we can't share the bicycle equity with them, but at least this gives them a way to benefit somehow. Quill sighed deeply, mirroring Felix's exasperation. Big bro, I really don't want to share any of this either, but if we don't, we're digging ourselves into trouble. He continued, sure, my Maraith noble family is one of the strongest in the kingdom, but even we can't withstand the pressure from those greedy nobles. And let's be honest, the royal family will probably get involved too. Felix felt helpless. All he wanted was to enjoy his success alone. Yet reality loomed over him like a dark cloud. If he didn't play it smart, he risked losing everything. Democrat, Minnesota, he muttered bitterly to himself. It's so uncomfortable being weak. If only he had the strength or resources like those nobles, then he wouldn't have to worry. These thoughts swirled in his mind, His eyes narrowed slightly. A cold glint flickered within them. Looks like it's time for Jarvis to step up, he mused with a hint of excitement. Didn't that guy mention he hasn't destroyed a clan in ages? Maybe this is just the opportunity for him to flex his muscles. A creepy smile crept across Felix's face as possibilities danced in his mind. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed through the forest as a massive crater formed in the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed outwards, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, a horrifying sight emerged. A colossal hole with a giant creature pinned beneath it at a long, golden spear pierced through its skull, anchoring it firmly to the ground. The creature, a panther, nearly 3 meters tall, was covered in hard scales and cloaked in pitch blackness. But now, it lay lifeless, riddled with deep wounds, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Even in death, the aura emanating from this Tier 6 magical beast was dense enough to instill fear. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the corpse of the panther, yanking out the golden spear. Clad in tight-fitting black and gold armor that hugged her form perfectly was Trinity, her long golden hair fluttering freely in the wind. Despite her beauty being strikingly captivating, her armor bore small cracks, stained with blood. She exuded an alluring yet fierce presence. "Captain, this Abyss Shadow Panther is really strong," another figure exclaimed as she flashed into view next to Trinity. Trinity shook her spear lightly while glancing at Melian, the elf with emerald green hair and eyes who wore snug light green armor that accentuated her curves. She had a bow slung across her shoulder and a quiver full of arrows at her side. "But it looked quite weak in your hands." "Captain," Melian pouted playfully. Kaboom! Just then the ground trembled violently again. "Big sis, you beat me to it again." A rough voice boomed nearby. "Vice Captain." Melian waved excitedly at Brixton, a towering figure who stood before them like an immovable wall. "Well, it's not my fault you're slow," Trinity chuckled softly. "Well, the captain is fast, as always." A chuckled sounded as a male elf appeared beside Brixton. He was draped in a flowing light blue mage robe with silver eyes gleaming beneath his long silky hair. "Everything taken care of, Ignore?" he asked Trinity with a gentle smile. "Yes, Captain," he confirmed as he nodded knowingly. "The others are already on it." Trinity surveyed their surroundings. They were deep within a devastated forest littered with craters and burn marks, a clear sign of an intense battle that had just unfolded. "Okay, then let's go and meet the others," she began but suddenly froze mid-sentence. Her face changed drastically, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Brixton, Ignore, and Melian exchanged worried glances before disappearing too. "Get away from my spoils of war." A thunderous shout echoed through the air as a massive golden beam of light shot down from the sky. "Ah!" Boom! A piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by a deafening explosion that sent dust swirling into the atmosphere. As it settled, a gruesome scene emerged. A lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, its chest impaled by a long spear. The man's eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of sheer terror. Trinity landed gracefully nearby, her face devoid of emotion and her eyes radiating an intense, killing intent. She surveyed the corpse coldly before extracting her spear and scanning the surroundings with lethal focus. "Big sis, Captain." Brixton, Ignore, and Melian appeared at Trinity's side, their expressions grave. "What just happened? Did you hear that scream?" "Captain, is there trouble?" "Vice Captain, is everything okay?" Multiple figures materialized around Trinity and her team, each clad in armor and stained with blood from what was clearly an intense battle. "Don't worry, it's just someone trying to steal our loot," Trinity replied calmly as she continued to scan for threats. "Demon, these people are despicable," Melian exclaimed, fists clenched in anger. "Yeah, good riddance to that guy," Ignore said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause rang out through the air. Trinity and her companions turned sharply toward the sound, their eyes filled with fierce determination. Emerging from several meters away were armored figures radiating malevolence, a greedy glint evident in their gazes. "Ventura, I should have known it was you." Melian stepped forward defiantly, pointing at one figure who stood at the forefront of this unwelcome group. The man she pointed to wore standard red armor and carried a long sword on his back. The mana fluctuations around him indicated he was no ordinary foe. Ventura was a Tier 6 epic knight. Behind him stood others whose power ranged no lower than Tier 4 high knights. "Captain Trinity," Ventura smirked mockingly. "Your senses never cease to amaze me." Trinity remained silent but stared at him with calm intensity. Beneath that calm exterior simmered unyielding rage. Ventura, Melian interjected fiercely. What do you want? You've been stalking us for months now. Doesn't it hurt seeing your adventurer team members fall one by one? For a moment, Ventura's gaze flickered toward Melian before returning to Trinity, with greed flashing across his features as he appraised her from head to toe. Well then, he grinned slyly. Have you considered my proposal? Well, Captain Trinity, have you given any thought to my proposal? Ventura flashed a charming smile. What proposal is he talking about? Melian whispered as she stepped back toward Brixton, her eyes wide with curiosity. Brixton leaned in closer and whispered, he wants to buy our adventurer team and merge it with the Battle Wolves adventurer team. Ignore and Melian exchanged shocked glances. You mean the Battle Wolves? One of the top 20 diamond rank adventurer teams. Melian gasped. Yep, that's the one. Brixton confirmed with a nod. But why hasn't the captain agreed? The Battle Wolves are incredibly powerful. Ignore murmured. Brixton shook his head knowingly. You really have no idea what the Battle Wolves are all about, do you? Both Ignore and Melian looked at him in confusion. The Battle Wolves love to annex other teams, Brixton explained. If they refuse, they eliminate them. Plus, they're owned by a young master from a noble family who uses them for all sorts of dangerous tasks to fulfill his own ambitions. Joining them isn't glamorous. It's more like stepping into a fire pit where you could lose everything. Fear flickered in Ignore's and Melian's eyes as they processed this revelation. So that's why my big sis has been refusing them all along. She knows exactly what they're capable of, Brixton added thoughtfully. And I suspect there's even more beneath the surface, Ignore chimed in. Why do you say that? Melian asked curiously. Have you noticed how Ventura looks at the captain? His eyes are filled with greed and lust. Ignore replied with a knowing smile. Huh. Melian paused for a moment before scrutinizing Ventura's expression. Yeah, you're right. The captain is beautiful and quite famous in the adventure district. Many adventurers have crushes on her, but this guy is downright shameless. If Big Brother were here, that guy would be dead by now. Brixton muttered with a mocking grin aimed at Ventura. Oh, you have an older brother? Melian asked eagerly. Yeah, he's someone I respect deeply. He single-handedly saved us from slavery and has taken care of us ever since he's made us who we are today. Admiration shone in Brixton's eyes as he spoke of his brother. Is he strong? How does he compare to you two? I mean you and the captain included? Melian pressed on excitedly. Brixton shrugged. Big Brother has never shown his full strength, so I can't say for sure. But he could easily take both of us down without breaking a sweat. Wow, your Big Brother must be incredibly powerful. I wish I could meet him. Melian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, he's really strong, but trust me, you might want to keep your distance, Brixton replied, shooting a wary glance at Melian. Why do you say that? I didn't even hint that I like him or anything. Melian rolled her eyes in playful annoyance. I'm just saying my Big Brother is super handsome, if you ever run into him, just be careful. Brixton chuckled, glancing playfully at Trinity. Melian and Ignore exchanged puzzled looks before realization hit them like a lightning bolt. Their eyes widened in understanding. So you mean your Big Brother and the captain? Melian said, surprise etched on her face. Exactly. That's why I warned you that if my Big Brother were here right now, this guy would be toast. Brixton nodded confidently. Ventura, Trinity said firmly, shaking her head. I've told you before, I will never join the Battle Wolves. Ventura's smile vanished instantly. His gaze turned icy with murderous intent. Well then, Captain Trinity, it seems I have no choice but to eliminate you and the Morningstar Adventurer team. It's an order from the higher-ups, he declared as he unsheathed his sword, an oppressive aura radiating from him. His comrades followed suit, weapons drawn and mana swirling around them in preparation for battle. Trinity calmly held up a long golden spear and waved her hand gently. In an instant, two massive double-handed axes materialized in Brixton's grip as he began to grow taller and more imposing, a small giant with earthen yellow mana swirling around him. The air thickened as the gravity around him emstowed double instantly. Melian readied her long green bow and aimed an arrow at Ventura and his men while Ignore raised his magic staff high. A colossal magic circle bloomed beneath them all, enveloping the Morningstar Adventurer team in a vibrant green glow that seems to double their power. The tension crackled in the air like static electricity. Attack! Both Trinity and Ventura shouted simultaneously. Kaboom! Brixton charged forward with an enormous grin plastered across his face, his body adorned with glowing yellow runes. Gravity imprisonment. Biokum! All of Ventura's men were slammed to the ground as cracks spiderwebbed through the earth beneath them. They coughed up blood under the immense gravitational force that rendered them immobile, not even able to lift a finger. Only Ventura managed to evade its grasp by vanishing from sight. Ventura's expression shifted drastically as he turned to Brixton. Gravity manipulation? I thought only Tier 9 Forbidden Realm Earth elemental mages could cast spells like that, but you're not even a mage, let alone a Tier 9 one at that. Surprise! Brixton grinned widely as he brandished his two massive double-handed axes and charged towards those trapped in the gravity field. With each swing of his axe, heads flew off like confetti, blood spraying into the air like a twisted fountain. Suddenly, a flash of green light zipped through the chaos. A green arrow pierced the neck of one unfortunate soul caught in the grip of gravity. In quick succession, 3 more arrows shot out, claiming another 3 lives. After a brief moment, Brixton waved his hand and released the gravity prison. Those who remained were free to move, but many had already met their end. Damn it! Ventura cursed angrily as he witnessed the carnage unfold before him. Don't get distracted in battle, came a voice from behind him just then. Ventura's heart raced. He quickly spun around and raised his sword defensively. The instant he did so, an overwhelming force slammed into him. Bam! He was sent flying back several meters, dragging his feet along the ground and carving out a long trench behind him. When he finally lifted his head, there stood Trinity just meters away. Her gaze locked onto him with deadly intent. "Ah, save me!" Screams echoed around them as Ventura turned to see his men falling like helpless chickens. Brixton was weaving through the battlefield with ease. Each swing of his axes cleaved enemies in half, leaving nothing but bloody remnants behind. Meanwhile, Melian was on fire. Each arrow she released found its mark without fail, piercing through necks and hearts alike. The rest of the Morningstar adventurer team wasn't sitting idle either. They slaughtered anyone who crossed their path with. Ruthless efficiency, AT the back, stood ignore beneath an enormous magic circle that pulsed with energy. Strangely enough, every member of the Morningstar adventurer team stood on identical circles beneath their feet. This spell seemed to amplify their power 5-fold while boosting their defenses. Even more astonishingly, any injury sustained by team members healed instantly thanks to those little green magic circles glowing beneath them. Stay focused in battle. A thunderous shout jolted Ventura from his stupor as he felt a menacing aura closing in and instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. But before he could react, a powerful force blasted him back, leaving him pale and coughing up blood. Democrat Minnesota, I swear I'll kill every last one of you. Ventura growled, his voice low and twisted with rage. Ventura, Trinity said coolly as she approached, dragging her long golden spear behind her. I can't tell if you're just foolish or utterly ignorant. Did you even bother investigating us before launching your attack? Or were you simply overconfident about your chances? As she walked closer, her aura intensified, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made the very air around them feel stagnant. The pressure she emitted was far greater than that of a Tier 5 Grandmaster Knight. Ventura's eyes widened in disbelief. You're a Tier 6 Epic Knight. Weren't you a Tier 5? How is this possible? Fear gripped his heart as realization dawned on him. Surprised, Trinity smirked coldly. Now tell me, how do you want to die? I. Ventura stammered, terror flooding his gaze, in a desperate bid for survival. He turned and sprinted away into the distance that he knew he was outmatched. He couldn't hope to fight Trinity alone. Her reputation in the adventurer world preceded her. She ranked among the top 100 adventurers in the district and had the uncanny ability to jump tiers during battle. Though he had initially believed that sheer numbers would allow him to overwhelm the Morningstar adventurer team, he was painfully mistaken that he hadn't anticipated that their vice captain could manipulate gravity, a skill reserved for only Tier 9 Forbidden Realm Earth elemental mages. What was I thinking? I should have done my homework before charging in here. Ventura cursed himself as he ran frantically through the forest. Where do you think you're going? A calm yet terrifying voice whispered right next to his ear. Before he could react, pain shot through his body as an unseen force sent him crashing into multiple trees, splintering them apart like matchsticks. He lay twitching on the ground, blood covering his face while cracks marred his armor. Please, don't kill me. Ventura gasped weakly as blood continued to pour from his mouth. Trinity stood over him with an icy expression. My brother always told me not to provoke anyone unless they offend me first. But now you've crossed that line, and because of your stupidity, the battle wolves will be wiped out without mercy. With a swift motion, she pierced Ventura's heart with her gleaming spear, ending his life instantly. She stared down at his lifeless body with an emotionless face. "Big sis, Captain." A voice rang out as Brixton, Ignore, Melian, and the rest of the Morningstar adventurer team gathered around Trinity, their eyes fixed on Ventura's lifeless body. Cold gazes filled the air. This was no ordinary scene. "Have you dealt with the others?" Trinity inquired, her tone steady. "Yeah, they're all gone," Ignore replied, his voice unwavering. "I checked. There's no sign of life left and no survivors." "Good." Trinity nodded approvingly. "Now, take care of the bodies and burn them all, that we can't leave any traces behind." "Yes, Captain." The team responded in unison before swiftly getting to work. "Melian, scout the area. Make sure there are no unknown factors lurking about," Trinity instructed, turning her focus to her capable scout. "Understood," Melian replied seriously. With a swift tap of her foot, she vanished into a blur and soared up into the branches above, blending seamlessly with the dense foliage. Brixton leaned closer to Trinity. "Should we inform Big Bro?" "No." She shook her head firmly. "It's not time yet. The battle wolves won't catch wind of this for a while. This gives us some breathing room." "Got it." Brixton nodded in agreement. Minutes later, the team regrouped once more. "Captain, everything is taken care of," Ignore reported confidently. "Great. Let's move out then," Trinity said decisively. The commotion might have drawn some attention. With that command echoing through the air, they vanished from the forest as if they had never been there at all. The only remnants of their presence were massive craters and uprooted trees, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded over miles of desolation. Avalonia Kingdom. Deep within a damp, shadowy forest, a chilling scene unfolded. Clad in black from head to toe, several figures moved stealthily among the twisted trees that loomed like sentinels of darkness. The air was thick, with an oppressive gloom, punctuated only by faint glimmers of light struggling to break through the canopy above. These figures, thousands in number, were dressed like assassins, their faces stark and uncovered, revealing expressions of cold vigilance and unwavering focus. As they scanned their surroundings with emotionless gazes, an aura of dread enveloped them. Suddenly, the trees began to shake violently as terrifying screams echoed through the forest, amplifying the sense of impending doom. From the shadows emerged grotesque creatures that seemed to defy description, twisted forms that were both hideous and horrifying. As these nightmarish beings charged forth, fear flickered across the once implacable faces of the black-clad figures. Their bodies trembled as if confronting their worst nightmares. In an instant, chaos erupted. The dark forest transformed into a battleground. "Jarvis," Zephyr said with a furrowed brow as he surveyed the hall filled with trembling figures. "This test seems far more challenging than previous ones." Standing beside him was Jarvis, his expression unyielding as he observed the scene before them. "Assassins are meant to be devoid of emotion," he replied coolly. "Feelings are shackles that hinder mission execution." Zephyr frowned deeper at Jarvis's words. "But emotions are what make us human. Without them, we become mere puppets, living corpses devoid of joy or sorrow." Jarvis continued undeterred. "Each figure here is confronting their greatest desire in what I call the chamber of desire. Only by vanquishing these desires can they achieve true emotional detachment, becoming relentless killing machines capable of executing any order without hesitation." "I understand your point," Zephyr countered passionately. "Yet emotions are foundational to life itself. They enrich our experiences and connect us to one another. To be emotionless is to lose one's essence." Jarvis sneered dismissively. "You underestimate how cruel this world can be. Emotions weaken you. Only by embracing extreme resolve can you truly advance on your path." "I refuse to believe that," Zephyr shot back vehemently. "What makes us humane is our capacity for emotion. A life stripped of feelings is no life at all. It's merely existence without purpose." Silence hung between them as Jarvis remained stoic and expressionless. A few moments later, Jarvis shook his head thoughtfully. "Everyone has their own perspective," he began calmly. "To me, emotions are a burden, one that can weigh you down. Your big brother is incredibly talented. Trust me when I say he shouldn't be shackled by feelings. His future accomplishments could be legendary, but instead, he hesitates because of the emotional ties that bind him." He paused for emphasis before continuing. "Do you know what's truly dangerous? It's someone who has no attachments whatsoever. That person can make decisions without worrying about the consequences because they have nothing to lose. If your big brother were alone, I believe he would already be at Tier 9 by now. but alas, he is held back by his emotions. Zephyr interjected with conviction. Even with his emotions, my big bro is astounding. His future achievements will still shine brightly. Sadness, happiness, disgust, fear, anger, these 6 emotions are what make us feel alive. Jarvis simply waved his hand dismissively. Well, everyone sees things differently, he replied. Both turned their gazes toward the thousands of black-clad figures in the vast dark hall below them. The figures trembled and perspired. Their faces were as pale as sheets of paper, void of color. How many do you think will pass this test? Zephyr asked curiously. It depends on their willpower, Jarvis explained. When I took this test years ago, it took me 10 long years to pass this final challenge. Everyone in this world has desires they struggle to let go of completely, and facing your greatest desires to eliminate them isn't easy. Zephyr nodded slowly. His eyes flickered as he observed the scene unfolding in the hall below. What they're experiencing is just a fraction of what I went through back then, Jarvis remarked somberly. If I unleashed the full power of this illusion on them, their brains would have burned out by now. I must say, Zephyr mused while rubbing his chin thoughtfully, this illusion of yours is quite fascinating. Why not use it to train our members? They could strengthen their willpower through such experiences. It would benefit both them and us. Jarvis considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's a good idea. If they can train in this kind of illusion, they'll face real-life situations with a much calmer attitude. Silence enveloped them as they continued to observe the chaotic scene below. A chorus of muffled groans echoed from the throng. It seems like this won't end anytime soon, Zephyr sighed. I'll head back now. Okay. Jarvis nodded slowly, his expression as cold and unyielding as a block of ice. Zephyr vanished from sight, leaving Jarvis staring at the empty space where he had stood. After a few moments, he shook his head and turned his gaze to the scene unfolding below. Finn, how is everything going? Zephyr asked, glancing at Finn who stood before him. Gate Master, Finn replied respectfully. Everything is progressing well with our expansion plan. There have been some minor skirmishes with a few gangs on Windspirit Avenue, but it's nothing we can't handle. Zephyr frowned slightly. Make sure nothing escalates. Our current strength here is weak. Be cautious in your actions. Understood, Gate Master. Finn nodded seriously. And how is the project coming along? Zephyr inquired. Finn straightened up. The project is halfway complete. We estimate it will be finished by the end of next month. How many variations have you developed? Zephyr pressed. We've produced about 30 unique types so far. Our team is working diligently to wrap it up as soon as possible, Finn responded. Good. Zephyr nodded approvingly. Once it's done, report back to me. I want to take a look. Of course, Gate Master, Finn said with a respectful nod. Where's Clark? Zephyr leaned back in his chair lazily. He's currently out of the district handling some matters, Finn replied. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully. When he returns, tell him I'd like to see him. Understood, Gate Master. With a wave of his hand, Zephyr dismissed Finn. The door closed behind him, leaving only Zephyr alone in the dim room, staring blankly at the ceiling. I wonder what Big Bro is up to. He muttered absently. Crack! Beautiful! A massive bolt of violet lightning struck the ground with an earth-shattering roar, creating a 10-meter-wide hole charred black and billowing smoke into the air. Felix frowned as he surveyed the damage from several meters away. Not enough. The casting speed is too slow, and the power isn't strong enough. From behind him came Nixie's incredulous voice. Big Bro, you say this isn't strong enough? That lightning strike could instantly kill a Tier 3 mana cultivator and heavily injure a Tier 4. Even Tier 5 would struggle against this attack. Felix shook his head with determination. I don't want just any kill. I want to take down a Tier 5 mana cultivator in one blow. Meaningless fights are my style. Well, if one attack doesn't work, why not try 3? I'm sure that would take down a Tier 5 mana cultivator, Nixie suggested with a smirk. Felix shook his head stubbornly. It's too slow. Nixie raised an eyebrow. So what are you going to do about it? Felix sighed, frustration evident on his face. I'm stuck on this lightning spell that I've combined several different techniques, but the power just isn't cutting it. Nixie rolled her eyes dismissively and returned to practicing her wind spells. Not my problem. With a resigned shake of his head, Felix resumed contemplating his bottleneck. Minutes passed without any breakthrough. Finally, he took a deep breath and resolved, all right, let's focus on the other lightning spells. He stepped into the center of the training ground and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again with renewed determination. Tier 5 Lightning Elemental Spell. Instant Transposition. A violent magic circle erupted beneath him as he unleashed the spell. In an instant, he vanished from sight. only to reappear about 100 meters away in a flash of lightning. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he teleported again in another bolt of electricity, covering even more distance in mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground transformed into a dazzling display of flickering light as Felix continued teleporting at an ever-increasing speed. Nixie glanced over while practicing her own spells and gasped in awe at Felix's display. She quickly retreated from the chaotic scene. "I wish I could do that too," she murmured enviously. After several minutes of intense practice, Felix halted and surveyed the training ground with wide eyes. That IT was now dotted with small charred holes emitting wisps of white smoke, each mark left by his rapid teleportation. "Looks like I need to reinforce this place," he chuckled to himself. "But hey, this spell is fantastic for sneaking up on someone for a surprise attack." His smile faded as he pondered aloud. Though that thunderclap sound really disrupts the stealth aspect. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Felix's gaze landed on Nixie once more, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Feeling an ominous shift in the air, Nixie's expression turned pale as she sensed trouble brewing. Without hesitation, she bolted away at lightning speed. "Big bro, whatever evil plan you're cooking up, count me out," she shouted over her shoulder. "Demon, this girl can run fast," Felix exclaimed as he sprinted after her. "Wait, it's something good. I'll give you 100 million gold coins as a reward." Nixie hesitated mid-run when she heard that jaw-dropping amount, but quickly shook her head and kept going. "I don't want it." But Nixie, shaking her head defiantly, resumed her escape. "I don't want it," she shouted back. Wow, did Nixie just turn down money? Is this really the girl I know? Felix thought, taken aback by her unexpected rejection. Half a month later. "Welcome, family head." Claire greeted Felix with a professional smile as she stood before him. "And welcome to you too, Mr. Quill," she added, shifting her gaze to Quill, who was standing beside Felix. Felix nodded slightly and asked, "How is it? Has it been completed?" "Yes, the two models are ready and currently at the test site," Claire affirmed with a nod. "Great, take me there right now," Felix replied calmly. "Follow me," Claire instructed, turning on her heel and leading the way with Felix and Quill trailing behind. A few minutes later, they arrived at a vast expanse of land, completely empty except for a small tent-like structure at the entrance. A large sign reading "Test Site" stood proudly beside it. "Boss, you've arrived just in time." Thormir beamed at Felix, his short fingers rubbing together as his long beard fluttered in the wind. Felix nodded quickly. "Where is it? Please follow me," Thormir gestured as they entered the half-tent. Inside, Felix's eyes lit up at the sight of two gleaming bicycles. Point one was a deep brown color, reminiscent of classic designs, but with an innovative twist. Its wheels were made entirely of metal instead of rubber. It resembled a 1905 motor bicycle, but purely pedal-powered. Everything from headlights to brakes was fully functional. Thormir approached the bicycle with pride. "This is our basic model for everyday users. We've tested it thoroughly. An ordinary person can travel 4 to 5 times faster than walking using the same amount of energy. The brakes work exceptionally well." Felix smiled broadly, satisfaction evident in his eyes as he examined the bike. "Impressive. How did you design the headlight?" Thormir pointed excitedly at it. "We used moon illumination stones. This small chain here opens up a compartment that lets them shine brightly when pulled, just like opening a window to let sunlight into a room." Felix nodded thoughtfully. "And how long do these stones last?" Thormir replied confidently. "They last about 2 to 3 months and cost only 2 copper coins each." Felix considered this. Moon illumination stones were common yet beautiful, practically found everywhere in their world. Turning to Claire, he asked, "What's our production cost for one bicycle?" Claire glanced through her papers and reported promptly, "About 10 silver coins per unit." Felix pondered for a moment before asking with a slight grin, "What do you think we should sell them for?" Claire paused for a moment, her mind racing as she calculated. "Considering the production cost is 10 silver coins per bicycle, we could sell each one for around 15 or even 17 silver coins. If we start selling in bulk to retailers, they could buy them at 15 silver coins and sell them for 17 to 18 at this way. They make a profit of 2 or 3 silver coins on each bike." Felix nodded in approval. "Great idea. We'll go with your pricing strategy." Turning to Thormir, he asked, "How many days will it take to manufacture 1,000 units?" Thormir replied confidently, "I estimate we can produce 1,000 bicycles in 5 days." The apprentices have become quite familiar with the design and manufacturing process over the last few weeks. Felix frowned slightly. 5 days for 1,000 units? That seems low. "Boss," Thormir reassured him, "this is our first time making these bikes. While we're getting the hang of it, There's still some aspect we're not entirely comfortable with yet, but I believe our speed will improve as we gain experience. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Felix conceded, 1,005 days isn't bad at all. Now let's get production started. We'll launch in a month. Yes, Claire and Thormir chimed in. Quill, who had been bouncing on his heels nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Big bro, can I try one now? Felix glanced at Quill's jiggling frame and then at the small bicycle beside him. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. I think you should wait until we finish testing the second model. Disappointment flashed across Quill's face as he replied softly. Okay. Felix turned his attention to the second model, standing proudly next to its basic counterpart. This bike was fiery red, tall, and robust, with intricate ocean blue runes weaving through its frame like flames dancing against water. IT looked stunning. Boss, Thormir began enthusiastically. This is our magic model designed specifically for mana cultivators. After testing it out, we found it can boost their speed by 5 to 6 times. Each handle has unique functions. When mana is channeled into the right handle, those fiery red runes activate for speed enhancement. Channeling mana into the left handle activates an ocean blue shield that can withstand attacks from Tier 2 mana cultivators without breaking, and even resist some Tier 3 attacks. Good. Felix nodded with satisfaction. You've done well with this one. A shield that can hold up against Tier 2 and Tier 3 attacks is impressive. A solid start indeed. Thanks for the compliment, boss. It's what we should do. But I believe we can create even more advanced models with enhanced features. Thormir said, enthusiasm lighting up his face. Felix nodded thoughtfully. I get that, but let's see how this one performs in the market before we dive into making upgraded versions. He waved his hand dismissively, focused on the task at hand. What's the production cost for this model? Felix asked, rubbing his chin as he considered their options. Claire chimed in, the materials for this model are on a whole different level compared to the basic version, that we're using high-grade materials, almost enough to craft 2-star weapons. So you can imagine how pricey it is to produce that IT costs 200 gold coins to manufacture each unit. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect it to be that expensive. What can we sell it for? Claire quickly replied, we could price it between 400 and 500 gold coins. For bulk purchases, we'd offer a rate of 400 gold coins each. Sounds good, Felix said with a nod. Turning to Thormir, he asked, how many can you produce in a given time frame? Thormir scratched his beard thoughtfully. This model is quite complex. The manufacturing process involves intricate rune carvings and takes time. Like crafting a weapon, I estimate it'll take at least 10 days to produce 500 units. Felix rubbed his chin again, contemplating the timeline. 10 days? That's manageable for now, but let's ramp up production speed. Consider hiring a few more blacksmiths to help out. Understood, boss, Thormir replied seriously. Just then, Quill couldn't contain himself any longer. Hey, big bro, can we take them out for a spin now? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed eagerly at the 2 bicycles. Felix shook his head playfully. All right, yes, Quill shouted joyfully and lunged toward one of the bikes, but was halted by Felix's hand. Confused, Quill looked up at him. What gives? Before you test them out, Felix smirked mischievously. I need to give them a go first. Quill rolled his eyes dramatically. Seriously? Of course, it was my idea after all, Felix said with a grin. With an exaggerated sigh of resignation, Quill stepped aside, but not without throwing Felix an amused glare. Felix tossed Quill his white cane and overcoat before picking up the basic model bicycle. Sitting comfortably on the bicycle, Felix gripped the handlebars lightly. With a gentle twist of his legs, he began to pedal forward that a smile spread across his face as he felt that familiar thrill rush through him. IT had been a while since he'd ridden, but after just a few moments of getting back into it, he started pedaling faster and faster. Soon enough, his legs became a blur. The wind whipped against his face, filling him with pure joy and contentment that a few minutes later, he returned to the rental station. With a light squeeze of the brakes, the bicycle came to a smooth stop. That was great, Felix exclaimed, looking over at Thormir with an approving nod. Next up was the magic bicycle. He grabbed it eagerly and applied the same technique as before, but this time channeled a small amount of mana into the right handle. Instantly, fiery red runes sprang to life as mana pulsed through them like blood in veins. With a whoosh, the bicycle transformed into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it disappeared from view. Only bolts of blazing red lightning remained racing through the vast test site. Felix couldn't believe how fast he was going. He hadn't even used all his mana yet. Realizing this filled him with deep satisfaction. This bike truly delivered. A few minutes later, he returned with an ear-to-ear grin. This is amazing. I really love it. Thormir beamed back at him, with excitement radiating from his expression. Okay, big bro, it's my turn now. Quill chimed in impatiently. Go for it, Felix replied as he hopped off the bike. Quill rushed forward and took hold of the bicycle like a kid receiving candy on their birthday. Boss, Thormir suddenly asked thoughtfully, how should we name these two bicycles? Felix paused for a moment in surprise before breaking into a smile. I almost forgot about that. After some contemplation, he declared confidently, the basic model will be called Soaring Clouds, and the Mana model will be Flying Nimbus. On the top floor of the sleek Morningstar office building, Felix, Claire, and Quill were deep in discussion about an exciting new venture. Claire, what marketing strategy should we use to sell the bicycles? Felix asked, his eyes fixed on her with anticipation. Claire frowned thoughtfully, her mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, what if we put up flyers all around the capital? Felix smiled but shook his head gently. While spreading flyers is a good idea in theory, it won't showcase how our product works, that if people only see drawings on paper, they might not believe it's real. Claire met his gaze with a serious expression. So how should we approach this? Felix remained calm as he outlined his plan. First, let's send some of our team to ride the bicycles around the capital. People are naturally curious. Seeing someone effortlessly glide on two wheels will pique their interest, as they witness its advantages firsthand. They'll start asking where to buy one. And just like that, we'll have customers lining up. Claire's eyes lit up with understanding as she nodded enthusiastically. Plus, Felix added with a grin, the bicycle is easy to learn how to ride. It will be well received by everyone. I get it now, Claire replied confidently. Turning to Quill, Felix said firmly, Quill, make sure you're prepared for when bicycles arrive at your stores. Tell your team that everything needs to go smoothly during this crucial time. Understood, big bro, Quill responded seriously. Great, Felix concluded with a smile. All right, everyone, let's gear up. We're going to take the whole kingdom by storm. 1 month later, the bustling streets of Wooliamp district were alive with activity. Pedestrians hurried about their daily routines while carriages laden with goods rumbled past. The air was filled with shouts from sellers beckoning customers into their shops amidst the vibrant chaos. Suddenly, a loud ringing pierced through the noise. Make way! Make way! Came urgent shouts as people turned in surprise. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they saw, a man riding a two-wheeled contraption that seemed almost magical. What is that thing? One person gasped. It looks bizarre, another exclaimed. I've never seen anything like it before. As whispers of astonishment spread through the crowd like wildfire, many stood frozen in place, captivated by this remarkable sight. A man pedaling swiftly on a bicycle while ringing its bell joyfully. This thing can actually move on two wheels, someone shouted incredulously. The pedestrians on the bustling street were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by an extraordinary sight. Even those perched in their carriages couldn't resist the urge to hop down and witness this marvel. A sleek bicycle gliding effortlessly on two wheels, defying gravity with its remarkable stability. Wow, this is something else, one passerby exclaimed. I wonder which noble family commissioned such a creation. Another mused, eyes wide with wonder. This must be one of a kind. It's definitely a luxury item only the aristocrats can afford, someone speculated. I'm betting this will become the next big craze, chimed in yet another curious observer. As they watched, the cyclist skillfully applied the brakes and came to a smooth stop right in front of a lively tavern. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, some peering out from inside, as if they were witnessing an extinct creature reappear before them. With a swift motion, the cyclist dismounted and parked his bicycle beside the tavern. He produced a small chain with a padlock and secured it to the back wheel before entering with an infectious smile. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, several people approached the bicycle for a closer look. They marveled at its intricate design, touching it gently while animatedly discussing its features. Soon enough, the entrance of the tavern was overflowing with intrigued onlookers eager for a glimpse of this fascinating invention. Inside, Oberon settled into a cozy corner table and ordered a hearty mug of wine. The once quiet tavern buzzed with excitement as patrons turned their attention toward him, whispering among themselves and pointing in curiosity. Thanks to Oberon's arrival, what had been an empty establishment was now packed to capacity, much to the delight of the tavern owner, who couldn't help but beam from ear to ear as orders for wine and food poured in. Just then, amidst all the chatter and intrigue surrounding Oberon, a man in his 30s dressed smartly with well-groomed attire and sporting a neat mustache, stood up from his seat and approached him. Brother, may I join you? He asked politely. Of course, please have a seat. Oberon replied warmly with an inviting smile. "I'm Cyrus," said the newcomer as he settled into his chair. "Oberon," came the cheerful response from across the table. "Pleasure to meet you, brother Oberon," Cyrus said enthusiastically. "Likewise," Oberon replied with genuine warmth. "So, brother Oberon, I'm really curious. What's that thing you were riding?" Cyrus asked, his curiosity piqued. Oberon flashed a smile and replied, "Oh, you mean the bicycle? It's just a means of transportation." Cyrus raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That thing is called a bicycle?" "Yeah," Oberon confirmed with a nod. Intrigued, Cyrus leaned in closer. "So how does this bicycle work? I mean, how can you ride something with only two wheels and not fall over?" Oberon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he explained. "The bicycle is an incredible invention that revolutionizes the way people travel. It stays upright thanks to the gyroscopic effect of the spinning wheels, and because the front wheel trails behind the steering axis, though it could be either or both." Cyrus looked utterly perplexed. Oberon's explanation had left him more confused than before. The other patrons in the tavern were also straining to catch every word of their conversation, intrigued by this mysterious contraption called a bicycle. Noticing Cyrus's bewilderment, Oberon chuckled and reassured him, "Don't worry. All you really need to know is that the bicycle is a fantastic tool for getting around without tiring yourself out too much. It can go 5 to 6 times faster than walking." He paused for effect before continuing. "In fact, I've traveled all over Wooliamp District on my bicycle, places I wouldn't have reached even after hours of walking. With this bike, I zipped through so many locations in just a few hours." As Oberon spoke, Cyrus and the others listened intently, their eyes wide with astonishment at what they were hearing. After a moment of contemplation, Cyrus took a deep breath and asked hesitantly, "Brother Oberon, I'm guessing this bicycle must be pretty expensive then. Who came up with such an idea anyway?" Oberon shook his head confidently. "Not at all. The bicycle was created by Origin Technology." "Origin Technology? What's that?" Cyrus pressed further. "It's the company that manufactures bicycles," Oberon explained. "And believe it or not, it only costs 15 silver coins for one." "What?" Cyrus exclaimed incredulously. His face lit up with shock as he processed this information. "You mean this amazing bicycle costs only 15 silver coins? That's practically cheap." The tavern buzzed with excitement as others chimed in. "Did I hear you right? Just 15 silver coins? This is unbelievable. I thought it would cost at least 100 gold coins." Everyone was stunned into silence as they turned to Oberon in disbelief. They had expected such an innovative invention to come with a hefty price tag. "Brother Oberon," Cyrus said slowly while calming his racing heart. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" "Of course. I'm sure. Would I ever lie to you?" Oberon replied with a confident grin. "Why? Did you think it would be ridiculously expensive?" he added, still smiling. Cyrus scratched his head thoughtfully. "But don't you think the Origin Technology that made these bicycles is operating at a loss? I mean, this bicycle is an incredibly useful tool. I'm sure it won't be long before everyone in the kingdom goes crazy for them, yet they're only selling for 15 silver coins." "I see your point," Oberon said. "But the materials they use to make these bicycles are actually quite cheap. They sell them at just a bit above their cost so they can make a small profit. Origin Technology is a conscientious company. They're humane, but that's why they set prices that ordinary people can afford. Unlike those greedy merchants who love to exploit the common folk." "Wow, Origin Technology sounds really thoughtful and impressive," Cyrus exclaimed, nodding in agreement. "Absolutely," Oberon replied enthusiastically. "So, brother Oberon, can I buy one of these bicycles?" Cyrus asked eagerly. "Oh, there are plenty of their stores all over the capital. There's one on Windflow Street. You should definitely check it out, even if you don't know how to ride yet. There are experts there who can teach you." Oberon encouraged. Cyrus's eyes lit up with excitement as he jumped from his seat. "Thank you so much, brother Oberon." With that, Cyrus hurried out of the tavern with an eager smile on his face. Cyrus hurried down the road, his face a mix of anxiety and excitement. He was practically running, so focused on his destination that he didn't even notice the throngs of people rushing alongside him, all wearing expressions just like his, anxious yet eager. After about half an hour, Cyrus finally arrived at Windflow Street. Following Oberon's directions, as he navigated through the bustling crowd, he found himself standing in front of a massive store. Confusion washed over him as he wondered aloud, "Am I at the wrong place?" The entrance was packed with people forming a long line that stretched far into the distance. Every now and then, someone would emerge from the store pushing a bicycle and grinning from ear to ear. Cyrus glanced at the store and then back at the line, feeling a slight helplessness tugging at his lips. With a resigned sigh, he joined the end of the queue, waiting eagerly like everyone else around him. Please don't let them run out of bicycles, he silently prayed as he shifted from one foot to another. Time seemed to crawl as the line moved forward slowly. It felt like for every person who left, two more joined behind him. Hours passed before Cyrus finally neared the entrance. His heart raced with excitement as he caught glimpses of what lay inside, a treasure trove of bicycles neatly arranged in rows at last. It was his turn. A young man greeted him with a warm smile as he opened the door for Cyrus and three others to enter. Stepping inside took Cyrus's breath away. The spacious interior was filled with gleaming bicycles and enthusiastic salespeople ready to assist customers. "Welcome to the Origin Technology official store," said a female salesperson who approached him with a gentle but professional smile. "Oh, huh." Cyrus snapped out of his daze and nodded appreciatively at her. "I'd like to buy a bicycle," he stated eagerly. "Of course, please follow me," she replied cheerfully as she led him to an area where several stunning bicycles sparkled under bright lights. "This is our basic model, the soaring cloud bicycle," she explained while gesturing toward them as Cyrus's eyes lit up with excitement as he gently caressed one of these beauties. "I want this one," he exclaimed without hesitation. "Great choice, but do you know how to ride?" she asked kindly. Cyrus scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, "No." "Continue reading stories on Empire," the salesperson smiled knowingly and clapped her hands lightly. Within moments, a tall male employee approached them. She introduced him. "This is Jake. He'll teach you how to ride." Cyrus nodded enthusiastically and followed Jake toward an area designated for lessons. About 20 minutes later, Cyrus returned with stars in his eyes. He looked like someone who had just discovered magic. "So, how did it go?" asked the female employee eagerly. Cyrus beamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "It was great. Learning to ride it was a breeze, definitely not difficult at all." The friendly female employee smiled warmly and replied, "Your bicycle is ready. All you need to do is head over there to make your payment." She gestured toward a counter where another staff member stood, assisting customers with a professional smile. "Okay." Cyrus nodded eagerly and quickly made his way to the counter. Moments later, he returned to the female employee, who was now standing beside a shiny new bicycle. "This is your bicycle," she said as she handed it over to him. Cyrus's eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you so much. Just so you know," the female employee added, "our Origin Technology also offers maintenance and repairs that if you ever need help with your bicycle, feel free to come back." "I'll definitely remember that." Cyrus nodded appreciatively as he wheeled his new bike out of the store. "Oh, wait a minute." He stopped abruptly and turned back toward her. "Yes, sir? Do you have any questions?" she asked with a bright smile. "Yeah," Cyrus replied thoughtfully. "When you mentioned this is the basic model, does that mean there are other models available?" "Absolutely." The employee smiled patiently. "We have two models, the basic model called Soaring Cloud and our mana model known as Flying Nimbus. The basic model is perfect for everyday folks like you, while the mana model caters specifically to mana cultivators." "Wait, so there are bicycles designed for mana cultivators too?" Cyrus gasped in disbelief. "Yes, the mana model boasts incredible features. It can boost a mana cultivator speed by 5 to 6 times and comes equipped with a defensive mechanism capable of withstanding attacks from Tier 3 mana cultivators," she explained enthusiastically. "Wow!" Cyrus's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Would you like to buy one?" she asked hopefully. No, no, no. He shook his head vigorously. "I'm not a mana cultivator myself, but my friend is an adventurer. I'll definitely tell him about it. It could save his life someday." The female employee nodded understandingly, but couldn't help feeling slightly disappointed. She had hoped for a sale that would double her commission on the Flying Nimbus. "Goodbye, miss." Cyrus waved cheerfully as he pushed his new bicycle towards the entrance. "Goodbye, sir. Thank you for your patronage. You're always welcome back," chimed in another male employee at the door. Cyrus smiled and nodded before stepping outside into the bustling street where many people were waiting in line. They watched him as he pushed his new bicycle with envy glimmering in their eyes. Cyrus was beaming with excitement, gripping the handles of his shiny new bicycle as if it were a treasure. Taking a deep breath, he hopped on, swinging his right leg over the frame and firmly planting it on the pedal. With a swift push, the bike lurched forward, and in no time, he placed his left foot on the other pedal. With a little shake of his legs, he began to pedal slowly but steadily, feeling an exhilarating rush as he moved ahead. Cyrus maintained perfect balance as he pedaled along without any wobbling. Moments later, he was out of sight, his laughter echoing behind him as he rang the small bell on his bike with glee. He felt like the wind itself. Nearby pedestrians couldn't help but notice this sudden wave of cyclists taking over their streets. "Hey look, another person riding a bicycle," one exclaimed. "Yeah, This bicycle craze has really taken off, another replied incredulously. It's only been a day since people discovered them, and already there are so many riding them. I've seen at least 30 people zooming by in just 20 minutes, someone chimed in. It makes sense, after all it's fast and easy to ride. Plus, it's not even that expensive, another added enthusiastically. My sister's husband's brother sister-in-law's cousin just bought one. He used to lug around loads of work that would take him 2 hours. Now he can do it in mere minutes with a bicycle. Wow, that's incredible, right? It's such a handy tool. I wonder who invented this thing anyway. Someone pondered aloud. I heard it was created by a company called Origin Technology, came to reply. Origin Technology, what a quirky name. True, but honestly, they've done wonders for us regular commoners. I heard they're quite ethical too. No exploitation here. Exactly. They could have sold these bicycles for an outrageous price, but instead kept it affordable at just 15 silver coins. Not like those greedy merchants. They really are doing good work. I've decided I'm buying one tomorrow. As Cyrus sped past with joy radiating from him, and others joined in on their own bicycles, curious pedestrians pointed and chatted excitedly about this newfound mode of transport. The buzz wasn't confined to just one corner of Wuliamp district. The entire capital city was alive with chatter about bicycles. A revolutionary device that balanced effortlessly on two wheels had taken everyone by surprise. The capital city was alive with excitement, buzzing with chatter about a new bicycle that everyone seemed to be riding. As people strolled through the streets, they couldn't help but notice from time to time people riding on bicycles zipping by, each one drawing envious glances from onlookers. It was as if this bicycle had cast a spell over the city, creating a wave of curiosity and desire that swept through every corner. In just one day, this bicycle had become the talk of the capital city. Origin Technology's official stores were overflowing with eager customers, lines stretching far beyond their doors, people clamoring for their chance to get their hands on this must-have ride. By midday, many stores had already closed their doors due to being completely sold out. The ringing sound of the bell on the bicycle have already become some kind of symbol. It's become a delightful signal that someone is cruising by on their new bicycle. With every ring, heads turn and smiles appear, as people already knows that a bicycle is coming. Those lucky enough to own one are riding around with sheer joy plastered across their faces, soaking up all those admiring looks from pedestrians. 1 month later. A month has passed since the introduction of bicycles in the capital city, and the excitement surrounding this innovation shows no signs of waning. The bicycle craze has captivated residents, transforming everyday conversations into discussions about this remarkable mode of transportation. The impact of bicycles on commoners' life is far from ordinary. It has stirred a revolution that reshapes how people navigate their daily routines. The Origin Technology official stores have been bustling with activity, consistently filled with eager customers seeking to purchase their own bicycles. Owning a bicycle has quickly evolved into a status symbol among the commoners, signifying not just mobility, but also a certain prestige within their community. For many, these bicycles serve practical purposes. They allow workers to transport heavy loads efficiently, drastically reducing what once took hours into mere minutes. Previously, some of the commoners' works involved carrying heavy loads, works that would take them hours to complete. But with the ability to carry goods on their bicycles, they can complete their works in a few minutes. They can now travel 5 to 6 times farther than they could on foot. Previously, they have no choice when they want to go to places, especially places that are very far away. And Asteria is simply huge. Just one district is so big, and it will take days to completely travel around it. But with the bicycle, they could travel to faraway places easily, places they dreamed of going or have never been there before. This newfound efficiency has undeniably changed lives for countless commoners in the capital. Over the past month, the allure of bicycles has intensified rather than diminished. Each day sees thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of units sold as Origin Technology enjoys unprecedented financial success. They are reaping significant profits while meeting an insatiable demand from consumers who recognize the utility and value of these vehicles. While commoners appreciate bicycles for the practicality, merchants and savvy investors see vast potential for profit. The moment these innovative machines hit the market, merchants sensed an opportunity ripe for exploitation. Meanwhile, nobles in the royal capital perceive bicycles as instruments for consolidating power. Controlling production means controlling movement, a crucial aspect of governance in any kingdom. The diverse perspectives on bicycles highlight a complex web of interests. Merchants and chambers of commerce view them primarily as lucrative investments, while nobles see them as tools for influence over populations composed largely of commoners. Every kingdom or empire population is the foundation, and most of the population is composed of commoners. So a tool that all commoners are after if they can get control of that tool, that means they can indirectly control the commonaires that in essence. Those who control transportation can exert significant sway over society itself. However, despite their ambitions, many nobles approach this opportunity cautiously. They understand that such revolutionary inventions do not emerge from weak foundations. Whoever created this bicycle must possess formidable resources or alliances. Investigations soon reveal that Origin technology is allied with the powerful Mayraith noble family, a revelation that tempered many greedy aspirations. With knowledge of Mayraith's involvement circulating among ambitious families in the capital, competition began to dwindle as weaker factions recognized the risks associated with challenging such a formidable family. Although a lot of people backed down after finding out that the Mayraith noble family is part of the Origin technology, but there were still a few families that are not afraid of the Mayraith noble family at all. Yet beneath this facade of calm enthusiasm lies an undercurrent of tension brewing within the capital city's elite circles. While most citizens remain blissfully unaware and consumed by their desire to acquire bicycles, those attuned to political currents sense impending turmoil ahead. For the past month, we've achieved an incredible milestone, selling around 2 million bicycles and raking in a whopping 200 million gold coins. However, our official stores were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of customers, prompting us to open another 1,000 locations across Asteria. With demand outstripping supply, we've also brought on board an additional 1,000 blacksmiths. While most of them are still apprentices, a select few are seasoned star blacksmiths. Thanks to this influx of talent, production is ramping up quickly. Claire stood before Felix, delivering her report with confidence. Felix leaned back in his luxurious wooden chair, listening intently as she spoke. "So how many units can we produce now?" Felix asked calmly, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. After adding those 1,000 new blacksmiths, and considering they've been working on bicycles for a month now, Claire explained, most have become quite familiar with the manufacturing process. They can now produce about 3,000 units every 5 days. Felix frowned slightly. "That's still too slow," he said thoughtfully. "We need to keep increasing our workforce." Claire paused for a moment, surprised by his request. "But we've already hired around 3,000 blacksmiths. Isn't that enough?" Shaking his head firmly, Felix replied, "Claire, your perspective is too limited that you're only thinking about Asteria when we should be aiming for the entire kingdom, and even the whole Linares continent. The number of blacksmiths we have isn't sufficient for our ambitious expansion into other kingdoms and empires." Taking a moment to reflect on his words, Claire realized he was right. Their current workforce wouldn't be able to meet future demands. "Continue hiring more," Felix urged with a reassuring smile. "I understand your concerns about costs, but trust me, our earnings will soar even higher soon." Claire nodded thoughtfully as she met Felix's gaze. "So, which model is flying off the shelves?" Felix inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a swift response, Claire replied, "According to the latest statistics, the Soaring Cloud bicycle is the most sought-after model right now. The Flying Nimbus, while not quite matching its sales figures, has still performed decently, around 500,000 units sold so far." Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That's lower than I expected for the Flying Nimbus," he admitted, but it quickly understood. After all, the Nimbus is tailored specifically for mana cultivators, who can be rather proud and skeptical about anything that might seem beneath them. Taking a deep breath, Felix reassured her, "Don't worry about the Flying Nimbus sales. I believe it just needs the right opportunity to soar, and my instincts tell me that moment isn't far off." "Enjoy new chapters from Empire, understood." Family head, Claire nodded earnestly. "By the way," she continued with enthusiasm, "the winemakers have finished getting familiar with the recipes you provided and are ready to start production. Plus, our glass production factory is up and running. We've already hired staff." Felix's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at this news. "Good, good, good." Family head, "Many people have reached out and want to talk to us this month," Claire reported, her voice steady but tinged with urgency. Felix's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity igniting within them. "Which ones?" he asked, his tone sharp yet composed. Claire took a deep breath before continuing. "It's various independent merchants, the Chamber of Commerce representatives, and several noble families." A sly smile crept across Felix's face as he muttered, "These people can't seem to manage on their own anymore, that I'm not surprised." He raised his head and addressed Claire with authority. "Inform Quill to come here with his father tomorrow morning. Also, let those interested parties know our table is open for discussions. They can join us then." "Understood, family head," Claire replied solemnly, her expression serious. "You may go now." Felix dismissed her with a wave of his hand, as Claire bowed respectfully and exited the office. Felix was left alone in the dimly lit room. That a moment later, he spoke again, his voice low and commanding. "Come out." At that command, dark mist coalesced into a figure clad in tight black attire with a hood obscuring its face. The figure knelt on one knee, head bowed in submission. Felix cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling figure before issuing another cold order. "Tell Jarvis to come here tomorrow morning." "Understood, family head." The figure responded in a hoarse whisper before vanishing into shadows. That Felix's silver eyes glinted ominously as he contemplated the impending meeting. I hope these discussions remain civil. Otherwise, his thoughts trailed off as an unsettling chill filled the room. The temperature in the room immediately plummeted. If any mana cultivator was present at this moment, it would be clear from the powerful mana fluctuations emanating from him that Felix is a Tier 7 legendary knight. Time quickly passed by, and in a blink of an eye, it was already the next day, the entrance of the Morningstar industrial base. Teams of luxurious carriages, pulled by magnificent magical beasts, streamed through the grand entrance like an opulent parade. Moments later, outside the towering office building stood an impressive assembly of individuals. None of them are ordinary people. Some of them are presidents from top chambers of commerce across the kingdom, alongside influential merchants and representatives from powerful noble families. It was indeed rare to see such esteemed figures gathered together. Their presence created an electric atmosphere charged with anticipation. "Welcome, everyone. Please follow me. President Felix is waiting for you on the top floor," Claire announced cheerfully as she stepped forward with a warm smile. Find adventures at Empire, however. Her greeting was met with scrutinizing gazes from those assembled, each individual assessing her from head to toe. Displeasure flickered across the faces of several distinguished guests as they surveyed their surroundings. These were not just ordinary individuals. They were influential figures, accustomed to being greeted with reverence wherever they went. Yet, here they stood, faced with a mere mortal, a seemingly insignificant person sent to welcome them. This felt like a blatant disregard for their status. What is the meaning of this? Why would the president of Origin Technology send someone like you to greet us? Doesn't he understand how to show respect? A thin man dressed in a luxurious red attire stepped forward, his cold gaze laced with disdain. Unfazed by the hostility, Claire met their scrutinizing stares with calm confidence. "I apologize on behalf of my president," she replied smoothly. "He is currently occupied with welcoming the head of the Mayraith noble family and unfortunately cannot greet you in person at this time. That I hope you don't mind my presence instead." The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they processed her words. "Don't worry about it. Just take us to see your boss," said a middle-aged man, his tone surprisingly gentle despite the earlier tension. "Of course, please follow me," Claire responded warmly as she turned on her heel, leading them through the building's impressive lobby. As they entered, their eyes widened in awe at the bustling scene before them. Employees diligently attending to their tasks, while others relaxed on plush sofas and chairs scattered throughout the space. The lavishness was striking. Many had never encountered some of the materials before. "Miss Claire! Miss Claire! Miss Claire!" Everywhere they walked, employees paused to respectfully greet her, and she returned each acknowledgement with a friendly nod and smile. After a brief journey through the vibrant lobby, they arrived at an exclusive elevator that only accessed the upper floors. "Please," Claire gestured invitingly for them to enter. With raised eyebrows and curiosity piqued, they hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. As soon as Claire entered and pressed the button, the doors slid shut seamlessly. The elevator shot upward swiftly, an unexpected thrill that left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. "What an interesting thing," remarked the middle-aged man at the back of the group, a smile spreading across his face. "Absolutely fascinating, right?" chimed in a stunning young woman beside him with flowing white hair that shimmered like moonlight. A few moments later, the group stepped off the elevator and onto the top floor, their anticipation palpable. "Please follow me," Claire said with a welcoming smile, leading them down a sleek hallway to an impressive conference room. The space was dominated by a long, polished table surrounded by plush chairs that beckoned for conversation. "Go ahead and take your seats," Claire instructed as she gestured toward the array of comfortable chairs. "I'll let President Felix know you've all arrived." With that, Claire exited the room, leaving behind a buzz of chatter. Some of them exchanged curious glances as they looked around with interest in their eyes, while others wore expressions of skepticism or impatience. It was clear that everyone had their own thoughts swirling in their minds as they awaited what was to come. The murmurs filled the air as anticipation filled the room.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.